planning on doing this tour for like 12 to 18 months. So yeah, it's gonna be really fun.
Wow. And I'm telling you something. Um, if Black Hexagon is behind it, KC, it's gonna be amazing. Anything that she works, and I know you bullish everything you guys work together and to get working together. That's what I like. I think it's the first time you guys are working together in something, right?
Yeah, so Black Hexakin is part of it. SJ is part of it.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, we got a nice little team going on. So yeah, we're gonna get this going, make this a good experience. There's gonna be some other products part of the ecosystem who are gonna join the tour, like specific cities. So it's gonna be pretty cool. So there's gonna be obviously like a pre meetup before the actual event, and then there's gonna be an after event, like an after hours. So it's gonna be fun, and we're gonna try to hit up as many people. I'll show up to as many cities as I possibly can. But the way that it's designed, you're basically gonna have Black Hexagon, SJ, and RG3 hitting
Yeah,
a
it's
city
gonna be
near you.
amazing. And I know that she's coming. She's bringing the tour, the bus,
Yep,
and
the bus is
they're
gonna
gonna
be
wrap
there.
it
The
up. It's gonna be
the
amazing. You know what? You can get a lot of information, guys, of what's going on with all of we're moving forward as a Mexican community, as a Pulse Chain community, and there's a lot of amazing projects part of the ecosystem. I support Richard Hart, but we have a lot of amazing projects. So I'm
yep.
looking forward. I'm looking forward to it. And it's an experience. I was just thinking about that. It's not just only about the crypto part. It's like a lifestyle, I would call it, a way of doing, I don't know. I really enjoy anything that you guys do besides the crypto part. Just the gatherings, just like having a um, your favorite sports team and showing up on Sunday for, at least for me, it's football, soccer, showing up on Sunday at the field and watching them play. I like that. It's beyond crypto. This is what Mexicans, we're beyond
Yeah.
crypto.
Aside from it being a meetup for some people,
Mm-hmm.
the main motivation behind it is that there's a lot of people who try to onboard people into Hex, and for whatever reason they have issues onboarding these people. This is an opportunity to bring those people to this event, meet other Hexicans, have someone like RG3 do the pitch and do the selling and the onboarding, and then at the same time have a good time for a couple hours amongst other
Absolutely.
people.
Absolutely. And it's a great way of meeting people that you have been talking to or being on space with. I did that in Las Vegas when I went to Las Vegas, and it was amazing, guys. Memories that I will never, never forget. It was amazing. And now more every time you get to know them more, the longer time goes by, it's much better because you get to be friends with everyone. It's amazing. It's great for people who are maybe alone. So it's really good. It's beyond crypto. That's what is the gatherings beyond this community. So I'm very excited, very excited. We have RG3 at the first time ever that we did with Rolando Cryptos in Spanish. We had a English Spanish um, version of YouTube stream. So I was interpreting, and RG3 was there. So I'm trying to bridge, guys. This is my project. I'm bridging the community. I'm doing Spanish and English, and I'm sure there's other people doing it on their language. But I think it's amazing that they get to finally feel part of the entire community, and it's very powerful if we gather other like for example, Jory is doing a lot with her community, but on her language. What I want to do is for the people in Spanish to meet the people who don't speak Spanish or who are very well known, the OGs, and also for the people that are OGs that don't speak Spanish to know the people who's promoting the hell out of Hex and Pulse and all the other projects in the ecosystem. It's part of the Telegram group in Pulse Chain in Espanol, in Spanish. So it's amazing. We're doing it every Friday. This Friday, we're waiting for confirmation from another guest. and hopefully we'll get a good response. If not, we're going to be there talking and teaching. What I've realized is that from my experience doing navigating the test net is that you guys have been here for a long time, but for people like me, even though it's extremely simple, I need to learn how to operate not only what buttons to press, but how to not make mistakes and lose all my money on the first, week. All my coins actually on the first week. So I think it's very important that we go back. You guys should do like a crypto 101 or a pulse chain testnet 101, or how someone could increase the number of their coins and where to look for, what to look for. For example, I'll give you an example. If I exchange this amount of pulse for PulseX, if I want to go back, like arbitrage, if I want to go back and earn some more coins, what do I need to look for? What numbers? Because I'm not a good person in math. I don't know very much about numbers. And this is all new for me. So I think it's very important. I don't know if I explain myself well. Sorry, guys. My ear, one of my ears is on the other side, but I'm listening to
No,
something
you
else.
did.
But I
You
think it's
did.
very important for people who are new, so they see the benefit and they don't get run over by a truck on the first week. I know because I've been there. And even though I'm into crypto and I have my little coins, I did not move too much. I buy and I live there. That's what I do. But now I'm entering the game of, okay, let's do trading, let's do something to, I think this is the year of accumulation, right? That's what they call it. So I want to know, and I want to share with other people how I am accumulating. What do I do to see if I'm doing it right or not? And I've been staring at a screen for the last 3 days with only 2 coins and see how it moves. I know it's testnet. It's probably not going to be the real thing, but at least you'll get to identify. It's like what the real thing is going to look like. I don't know. That's what I'm doing. What are you doing, guys? Oh, we have Jay Saleh here as a co-host. Of course, I'm going to be talking for hours by myself. Thank you, Jay Saleh.
Yeah, I'm just preparing to take a nap. So
Yes, of course. And I'm working. I'm working. So I'm listening. I think I still have a couple of probably an hour or so that I'm not going to be working. So I'm just on standby. But what do you think, Jay Saleh?
anytime, Georgia.
Do you think it's
Anytime.
important for people to start from zero? They should be like like Hex for Dummies or Pulse Chain for Dummies. I think I'm gonna start the Pulse Chain for Dummies because that would be me.
Yeah, that's an excellent idea. I was going to start like a crypto, like ADD crypto. For those
ADD
that are just
crypto.
a
Oh,
little
how
slower
funny. What
and
about
and
well,
need
you
and
can do
need to
the
hear it and need to hear it 3 times instead of once. Maybe so.
ADD? No, what about the dyslexia?
And
Like a
that
Pulse Chain for dyslexia,
throw that in.
people with
Yeah, we
dyslexia. Oh, how
basically
funny.
constant education, constant information is
But the
valuable,
basic,
you know, and those that
yeah,
don't need it will gravitate to other activities and grow. And, that's community. But to keep the basics like constantly on the table, very important
absolutely,
for new people,
absolutely.
for people that think they know everything and just, things change. Very important. Very, very
It,
important.
Very important. And I'm telling you something, for me that I've been listening to all of you for over a year and a half, it is, I'm still learning every day. And I still like things that I've heard like 1,000 times, I keep forgetting, or I have so many things on my mind. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. I am absolutely sure I'm not the only one. So it's very important that we like like I said, Pulse, the V3 is fantastic. It's great to use, but if you're not at that level of doing so many um, pools and liquidity providing and this and that, if you don't understand, at least what I did, I stick with only 2 coins. or tokens. And I went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth to see how does it work in order to increase my number of tokens. Now we're not working with money, we're not working with value, but I was able to figure out something very simple for me to understand. And I would like to share that with other people. Hopefully, I'll do that on Friday. Uh, some people, I know you guys out there have been here for many, many years, but sometimes it's important just to show them the basics and
Yeah. Hey,
don't
Georgia,
yeah.
maybe we can we can keep like a basics like portion to keep that consistently on the table, and also like
Yeah,
testnet will be live after launch, so
exactly.
it's
And
still
a
a
lot of
way
people,
to
new people, is going to
interact.
have a lot of questions, a lot of questions.
Yep. And it's still a way to interact in a testnet environment without, you know, risking real funds and doing something you might not to do. So
Yeah, absolutely. I was able, like I mentioned in one of the streams before, I don't know what I did, guys. If you ask me what do you do, I don't know. I traded coins and I lost half of my bags
and
on
then they
PulseX.
disappeared, and
They
then
just
yeah.
no, that was another one. That was another one, guys.
Uh-oh.
I
Yeah.
don't know what I
Yeah,
did
two.
at my first of all, I lost all my PLS because for some reason the token contract was not the one that I was supposed to enter in there. I don't know what I did, but they were all there. And I had to go back to learn how to read the ether scan and the transactions that I've done and things like that. Yes, it seems I'm talking about something real, guys. I know that you know that I'm not the brightest person on crypto. I'm bright if I learn, obviously, and I'm persistent. Like Richard said, I get an A for effort. But I was able to find out what happened. I thought it was something more complicated. It was something simple. I just have to learn how to look for the answer in front of me. And
So yeah, just to add to that, I would say it's good to know how these things work because essentially what you're talking about is ratio trading. So while it's good to
exactly.
understand, how it works, I wouldn't recommend anyone does that.
That's what
So
I was
if you,
gonna.
No, what
yeah,
I'm not
I figured
recommending
humble, you
people
came
to
up
do
to
is
say
not
that.
no, it's not financial advice. It's just like knowing what you're doing so you don't make mistakes when if you decide to do it.
Yeah. So again, so
Oh,
but
go ahead,
humble
Mohan.
before you go on, because I know you're gonna say whatever I'm gonna say 10 times better. So let me just get this out. So so yeah, I don't recommend anyone ratio trades. Understand how it works, yes, because that's essentially how crypto works when you remove the dollar value from it. Everything is ratio trading. So it's good to understand how that thing works. But I wouldn't recommend anyone, even if you're at an advanced level, you really have to know what you're doing and be willing to take the risk and lose money if you're gonna go down that route.
Exactly. Everything everything you do, it takes has risk, it's dangerous, and we have to be very careful. What I'm thinking about is more for the people like me that we don't have big bags of crypto and just, like Bullish, you're from a country that you know that people probably get paid $400 a month for their, as a salary. So if they were able to sacrifice or they're able to trade, with 5, 10, $15 a month or a week, I want to make sure that they know, just like I need to learn myself. I'm on the process of learning. So I think it's very important that they know what to do or what not to do, or the
So,
consequences, like you said.
so Georgia, what do you do right now? Not from PulseChain, but what do you do on? What do you do right now? You just buy and hold? Is that what you said?
I think this is my accumulation year.
Okay.
So,
So right now, what do
well,
you do? I
right
mean,
now for the real one, the real creep, the real thing, not
yeah,
the pulse.
yep, yep.
Well, I'm a Hexican. I hex.
You
I'm all
buy and
into
hold,
hex.
right?
Of
You
course,
buy and hold,
I
right? Okay.
yes, of course.
So
Yes.
what people are kind of really forgetting is that this is just basically Uniswap. It's all it really is, and it's Ethereum and Uniswap. So
Well,
fortunately, what's
mhm.
going to happen is if you can't make trades, right? If you're not trading right now and trying to do what you're talking about, you're not going to do it on PulseChain. It's just going to be a lot more emotional and a lot more fast acting, right? But what you just need to remember is that most people are going to do exactly what they're doing right now. They're just going to on-ramp money and buy the coin they want. And if that's what you're doing right now, why change that? Because it's working, right? So
Absolutely.
like
I totally agree with
looking,
you. I totally agree with what I'm gonna do in Pulse. I always say it. My horse is Hex. Period. That is my baby horse, and I'm gonna, I
right.
trust because I'm looking for the future. And like say, founders and holders are the ones who get benefit the most. I think that's what Richard said. That all of you, have repeat. But what I want to do is like, okay, if you're gonna take this way, if you're gonna play on this board, which is in this game, which is Pulse X. I'm sorry, Pulse Chain. What are the what is if you press this button, what does it do? If you press this one, what does it do? Because everybody's talking very technical, but no one is for what. Hopefully, there's someone out there, but I haven't seen. No one's talking to the people who's starting on this. And there's a lot of people like me, for example, that was putting all my money into 401k, and I did not know about crypto.
I was going to tell you, so pretty much what's going to happen is that people are like, oh, PulseChain's open. They're going to go to the PulseChain website, and it's going to ask them to switch. They'll switch automatically. They won't have to input anything, right? And all of a sudden, boom, they're on PulseChain, and then now they're going to be click on the PulseX tab. Now they're on PulseX. It's just like, it's going to have more options and more things, but it's just like Uniswap, right? So if they don't know how to use Uniswap, then you're right. They're probably going to have troubles, right?
Never, ever, ever, ever been anywhere else but what MetaMask and now PulseChain. Never. I never touched any other. I tell you, I just found out that I had money that I thought that I lost when I was lucky enough to, before getting into Hex, to buy Dosh and sell on the top. At the top, for some reason, I transfer the money to Polygon, and I didn't even know. I thought it was lost. So I found it when I added the chain when I wanted to. It's a long story, but I found it there. I went to my Etherscan and I saw what I did, and I saw that it was there. So there's a lot of things to learn, and I totally agree with you. We have to be very careful. I like safe, and I like, because I'm not an expert. Hopefully in a couple of years, I'll be like navigating the crypto world just like the sharks and the whales. And I'm not talking about, with big bags of crypto. I'm talking about with knowledge. But it's important. It's fun. It's fun to at least understand every single button that I press. What does it do? And why did I make a mistake? Every time that I make a mistake, I've learned that if you go back on the steps, pull the thread all the way to the origin you will find the origin of your mistake. Thank you to my friends who are Scientologists. They told me that. I'm not a Scientologist, but they do have a really good way of teaching. And that's what I'm interested in. I want to learn how to. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I didn't know. I put everyone to sleep already. Sorry, guys. But I'm excited. I don't know if I'm excited to see which NFT projects are coming to PulseChain. I'm very excited. I think it's going to be. Can NFT projects that were not able to launch in other chains, could they find the light and PulseChain?
It's the perfect place for them.
Fantastic.
The most recent one was what's the name of the metaverse, the sandbox one? Shit. Sand, whatever. But anyway, they're like the perfect person, because during when they launched, they got a lot of traction, and then as gas fees started going up, it basically came to a halt. So since the whole thing
Wow.
is going to be forked over anyway, all they have to do is update their front end, and now everyone else can continue using the platform with cheap gas fees. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities for all these metaverse platforms and NFT projects that pretty much came
That's
to a
amazing.
halt because of gas fees. They'll be able to operate here and continue growing.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I went to, this is funny. I really enjoy the documentary that Tom Gillespie did. My favorite, I have to admit that my favorite was the Fake Fluencer, and then I saw the one for the Hexicans, and I didn't know he had an NFT site, but it's more, I think it's more like a VIP place. It's called the Joinery, the Bit Joinery, the Bit Joinery. If you go there,
Yeah, the
and they
bit
have
joinery.
I love that. I
Tom
love
Gillespie's
that.
doing some. He's like creating an entire project to
Ah,
make NFTs to help promote and like propagate other projects. Like you can get involved specifically in and promote as a creator, as a developer, or as a promoter.
it's amazing. You can. I was thinking about doing some kind of crazy funny. I always promote stuff, so Hex obviously and Richard Hart. But I was thinking about doing some kind of NFT, and I found his platform, and I became a member of the joiner, and I see that there's a lot. Oh, you don't like that? You don't like that, Romanian Dan? I'm sorry. I'm sorry you don't like that. I
Free
think it's funny.
with your nuke it. Another thing,
What?
keep playing with your funds. You're gonna nuke them with different projects. Hex.com for yourself.
Oh, absolutely. Hex.com. That was fun. It was, most of it is free stuff, by
Don't
the
give
way.
your money to Tom Gillespie. What the hell?
He's a very, I'm a fan of Tom Gillespie as a producer, guys. By the way, I think he's very talented, more talented than we even think he is. But
I second that. He's a great producer.
he's an amazing producer. I think he's a genius, to be honest with you. He reminds me to Steve Martin's talent in Bowfinger. Go watch that movie. It's really good.
Yeah, Dan.
RichardHart.com is the only talent
Absolutely.
I know.
Rich, that's right. And you know
I'm
me,
not
are you
co-signing
kidding
all
me?
of the other bullshit. I'm just co-signing that he's a great producer.
Producer, exactly. And you know what? I love Richard Hart. I'm not giving him my crypto money, but I am. I think it's fun. It's entertaining for me. But are you talking to me, Mrs. Hart? Come on, no one is bigger fan than of Richard Hart than me. That's for sure. And I'm still have hope for the answer. For the answer to be yes, I'll marry you, Georgia.
Like, just to give him his flowers, and then we can move on from Tom. But I don't think people realize like, the amount of work and creativity it takes to keep people engaged for that long. And his documentary was engaging from beginning to end.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Guys, I've been called they've been calling. I totally agree with you, Bullish. My real life is calling me. Let me step down, and I'm gonna be listening. Okay.
Take care, Georgia.
Good.
As long as no
See
one
you,
cares,
Georgia.
but guys, I'm just gonna still be here.
So I'm going to touch on something that she was talking about to a basic level. When people are saying you should get onto testnet and start, playing around with it, they're not really talking about the trading and trying to make money. They're talking about, when the ramp was up. If you've never used a ramp to go from like Ethereum to somewhere else, this is something that you should do now. And if you do it wrong, you won't lose any money. That's why it's important to get on and play with it. If you've never put in an RPC before of a new chain, you have the opportunity to do that here to learn. But also the cool thing about this is that, like I said, you'll be able to go to PulseChain website and it'll ask you if you want to switch to, or to PulseX, right? And it'll ask you if you want to switch to the PulseChain network, right? So you won't, or to add it. So you won't really need to implement it yourself. So it's not something that's, completely worrisome. But the base thing is that there's going to be a Pulse ramp where you can bring on money directly to PulseChain, and you can do exactly what you do with Uniswap. If you haven't used Uniswap, then maybe you need to start figuring that out, and maybe using PulseChain to figure out how to, trade on a decentralized exchange, right? But mainly, if you are using Uniswap, this is no different, you guys. And it's when people are saying that, get on here and use this, get familiar with it. They're not saying get on here and like try to make your millions. They're saying no, get familiar with it so you don't lose money doing something really simple. Because believe it or not, I don't know about you guys, I just saw a tweet where it was showing information of like DEXs, right, and central exchanges and layer ones. And they said, oh, if you had $1,000 invested in Ethereum when it opened, it would be worth 12 million right now, or last year or a year ago. So if you have a 6-year time span, why are you worried about trading? Seriously, if that works, when Richard says buy and hold, it's the best way to make money. Traders don't make money, and you're getting caught up in the hype of day one ratio trading. Richard's flat out telling you 9 out of 10 times you're going to lose. Whatever you come there with, you're going to have less at the end of the day. So yes, it's exciting. And like George just said, it's a game, and it can be. If you look at it that way, that's fine. If you're using a little bit of money and trying to, gamble, more power to you. But just know, Richard's taught us this, and the leaders in this community are showing you tweets where that if you just buy and hold, no matter where you buy it, you're going to make a lot of money. It's just that if you're trying to make money in the first 10 days or a year, well, good luck. We've all been there. It doesn't work. You can ask anybody in this room that's been around. It didn't work for us. So get on there, test it out. But we're just saying, get used to using it. Right? We're not telling you to get on there and start gambling. We're just saying you need to get the bugs out of yourself, because you're going to make mistakes, and you don't want to be the reason why you lose money is because you sent something to the wrong place, right? So anyways, that's all I wanted to touch on. I appreciate you guys.
No, that was well said. And to add to that, like essentially what Humble is saying, the best action is taking no action. If you sacrifice, sit on your sacrifice. If you're trying to bring in more economic energy, buy and hold and just do nothing. Just sit on it. Make it mine, do whatever you want to do with that, but essentially do nothing. Like that's how I got into it, and that's how I started paying attention to crypto. 2017, I purchased some Dogecoin, sat on it, forgot about it. It pumped, started paying attention, learned about Richard Hart. He started talking about delayed gratification. I was able to relate because I purchased in 2017 and just sat on it. And then I just kept it going and DCAing and just sitting on it. And it's worked out. So I'm planning on doing the same thing for PulseChain and PulseX. I'm going to do some ratio trading because I have some experience with that. But I highly recommend no one tries that if you have no idea what you're doing. Don't even try to get an edge, by ratio trading. Just don't do it. You're going to get yourself wrecked. But once the bridges are live, I'm going to DCA the same way I have been for the past year because it works. It just works.
Wise words.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, just wise words. Both of you guys. Continue, Humble. Thank.
I just saying, like my Hex experience is I got in on the way down at I started buying at, my real bag, I started buying at 18 cents. When it was 2 weeks till May, I just took the rest of my dry powder. I bought all Hex. Was I mad about it? No. I didn't get as much as if I would have bought it at 2 cents. But what did I do? I staked it, and then I continued to DCA with new money on the way down to the bottom, really, every 2 days to a week. And it turned out all right, like Bullish said, DCAing. But here's what's really cool is I did that, and because I did what I did, I qualified for airdrops at the time, right? So some people would be like, oh, you could have bought way more if you just would have waited. Yeah, but then I wouldn't have qualified for the 8 airdrops that I got from it, right? So everybody's different. I understand that. Some people like gambling. That's okay too. I'm not saying that don't ratio trade or anything, but when there's a sure thing, a high probability of making money, why doubt it? I get if you're somebody that needs to make money right now. I don't know if this is the right way to go about it. If you really need money that bad, gambling, I don't think is the right way to go about it. But that's just my view, right? So, but there's nothing wrong with ratio trading, you guys. It's just that the odds are not in your favor. Is all we're saying, and we're just bringing this up because everybody's focusing on that for some reason. For some reason, everybody thinks the first 24 to 48 hours is the important time, right? And they're talking about earlier. Somebody was saying, I don't know, it was David or I don't know who it was. Hey, the first 12 hours you get in there, yeah, I would trade 50% of my bag for Pulse. Well, believe it or not, if you looked at Pulse, the Pulse testnet, it took less than an hour to get to a bad trading range, right? So now you're hoping that you're on a computer, right? And then your whole strategy is gone if you don't make it into that thing. I remember sitting and listening to the famous saying, "Oh, it's 0.0106 right now, trading PLS for PLSX." 5 minutes later, it's up. It's two to 1. 5 minutes after that, we're at 3.6. Right. So, if you guys are trying to shoot for that good range right when it starts, good luck with that, guys. Because if you can't do it in the first 10 minutes, you're not going to get it. So, and if that's what you're basing your strategy on, you just lost your whole strategy on that. So, just keep this stuff in mind. Just be careful because there's a lot of liquidity slippage. People keep warning you guys that you're not the only one that's going to be making a trade. So if it says 1.5 pulse X for one pulse, and then you hit your trade with your whole bag, by the time your trade's done, you realize that you traded 5 pulse X for one pulse. That's going to happen, you guys. So it's just a lot of people don't understand this. Liquidity and slippage is going to cause a lot of issues. So if you don't understand what I'm saying, then you probably really need to look into this stuff before you implement your strategies if you're going to ratio trade. So anyway.
And to add to that, no, it's spot on. To add to that, based on the example you gave with ETH, so if you get into Pulse Chain day 1 or day 100, if you truly believe in Pulse Chain and you're in it, for at least 1 or 2 cycles, doesn't matter if you got in day 1 or day 100, you're going to be fine.
Anyway, yeah. If you guys want to trade, it's okay. We've all done it, and some of us will be doing it again. So we're just trying to make sure that you're aware of the dangers because everybody's getting pretty caught up in the emotion and the excitement, right? Without providing. Sometimes it can overlook the dangers of it, right? And the risk. So we just want to make sure you guys understand that.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that most people really don't do. We participate in the swaps, but we're not really providing that liquidity and understanding the risks. And things can happen, and there's also like a time horizon there. It's like an ultimate short or ultimate long. If you understand like the movement, it's like a way to move. It's a way to trade without trading, but that's easily said and so difficult to understand, even if you're experienced. The dangers of impermanent loss and or permanent gain are, just it's incredibly risky as an investment strategy. So, it's not something that even most experienced folks do. It's time consuming. It's stressful. So, yeah. Not something to jump in on, but watch everyone get wrecked, and maybe we can learn something or two along the way.
Here's a good example for you guys. So yesterday, everybody saw that an LP, that's a liquidity pool for SafeMoon, got hacked. I mean, it didn't really get hacked. Somebody exploited a mistake that they made in their code, and what they did is they burned all the Safe Moon in the pool, and then which made it worth a lot more. So it was versus BNB, and then they just sold their own Safe Moon to it and took out all the BNB, right? And then what happened is that people are like, oh, it's 50% up today. Well, they didn't realize there's no money in there, right? So I guarantee you, somebody took their bag of BNB or of Safe Moon or whatever, and they're like, well, yesterday this thing was only worth $1,000. Now according to this, it's worth 5,000. I'm selling it all and buying back. Well, they probably sold it all and only got $50 because they didn't check the liquidity pool and they didn't check the slippage. And not only that, is like they're used to paying taxes on that, so they were probably hitting, I'm okay with it, I'm okay with it, I'm okay with it, and guess what happened? They got zero money for what, right? But that's because they didn't understand liquidity and slippage, and so that's why it's important. You know, this is the stuff you got to learn. You know, if you're gonna research trade, you're gonna learn this stuff right now, right? So.
Tony's wrecked.
I'm waiting for him.
Hey, Humble, I know you've been spending some time over there just to learn and hopefully educate. Were you possibly over there yesterday in their big big meeting?
No, I wasn't. I didn't even see they had one.
Yeah, I was over here all day, but I did notice it. So I was just curious. That's all. It's unfortunate, but you know, writing was on the wall. And I don't even want to talk about it, but you know, apparently there's a fake one yesterday, and a lot of people then got hurt further. It's just a mess. Hex.com, free yourself.
You know, something that I found out is that the coins that got burned somehow reappeared. And so, like, what scares me is that if they have a burn address is an address that nobody has admin keys to, and yet they were able to reverse the coins without doing it through validators. So that would scare me, realizing that, oh, this isn't a true burn address anymore. They can actually take the coins out. That would scare me, and that's a scary thing. So I don't know why they aren't all up in arms about that, but I would be.
I feel icky even thinking about it. Yep. So bullish is tour, huh? You're like, is there like an official announcement already, or you just like kind of?
No, there's nothing. We're final. Well, semi-official because Cap already spoke about it on his stream. But yeah, the website's gonna launch soon. We're just like finalizing some stuff with some of the venues and dates and stuff like that.
That's cool.
So when the site goes live, people can like take action versus coming soon. So, but yeah, once everything is ready, which should be this week, yeah, the website will go live. He'll make an official announcement and start promoting it from there.
Sounds great. Anything in IRL and anything that brings folks together to actually meet and work together. Positive. This is great stuff. How many cities? Is it like 7 places right now, or?
Yeah, it's about like 7.
All right.
And
Nice.
SJ, who I know is listening, I don't know if she can talk, but yeah, she's gonna be going down there with a fully wrapped bus designed by Kool-Aid. So yeah, that's gonna be dope. So she's gonna
No, that's a Kool-Aid designed bus as well. He
yeah.
designs buses also.
Well, the wrap that's gonna be on the bus. He's helping out with that. Yeah.
Amazing.
So yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool.
Good stuff. Looking forward to hearing more about it.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, I just had a quick question. I mean, I'm still new at all this crypto stuff. I sacrificed for PulseX. I have some Hedron. I have some Hex, all that stuff. Got a separate laptop to do only crypto, and that's it with it. The thing I keep questioning myself with is, do you guys 100% recommend using a Trezor or something, or am I fine without using one of those if I only use that laptop for for crypto and I don't use it for anything else?
User Trezor is crucial. Trezor or Ledger is crucial.
Yeah, that's like a default operation.
Yeah, in our community, that's not even like optional. That's like mandatory.
Okay, now just because the guys that have invested also, they're like, dude, you don't even need to buy one of those. That's that's you're wasting your money. And then what about a VPN? Do you also recommend getting one of those?
Well, before we answer that, have you heard the story? Because I know you say you're new. Have you heard the story of a gentleman in our community who lost over $80 million for not having?
Yeah, I heard about that, but I thought that's because he emailed it to himself, like the.
Doesn't matter. That hardware wallet would have helped.
Yeah.
And add another layer of security.
So I was just curious.
There are stories literally like there are stories every single week of compromises with soft wallets and with internet wallets. So it's really, I mean, it's not even a conversation. I mean, it's really like the default mode to operate in the space.
Okay.
And even so even before we talk about anything else, speculation, even launchings of any new wonderful projects, it's like first things first, step on the right foot properly and secure whatever you're interested in and what you are investing in is really the most important thing.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're really just potentially wasting your time. And yeah, it's really
I'm usually working 12 to 14 hours a day, and if I'm not doing that, I'm spending time with my kids. So it's like I try to listen when I can. But
well, you wouldn't want your kids like walking around unsafe. So it's as simple as that. It's like it's like first things first. So
yeah.
Anyway.
You took the great step by like having a separate computer, so that's great. Add another layer of security and have the hardware wallet.
Okay, which one do you
and
guys
just keep on practicing best practice. Trezor or Ledger, whichever one you want. Like like in this community, you have people who lean towards one or the other, but at the end of the day, they're, to me, like from like a basic user standpoint, they're the same thing. So whether you have Trezor or Ledger, you're in good hands.
Okay, yeah. So I guess I'll go by K4K's video about using it because I don't know how the hell to use it. So I was just curious, guys.
What I did.
Okay.
Hey, just so you know, Bucker, the reason why it's important is you don't know if anybody did anything to your computer before you bought it. For one, you don't know if somebody else has used your computer without you knowing it. You don't know if one of the sites you use for your crypto all of a sudden a hazardous type of malware
or keyloggers
use them, right? Keylogger, yep, keylogger, and it's like if somebody's got a keylogger on you, you're going to lose your crypto pretty quickly. But if you have a hardware wallet, they won't have access to your keywords. The only place you will not enter your keywords, your keys anywhere but that wallet, and so there's no way to get to them, and that's why it's so important. Now, for people listening, if you are working with $100 in crypto right now, it's okay not to have a hardware wallet, okay? But eventually you're going to want one because $100 in crypto can turn to a lot more money. But just know this, when we're talking about this, a hardware wallet like a Trezor is like 70, 80 bucks. So it doesn't make sense to buy a hardware wallet. And I'm just telling the people listening, if you're only working with like a little bit of money, but if your money starts growing, you're going to want to end up getting
at least to have that security of having like a vault, so it's so to speak, a place to put what you are growing. Like if you have $100 and you're trading $100 at a time, or a lot of people have soft wallets to make transactions, but they transfer it securely to
Mhm.
a place that's safe. As well, like that place isn't like the device itself. Try and think of these hardware wallets as seed generating devices, as well as just devices that are storing, just facilitating you interacting with the blockchain. Your funds aren't actually on that device. It's like the takeaway is that you're creating your seed in a safe environment, not in a vulnerable environment, so
Mhm.
that going forward, that seed itself is created safely, and then you trust that going forward it's safe, and it doesn't even have to be on that device. You can create a seed and make it cold, and then it's just there, and then you can interact with it at any time in the future. So
Yeah, and to
And
add to that, go ahead.
no, go ahead, Bullish. Go.
I was gonna say, to add to that, like if you're planning on DCing in, this is what I do with my onboards, because I just want to like create like good habits within them. So I usually ask them, how much are you planning on DCing monthly, right? So usually it's anywhere from $500 to $1,000 a month. So before you even buy crypto, buy the hardware wallet first, because if your plan is to continue to bring money into the system, get your security on point first. Sacrifice a week or two of buying crypto in order to get your security on point, and then the next week then you buy crypto, or the next 2 weeks or the next month, or whatever your plan is. But if your plan is to DCA, get the hardware wallet out the way first. It's the best investment you're gonna make.
Yeah,
I
I
totally agree.
and I already sacrificed for PulseX, so I guess it's not too late. I can do a like a recovery. Isn't that what like recover my account?
you can. It's called a migration,
Yeah.
but that's not saving that from potentially being compromised. And if it is compromised, then it doesn't save you from that. It just sort of plugs everything
it's
up
Yeah.
and makes you safe going forward in terms of how you interact with that wallet. But if anyone has compromised you previously, there's nothing you can do. So that's
Yeah, if
why
you
it's
know
so
for
important
sure
to
you're
create
not
these
compromised,
seeds. Yeah.
if you know for sure you're not compromised, you're better off transferring uh once you receive your sacrifice to a new hardware wallet versus migrating it, because it's just much safer, to like Jocelyn's point. But if you know you're compromised already, there's probably not much you can do, but migrating it over to a hardware wallet will add an extra layer.
So
I think
wait
it's
till it launches and then send it, and then after I've already created a hardware wallet account, send it over to that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. If you know for sure you're not compromised.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate it.
and I wanted to add to that. It's good to know how to operate the system. I just not too long ago installed my Trezor, and I had it for a long time, but I was so scared. I thought it was going to be something very complicated, and to my surprise, it was not. Just it's very easy to follow instructions, and it is doesn't matter if you have $100 or if you have 1,000. The important thing is that you're starting to get to know how to operate this wallet or this system. So when you really have to move stuff over there, and obviously if you have hex, in the future it's going to be a lot. So no matter how little you have, I will definitely protect it as much as I can. It's like having, yes, I have a lock in the front door of my house, but if I put a Trezor or Ledger, it will be having like 7 locks. So for someone, if they wanted to break in, it will be a lot more difficult. So that's what it's important. It's not that complicated. Don't be scared
Okay.
to install it.
Thank you.
It's very self-explanatory. You're welcome. And there's YouTube. What I did, I was afraid. I went to YouTube and I check a lot of several streamers that show you how to install, and it was very, very simple for me.
Yeah, because that's my worst fear. I'd be so pissed if
Yeah,
I see that I have a shit ton of money and then it disappears on me because it was hacked. So I was just curious, and like I said, I
that's
have these
right.
guys that that have invested that I work with, and they're like, dude, you're just overthinking it. You're worrying about it too much. You don't need to worry about that
Th-
unless you're a big
those
wallet. I
guys are
wouldn't worry
wrecked, man.
about it.
Those guys are wrecked.
The beauty
They're
about
gonna
it is when you're prepared and you're secured, you don't have to worry about it. So what you're doing is actually good. So the best way to solve that for you to stop worrying about it is to just get yourself prepared, and then it's no longer an issue.
Yep. And you know what? You can practice. What I did, so to make sure that I did things right, I move little amounts back and forth just to make sure I know how to operate the system. I install it, I transfer back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, so I can practice. It's like doing a driving test. You know, you're gonna go there and you need to practice before you go to take the test. So it's not that
And
complicated.
it's really not that different from, like, if you're already used to using MetaMask, you're still using MetaMask.
Yep.
It's just at some point your hardware wallet is gonna say click some buttons, verify that what you're doing is accurate and correct, and it's basically the same thing.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I just needed to hear it from all you guys have been doing it, because like I said, I'm so damn busy all the time. It's hard to. All I have is these guys that that I'm around that tell me, and I'm like, dude,
No,
I'm not listening to you
no,
guys. You guys are still new at crypto
that's
too,
all
so
the
I'm
more
not
reason,
listening.
man. It's all the more reason to just set yourself up. You'll be set up. It'll take no more than a day, and then you're safe, and then you can maybe help them out a little bit too, because
But
when they start having trouble and can't find wallets and stuff.
Bunker, you have children, right? You say you have children. Bunker, you have children, right?
Yeah, I have 3.
You have
Yep.
children, right?
Yep.
Okay, would you seat your children on the car without the seatbelt?
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
think so, right?
Yep, you're exactly right. Yep.
So this is I will protect them. I have children too myself. So I will protect my children as much as I can. And I will take every measurement that I can to protect them. Do the same with your crypto, because that's your children's future right there.
Georgia, I'm gonna borrow that one with my onboard.
Absolutely. Hey guys,
Yeah, that's a good one.
it's not it's not a trademark. You guys, I learned everything from you. I just changed it to simple words so people like me could understand. If there's an imam out there who's sick and putting their money in the 401k and see it going down every single year, I will do whatever it takes. You have to, so you can use a sunscreen. Would you take your child to the beach without sunscreen? No, right? You need to protect it. But the seatbelt, I think it's more like life or death thing. Same thing with crypto. Your crypto is going to survive if you protect it. If you don't, it might be at risk. So.
Yeah, I appreciate the help, guys. It makes me feel a little better knowing that what I'm doing is the right thing. So, thank you.
Take care. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to us. I'm taking credit for everyone. Sorry.
You're a real Mexican. You're asking questions and taking action.
That's right. That's right. And any question, guys, if you're out there, if you're down there, if you don't feel, oh my God, I'm not going to ask this question, believe me, if you have that question, probably I do too. So no question is a small question. This question is it's a silly question. Every question counts here. So we're lucky to have experts. My goodness, we are so lucky, guys. This community is so amazing because we have access to knowledge that maybe no one else does. So this is what is important, to be here on the spaces and always come here for resources. And also all the streamers, you were talking about K4K, which is amazing. If I could understand, he's like very complicated for me sometimes. I'm not at that level yet, but I enjoy him. He's a sweetheart. Oh my God, he's such a sweetheart. He's amazing. Right. But here's like you have all levels of Mexican of knowledge.
K4K is amazing. I mean, but even K4K at some point, wouldn't advocate for a hard wallet as being absolutely necessary. I think now he's hopefully changed his tune, but he used to promote it being, quote, easier to bring on onboards, and that it wasn't absolutely necessary. And that's really not 100% responsible to bring in onboards to create wallets that, going forward into the future aren't created with a 24-word seed phrase that aren't intrinsically secure, or at least that you're not understanding, getting into it, that you're not secure, thinking that you're safe. But his information is invaluable and top notch, from liquidity providing, to hardware wallet support. But other videos too, you want to maybe point to Magic Carpet Ride and folks like Papa Boner, and they have very specific videos on migration and seed phrases and how to set stuff up. So all of the above, there's incredible wealth of information in this community. So wherever you get it, please don't sleep on just the intrinsic importance of starting off with a hardware wallet. And in other news, what do we have? 8.3 USDC. Very exciting. Oh, wow. A lot of movement. Being sarcastic, we're flatlining for a little while. What's going to happen? Will Hex explode? We're going straight sideways right now.
I was just thinking during our conversation how, like my sacrifice wallet was a MetaMask wallet that I sacrificed from for like PulseX. And I'm like, oh, what happens if I lost that? Well, the sacrifice was like, what, year and a half ago? And at the time, it was a good chunk of my bag. But like Bullish said, we kept DCAing as the prices went down. And now my sacrifice is such a small portion of buying a little bit here and there. And you guys, I'm talking about DCAing. I'm talking about $50 to $200 little things, every week or two. And now I'm not so worried anymore because it's even if it opens up like 20x of what I put in there, it's such a small thing compared to Hex and Hedron that I have, compared to it because of DCA and what it's done since then. And if you guys were, been here last year and a half, you'd have that same opportunity and how powerful the DCA works. So it's just kind of cool thinking about that.
Yeah, to add to that, and I'll share a personal story. Like when I first came, I've been DCing into Hedron since week one. While everyone was fudding and selling the crap out of it and telling everyone not to buy it, et cetera, I just DCA'd a small portion of my weekly DCA into Hedron. And when Hedron started pumping and that wallet went over 6 figures, it was like, yeah, DCA works. Don't let no one FUD you out of DCA. It works. Try it and test it. Just whatever your plan is, whether it's weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, just stick to it no matter what the price is. Don't get FUDed out. And when things start pumping, you will be rewarded.
Yeah, just so you guys know, it's not like I have huge bigs. I'm just saying that compared to where they were a year and a half ago, and because the price went down so far in hex, never realized how much that mattered in DCA. So Bullish is right. Follow his advice, not his non-advice.
Yeah, like it's not financial advice. I'm just saying DCA works. Like the amount I was putting into Hedron compared to Hex is like peanuts. Like obviously, like I was buying a shitload of Hex compared to like Hedron. But the small amount of Hedron that I was DCAing for weeks, if I remember, I think it was like week 18 or 19 or something like that. This thing started going up, and it made all the difference. My Hedron bag ended up becoming bigger than my Hex bag, even though I was putting more economic energy into Hex.
Yeah, the timing of that is incredible. I mean, if you're paying attention, but even just understanding that, you know, DCAing into Hedron is valuable, and it's, you know, because of the ecosystem, it's that feedback loop. If you understand the value of Hedron, like look what's happening on the auctions right now. You can obtain incredible value T-shares at an incredible discount if you're so willing to interact with the HSI auctions, for example. And that's right now, and that will be ongoing into the future. So DCAing into something like Hedron, which you'll get your copy as well as Hex, might be valuable for you in the future.
So
So let's move that into Pulse and PulseX. And like what I was going to get to is that if I lost my sacrifice, say like the wallet that's not air gapped with a treasure that I sacrificed from, if a hacker got to it before I did to move it, I wouldn't really be that mad. I mean, I would be mad, but it wouldn't be the worst thing ever, because now I know that over the next year, I just got to do the exact same thing I just did with Hex and Hedron, and that Bullish did with Hedron, which is DCA. You know,
that's true. Hey, I was just curious. The HSI stakes, how do you value them in terms of knowing if you're paying enough? Like, how do you value knowing if you're paying too much for the stake, or how do you figure?
Oh, like the HSI
Yeah,
stakes? You mean like on the
yeah,
auction?
yeah. How do you figure out
Well,
the
you want to know,
T-shares?
how I do it? So there's people that just go by T-shirt. There's people that go by like that Kosei they can get for them. I go by Hex. So I look at the original Hex. Let's just say like I'm just gonna use like 100,000 Hex as a round number. If it's 100,000 Hex, I'm like, okay, so there's 100,000 Hex. I write that down, and let's say that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Let's say that's 12 T-shares. And I go, okay, it's a 555 stake, and it's 5% done. So I take 5555 times 0.05, and it tells me how many days that is, which is like, let's just say it's like 200 or 500 days, right? And so I take, okay, so it's run for 500 days. I take that times 6.3 Hex that it per T-share per day. So I take the 500 days, times it by 6.3, that pays out daily, that's just an average, and I times that by the T-shares, which is 12, which gives me 6,030, let's just say 40,000, right? So there's 140,000 Hex right there, that's for sale. And, you know, I take that times 10 cents, if that's the price of Hex at the moment, and that is $14,000, right? Well, if I'm using $4,000 worth of Hedron to win that, I'm okay with that. That's kind of what people are doing now. They're not going by what they can arbitrage it for anymore. They're going by, like, if I was to take money and put it into Hedron and buy a Hex stake, how much Hex would I get? versus if I took that same money and just bought hex. Well, in this case, you just saved, you only paid 2/7 of what you'd pay for a normal hex, right? So you're paying out of, if the hex is 10 cents, you're paying 3 cents per hex. And so people would be pretty okay with that. And that's how I judge it, because I look for like the long term, not what I can get right now for it, right? So I guess it depends on you. So that's just the formula I use. I count how much hex is there and how much hedron I'm bidding on it, and hopefully I'm getting like a 50 or 40 or 50% deal on it.
And if you want a website that will help you with that too, look into hedron.com. So if you go to lookintohedron.com, Crypto Sloth created it, who's like the prince of Hedron. So yeah, look into that website, and a lot of the stuff that Humble just explained, the website will do for you.
Thanks for that information and that detailed explanation, man. Thanks a lot.
No problem. You can go just by principle too. And look into Hedron. It only works for the top 6, and sometimes there's ones that have been sold, and so you can't really look at any that are for auction. So that's why it's good to know.
What about
Yeah, if you click on the menu, then it'll give you access to the calculators, and you can manually input those values, and then it'll let you know if it's a good deal or not.
is HSI Watch still active as well?
Yep, it's active, and it just got updated. So he just updated it. So there's like a whole new user interface. He did some optimizations to the back end, so it works a lot faster. So yeah, it's up and running.
So HSI Watch, what is that, .com?
Yeah, hsiwatch.com.
Yeah, that's another good one. Yeah, incredible data provided. I mean, these are all community created sites, just incredible stuff.
And Dev Huey has one. What's the name of his?
X model.
Yeah, hexmodel.com.
Humble D, I just want to say thank you so much for going through that process and explaining kind of your strategy on looking at HSI stakes. Really, really helpful. I did have a question that came up actually listening to the space this morning, and that was with the Hedron stakes, the HSI stakes, is it better, does anybody have an opinion on is it better to claim some Hedron now for the copy, or it won't really matter for the copy to PulseChain?
It'll, instead of claiming it. So the difference is you either claim it right now and you'll get a copy of your liquid Hedron, right? But then it'll be still printing. Like you'll get a copy of the stake, and now you'll be able, the next time you claim Hedron, you have to claim it on 2 different stakes, right? One on PulseChain and one on Ethereum, right? If you didn't claim it, it would copy, the fork would happen, and then you just have to claim it on 2 stakes now. And you wouldn't have liquid going into it. So I don't really see much of a difference really, because it's going to be negligible on PulseChain. And supposedly, if you think about PulseChain, supposed to be helping Ethereum on its load value, so that might actually lower the GUE. You might be paying less if you wait. Who knows? Speculation, right? So stuff to think about.
Yeah, I appreciate it. That's I think I just needed confirmation in my mind that was kind of one of the paths to look at. The other thing I've been looking at too is the staking of Hedron through the site. I don't recall it at the moment, but I haven't really taken a look at the benefits of really staking Hedron after you claim it.
Yeah, the ICOSA. Yeah, exactly. One of the other values of DCAing into Hedron is that you can stake that as well at ICOSA, at the app.icosa.
Yeah, so that was
the advantage of it, Bo, is it's pretty simple. It's if you're staking Hedron for ICOSA, you're getting about 80% APR yield on it, 80% right now. So, yeah, I mean, it's just if you're going to be holding your Hedron anyways, you can stake it for 30 days, you know, up to like 1.2 billion Hedron before it turns into 90 days. So if you have less than that, you can stake it, and the minimum stake length is 30 days at that point, and you're just going to earn free ICOSA for it. So if you're not going to use it anyways for 30 days, just stake it. You'll get free money. That's all.
So,
I mean, depending on the gas you pay, right?
so I got the two websites, lookintahedron.com and then hexmodel.com. And then what was the other one?
Nextmodel.com.
HSIWatch.com.
Oh, hsiwatch.com. All right, thanks.
And the staking is icosa.pro or hedron.pro to get for that, the app for that.
Yeah, Humble, I really think that your input this morning on walking through that process of analyzing or looking at an HSI stake on auction, I don't know if it's been talked about a lot in the spaces. I mean, I don't hear about it, and I'm on spaces every day. So I just think it's a huge value. So thanks for sharing.
No problem. So just want to say you're welcome. And a lot of stuff, a lot of us don't really think about unless somebody asks us. So that's why it's important that you guys actually come up here and ask the questions, because some of it, you know, we do every day and we don't think about it. Otherwise, yeah, we're okay with sharing all this information with you guys. Just sometimes we don't even, it's just natural, you know. But just FYI, these are all usually, these HSIs are mostly 5,555 day stakes. And so they're recommended if that's what you're planning on doing, a 15-year stake. Now, I personally believe that this isn't created yet, but I believe somebody will make like an AVE for these stakes where if I wanted to put it up as collateral, I could, and you know, take loans against it if that was the case. So I actually buy a lot more than what I normally would because I believe that's going to happen. So yeah, I mean, that's why I love these HSIs, because they're tokenized, so you can move them around, and if I wanted to, or you wanted to, you can sell them on OpenSea. People are selling them on OpenSea as well. I know people that buy them on OpenSea because they don't like having to repeat the bid over and over against others. They just pay that little bit extra and just buy it straight out on OpenSea. So that's also an option for you guys as well. So.
Yeah, I'm not. I want to add to that, but not for people to FOMO in. But if you know the history of Hedron and ICOSA, you know for damn sure Alex has something up his sleeve. What that is, we don't know, but it's definitely gonna play on whatever he's built. So yeah, that's good speculation. And for anyone who's listening who doesn't know what I'm talking about, he thought of ICOSA before of Hedron. So Hedron was already in the books before. I'm sorry, ICOSA was already in the books before Hedron even launched. So This guy's already 10 steps ahead.
And he has like a validator project that he's working on too, so that you can be a validator without having the hardware.
Yeah, that's something new that he pulled out last minute. But yeah, but there's other stuff he's working on that even myself I'm not aware of, but I know he's working on something, and it's all gonna tie into what he already built. So what Humble is saying is good speculation. I'm not co-signing it for people to FOMO in, but it's definitely solid speculation. And then to a point that Humble made before about if you don't ask certain questions, we won't think of certain stuff. I'm not sure who asked the Hedron question, but once you started asking, I started thinking about the E-Hedron to P-Hedron pairing and how that's going to look. And I didn't think about it until you started asking these questions. So yeah, keep on asking questions, guys.
Yeah, that was me because I was just trying to figure out how to value the HSI stakes and figure out what I would bid on them.
So yeah, so when someone asked about like if it's worth minting prior, I wasn't thinking about it before, but yeah, like if you want to do some LP plays or you want to, play around with the price, then yeah, it might make sense minting it before it launches. So you go in with something liquid and then you can pair those in a liquidity and try to bring the price up on the other side. So yeah, there's a lot of things you can do once you have access to your liquid before PulseChain launches. And it's something I wasn't thinking about until you guys started asking questions.
Yeah, like if you guys were to ask me, like I'm keeping a lot of my original Hedron on my stakes. Like all the Hedron that I've used, I've bought, right? I was like bullish. I was buying it when it was cheap, when everybody was selling it. And then once it went up in price, I pretty much stopped. But I haven't minted any of my Hedron, and mainly just because it's really not worth it. But I'll tell you what, when PulseChain forks, it'll be worth minting it every other day. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna be so cheap to run the function to mint Hedron off your stakes. So like I personally, I want to keep my Hedron on my Ethereum stakes because I plan on using that to pay for my Ethereum gas to pay to unstake my Ethereum, right? So by waiting to fork, when it comes to PulseChain, I'm like, oh, well now I can mint this, the forked stake. I can mint this Hedron now, and it's a lot cheaper, and I'm not losing any money, and I can use that Hedron for whatever, right? So like that's me personally. It's just something I thought about in the past, and it's like that's probably what I'll do. I don't need to mint it, but if I've got it there anyways and I can use it to generate other income, I'm be stupid not to, right? So, I mean, if you're holding liquid Hedron for no reason, you're planning on holding it, like I said, for more than 30 days, I don't know why you wouldn't stake it. Mainly because ICOSA is in a high inflation right now still, and like 30 days right now of staking like your Hedron will be equal to like 180 days yield a year from now of that same stake, right? So you're actually making a lot more now by doing it now, just because you're here now and not as many people are staking yet. But as Hex becomes more popular, as the bull market starts and more of a momentum economic like push, there'll be a lot more stakers. And when that happens, inflation is going to be spread out more and you'll be receiving less of it. But because there's not a lot of stakers in the grand scheme of things, you have an opportunity to earn more of that pool. So if you got liquid Hedron, you're just holding it, take it, man.
He goes, do you need a receipt? I said, nope, no face, no case.
No face, no case.
Yeah, it's great advice. Thank you. I have another question. When I was going over one of Alex's sites, I guess it would be the Hedron ICOSA website. I saw a couple things that I wanted to send as suggestions to Alex, mostly for naming. so the average user coming into it would be able to understand it a little bit better. Anybody have a recommendation to get into Alex's DMs? Would it be through Twitter or maybe through
Telegram will be the best bet.
Yeah, Telegram, definitely. If you're familiar, you can navigate to some of their groups. They're very helpful chats, and Alex often himself will pop in, believe it or not. And yeah, highly recommended to hit Telegram.
Yeah, go into the Telegram, tag him with your message, and he'll get to you. If not, like one of the admins will bring it to his attention. He's really good at responding.
So I don't follow Hedron, Icosa in Telegram as much. So would this be just a general Hedron Telegram chat?
There's two of them. There's a Hedron chat and an Icosa chat. He's active in both of them. If you go to and I'll DM it to you to make sure you get into the right one. And yeah, and just pretty much tag him and he'll respond. He'll definitely respond to you.
Great, thanks guys. So and then one more question for the community. One thing that doesn't get mentioned much is, sometimes Richard's looking for feedback on things, or when testnet v3 launched, how does the community submit or make suggestions, and it gets back to the dev team in some way? Is there a certain channel, or is there a certain thing on the code that they have, or like where is the best place if there was suggestions to submit them?
GitHub.
Okay, so
I sent Richard a suggestion on the first V2 when it first opened up on something that was going on, and he said, "Man, just go to GitHub and put it on there." He just sent me the link.
So anybody can go. Anybody can go to GitHub, and actually there's a place where the public, let's say, can actually comment or make suggestions without being part of the team.
Yeah, it's GitLab. But yeah, once you create a GitLab account, then yeah, you can add comments.
Great, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, very accessible. And just one note on, if anyone is attempting to navigate to DM and receive information, just make sure that you get the correct, profiles and correct groups within, whether it be Twitter. There are a lot of imitations. So, check the follower count, and just, check one or two other sources that you're following the same person. Similarly, in Telegram, there are a lot of imitation groups that are redundant. So you might find 4, hex groups. So check the member count and confirm.
The official Telegram group is on hedron.pro. If you go on hedron.pro website, you will be able to get all documentation for Hedron and the Telegrams. The official website, hedron.pro.
Yep, often hopping around there, as I say, you find like four groups, and they all have different member counts, and very often there are just straight up imitation accounts with imitation members that are that have the same username. So just confirm before you start interacting.
But you'd be good at hedron.pro. There's no way that hedron.pro. A lot of people don't use hedron.pro because there's icosa.pro, but hedron.pro is the main site. What's up, guys?
What's up, bro? I heard you stuck a finger where the sun don't shine and messed it up.
Yeah, pretty much. My finger's all fucked. I cut my nail is like half. It's like half cut. Could have lost my finger. Honestly, I could have lost my finger. I lost a lot of blood, man. It was fucking deep. I passed out. I was like, anyways, I'm here. I'm good. The finger's still good. I can feel a bit of. It's not numb anymore, so we're good, man. You anything? Real congratulations, big moves. I saw that. I want to give you a big shout out. And yeah, no Forget about us.
Of course not. Are we streaming tonight? You good to stream
Yeah,
tonight?
of course. I'm 100% good to stream. 1000%. I'm gonna do a bit of research this afternoon because I haven't been involved, but yeah, I think we're gonna have a good show today. What do you think?
You know me, I'm ready. You guys have to show up and be ready to talk.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I was saying, you know me, I'm ready. You guys have to be ready to come in and talk.
You know, last week out V3, I was like, "Oh yeah, good job, RG. Let's go, let's stream." But and then later on after the stream, I was realizing I was like, "Oh shit, we were supposed to stream anyways." Yeah, and I completely forgot because of V3. I had completely forgot we had a stream. Thank God he came and warned me. I would have been.
The entire stream, you were in La La Land trying to figure out the block.
Oh shit, man. So
No, but it makes sense. I'm really excited.
So in the chat this morning, Famous, I've listened to a lot of your spaces, especially on here. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask, but you know, my family's been looking to move to Portugal potentially under the Golden Visa. Have you seen much change in crypto regulations, specifically related to tax in the last year, or what's coming in the next 1 or 2 years?
for that, obviously, you know, I'm not a tax expert. Just recently became a citizen in Portugal. I do know that there are a lot of tax havens in their system regularly for businesses, individually, so on and so forth. Now, I do know off the bat of my head that when the crypto becomes a source of when it's the main source of income, there's no way around it. Now, there are ways around it if it's not your income. There's a gentleman I can actually put you forward to him. He actually has a tax company in Portugal. He came in the spaces. I'm gonna link you up with him because he actually does that for a living, taxes, and he would be able to explain to you what's going on right now. Because right now they're doing a lot of legislation. I'm more in tune with like the real estate side because that's what we're doing. Like that's what our IRL business is. But I haven't really looked into the taxing of capital gains and so on and so forth. But crypto. But I could tell you, you know, Brazil is going very positive moving forward with cryptocurrency, and Brazil has a lot of people that live here in Portugal. So there's no way in hell that they won't allow, you know, the Brazilians to do what they're supposed to do. And at the same time, too, there are constantly purchases and sales and houses in crypto. So I don't think crypto is going anywhere in Portugal. Now, for the taxation part of it, Portugal is still a tax haven, but there are ways around it. I don't want to tell you stuff and it's not true, but I'm gonna link you with the gentleman crypto taxes. Give me a second. I'm gonna send you his link.
Yeah, thanks, Famous. I really appreciate it. Another question, I don't know if you want to disclose or not disclose online, but I know you've commented before you're from Canada, which is the same country I'm from. And I do know you have roots, I think, in Europe in some way, or you've had an ability to, you know, get your Portuguese citizenship. Is there a way that a Canadian can become a dual citizen and still have tax advantages? Or I mean, from your own personal experience, I'm not looking for advice.
Yeah, so I'm Italian. I'm a Portuguese citizen. Well, I'm a resident now because I have the right through the Shenzhen to become a citizen. Now, the beauty about being Canadian is that you do keep your both citizenship. So if you were to gain citizenship in Europe, I don't know. Do you have any bloodline relating to that?
Yeah, no bloodline, like for instance, like you would have,
Like
that I know of,
grandfather, like
anyways.
grandfather, not even like anyone, anywhere in your, like any blood, because there are certain countries that don't do it. But if you have one member that had bloodline, which was any European, there are ways that you can acquire it through bloodline.
That's
That's
actually
how
a
I
really good
got it.
piece of
That's how I got it, because my father neutralized, meaning that he's not Italian anymore, but he was born Italian. And when I was born, he was not Italian anymore. So I technically wasn't allowed to get it by birth, but I was allowed to get it by bloodline because my grandparents had my parents when they were still Italian. So technically, I'm still Italian. And I think it works for Portugal, Spain, France, Romania, and there are a couple others that they do by blood descendants.
Mexico.
Yeah, Mexico too. That you just need one hex in. But yeah, but we there. I would go ahead and because when you get the golden visa, you're good. You're like, it doesn't matter what it is. You're getting it as you get it. Now they have been monitoring that and not allowing people to acquire it, or making it very difficult for people to acquire it. Now, is your goal to move permanently?
Yeah, that's a really good question. You know, it's still actually, I think, a question that's up in the air. I mean, we have 3 kids, and I think uprooting kids and moving to another country is a huge decision for them, you know, for their future, and they're still pretty young. um, you know, so I just keep getting feedback and listening to your spaces and listening to, you know, more about Portugal. Seems like a great place, seems like a great place to potentially raise a family. I'm just not sure if it matches kind of the lifestyle that we like to lead here in Canada. You know, lots of trees, going for quad rides, having fire pits, having smokies, you know. So yeah, I think it would be a big adjustment,
You want
you
my
know, for
honest,
a
you want my
family.
honest opinion? Thinking like, my honest
100%.
opinion, the education we get in Canada, one, is fucking cheap as hell. Two, if your children are in a school where they do receive an international degree or diploma, like I received for high school, college, I could have gotten it for university, but I quit. I just quit university. I said it wasn't for me. I was in actuarial math, but there are certain schools in Canada that have the diploma is recognizable worldwide, so it's international. So they wouldn't have to redo it. Like, let me give you an example. Someone from Portugal coming to Canada would not have a valid diploma unless they go and they learn the language. But us, we would have a valid diploma to work. We would just not. They probably just wouldn't hire us because we don't know how to speak. But legally, we would be allowed because our diploma is valid. It is an international diploma. So for the education of your children, for the price, I do think Canada is still the best for that. Now, obviously, you get healthcare here and healthcare there. Um, for it also, like, that's why I was asking, because if you want to permanently move here, that's a big choice, especially if you have children. Now, if you want to temporarily move here, meaning that so much on the year you guys come here, or for yourself that you just want to gain the benefits in order to maybe get some different benefits in crypto, well, then that creates a big tax problem, because then your crypto, it depends on where you're doing your taxes, right? So as a dual citizen, I had the choice to either maintain my uh I still keep residency, but where I do my taxes is completely different. So it's one or the other. I can't do both. Now, I can have residency in both. I just have to live 6 months in one and 6 months in the other, right? Quote unquote. But for when it comes to taxation, you're only taxed in one place. So it's either you make your income and you recognize yourself as a European, or you make income and recognize yourself as Canadian for your income. But your residency, you choose. You can have dual citizenship. The residency, sorry, you can only have one. My bad. I'm confusing the words. Yeah, you can only have one residency, but you can keep both citizenship, and you keep your benefits as a Canadian. So like for myself, I changed. I'm resident in Europe, but as long as I go back to Canada every 6 months, I keep my benefits as a Canadian, my health card, and so on and so forth. I keep all that stuff. So if ever I just want to switch, I could just go to the place and say, I'm here now, and just claim taxes in Canada. But Canada still thinks I'm there because legally I am still there until I spend 6 months outside of Canada, and then I lose my benefits as a Canadian citizen. But then I can always go get it back. I just have to show up to Canada and stay in Canada. I think for like 6 months, can't leave the country, and then I get it back.
Yeah, that's actually really helpful advice. I appreciate you sharing a little bit about what you figured out, and I know you've been there quite a while. But
also, you're
these are the
also gonna have. Sorry to interrupt you. There's also, I would speak to someone in Canada for your exiting, in case you want to exit out of Canada. My father looked at it and decided not to because of how much Canada dicks you to have that exit tax. So my father is not going to, we're all slowly gonna move to Europe, but my dad, until he dies, is gonna stay in Canada until he like uses up all his fucking money, because or else they're taking half of it away for like no fucking reason. So he's like, fuck it, I'm staying here. I'm like, okay. It doesn't mean you can't live, in Europe. But doing that big change for your children, especially if they're like in high school, I wouldn't suggest it, because it is very, 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 very useful, our education in Canada. I'm not gonna lie, like it, and for the price too, like for what you're getting,
Yeah, it's really helpful advice. I didn't know if we could, potentially become dual citizenships and then choose your place of residency. So, I mean, the points that you've touched on and suggested are super helpful to kind of get me down that path. I mean, I'm already connected online to, I guess you could say, expats that are looking to help people and stuff like that into Portugal. But there has been quite a few questions, and my wife and I keep talking about, are we moving? Are we not moving? But maybe this gives us a bit of flexibility to think about, and that's probably the ultimate strategy, is to spend time in both places, but to create income and some type of life in Portugal without giving up where we live currently. So anyways, thanks for sharing.
My
Appreciate
pleasure.
it.
I'm trying to DM you. I don't like saying this, but if you could follow me, I could DM you. I'll DM you the guy's profile. Perfect.
Yeah, following you.
And obviously, moving is a big step, but if you're willing, to check it out for property, obviously we have our own real estate agency and we have our own property management company. So if ever you have any questions, just message me and we could set up a call or something.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I've noticed that you've commented on that, and that seems to be one of your focuses, is your property management and properties there. Can you give me the approximate town that you live in? Is it like on the southern side of Portugal, close to the water?
Yeah.
Or where
It's
did you decide?
at Portimao, Praia de Rocha. I'll send you I'll send you where I live.
How have you enjoyed, moving and spending half your time in Portugal, growing up, or let's say, spending part of your time in Canada? How has the transition been for you yourself?
So if you're asking famous now at 31 years old, or when I was at 30 when I made this decision, it was super easy. It's what I wanted. If you would have asked me when I was 27, 26, I would have never have wanted this. I would have, I'd moved out. I'd bought my own place in Canada. I moved up north, from Montreal. I moved up north. It was good, quiet, like you said, the trees. I had all that stuff. I had no sound, nothing. Nice 45 minutes to the city, drive, highway only, you name it, right? So like before, I don't think I never would have saw myself. I gave up. I played hockey, so I gave up scholarships in Vermont and in New York to not leave my family because I didn't want that. I didn't like that. I never wanted to be away from my family, so I never really saw myself doing this. But now, obviously, it's very lonely. But I thank myself so much that I did it because I always felt out of place being a son of immigrants, and it's not because I had been subjected to any racism or whatever. Like even though I was, because I'm in Quebec because it's French, but it was more the culture. So my grandparents and just all of that. So coming back home and seeing people with the same culture, the language, um, it's more me. I said that I guess it's growing up as a man. You could find yourself in a month, just like you couldn't have found yourself for 30 years. So like I would say it's spiritually pleasing because of everything that happened with COVID and how I don't trust our government anymore, and the people that are in line to who believe in what the Canadian government is. But it's also opportunity. The opportunity that you had in Montreal was not the same as you have here, and the way I am, the way we are, me and my friends, uh, we probably wouldn't have done as well. We would have gotten ourselves more into trouble. We would have maybe not as have been closer to our roots than we are now. Let's just put it like that. You know what I mean? So I think it's a good move for those, but it is hard. Like being alone, the language, having to, at the beginning, I was always with Google Translate. Now I speak. Now it's like everyone's surprised. They're all like, oh, wow, you speak now? Like, wow. But I guess it's not, the word wouldn't be tough skin, but it does take one who, like, how do I explain this? Like, it's not everyone's cup of tea. Let's just put it like that. Doing transition. I'm lucky I have a friend here who's been living here for a long time, and he really, really, really helped me. So I'm lucky that I had someone there to guide me. But if I were to have done this alone, I don't know. It is a big change. I could tell you that.
Well, Famous, I've never had a chance to thank you. I've listened to many of your spaces and many of the spaces with the other speakers. So just a personal thank you to all the effort that you put into these spaces and explaining what hex mining is, or,
Minting.
and everybody else at minting,
Hex
right?
minting.
Minting. And explaining contract terms and ideas, and so just thank you to you. I'm generally very quiet, and I like to listen and to learn and not chime in as much, but I know the speakers have keep giving and giving and giving of their time and their energy to build this community, and it's helped me and helped me to onboard others into the community. And so just thanks to you guys to always be there and show up every day.
You know what, man? Thank you for also showing up and listening, and allowing us to give this to you guys, because although yes, we do a lot, I really thank you guys, because if those who didn't listen, it wouldn't be what it is. And thank you for the kind words. It really means a lot to me, because I do care a lot about you guys. So thank you. It means a lot, man. And if there's anything, just we're connected, so just hit me up, man. I'm always here for any question. It might take some time with the texting. I'm sorry if anyone, but I'm really bad at that. But if you could catch me on the spaces, it's probably the best thing. It's probably I'm fucking busy, super busy. But yeah, appreciate it, man. Cheers to you. I see Samantha and Georgia again in here at the same time. What's happening? Gotta give you guys
Yes,
some,
we're
some
the ladies
co-host
of
or
Hex.
what?
We need to represent.
¿Qué
Of
pasa, mami?
course, we're here. We show love. This is the place to be at. This is I was telling him it's where I go get my knowledge. Thanks to you guys. It's not only about crypto and money. It's about the community. And I had probably the best time. I have to admit, I have the best time of my life being a Hexican. It's weird to say, and I have a lot of good times, guys. So I think this is more than just about money. It's about finding friends and different personalities and fighting. We with you, famous. We had he made me cry once, guys. But I love him for that because I've learned so much. It was like tough love. And if you are there, if sometimes you receive tough love from this crowd of amazing brothers and sisters of Hexico, uh, it's better than a fraternity house or a sorority house. It's real life, and I love it, and I absolutely love it. I'm here. I'm up here putting my face out there, and not saying too much because the experts that are speaking, or I'm very interested in learning, like just like you two. But it's important to show that women are Hexican, that we are part of this crypto world and we're here to stay and we need to lead the way. I feel like this is like a famous. I wanted to say the same thing. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to see who was speaking. I think it was um, Bonkers. I think it was speaking, but this is like the lighthouse. This is like a lighthouse. Every site that you guys do and all the time and all the effort that you guys put into these spaces is like, if I'm lost, if I'm lonely, if I'm lost in knowledge, if I'm lonely at home without the kids, thank God. Sometimes I don't know what to do sometimes with my time. I come here. It's like the bar from Cheers. For me, it's a lighthouse that I can go and always find someone. So thank you for that. Thank you for the knowledge. Yes, and the women are present and we're here and we want more. We have an incredible amount of amazing and talented women like Samantha. We have, oh my God, KDP. We have Serena Lonsi, Lindsay. I can't name all of them because it will be unfair.
Dude,
But
100%. It's like me
who we
sometimes when
are.
I have to thank people from the space. It's like, fuck, man. It's like, jeez, I'm gonna forget someone. I know it. And then 10 minutes
It's
later, I'm like, how can I
impossible.
forget that person? Jesus.
And then you get the DMs. How did you forget about
You
me?
know what I
I
mean?
feel
Like
that way the other.
it's like at some point it's like, well, if you weren't there, I just read everyone that was in the space. Like
Dude, it was funny. I was laughing because the other day I felt the same. It was a big space and the big guys were there, Fun and Jim and Mo and everybody was there. And I love that. My number one thing when I do the crazy things that I do is to promote and give ideas or give the okay for other people to do it better. I'm just doing crazy things until someone else comes. And we have this amazing person that now is doing a lot of videos, Westcott.
mm.
And they were saying, "Oh yeah, he's doing amazing with these videos and this songs." And I was like, "What about me? I'm doing this freaking Hollywood productions, and no one's saying anything about me." I was just kidding because I was laughing. I never say that, to them, but I was laughing. We have so many amazing people who are becoming part of this incredible community that is mind blowing, mind blowing, mind blowing. I am so proud to be part of this. Yes, everybody. Now, not only that, I come here to learn, and then I go out there and I talk to some people, and I'm like, yeah, sure. Do you know what a treasure is? Papa, Papa Bono will be proud of me. Hey, yeah, let me explain to you what a treasure is. And do you know what blockchain means? Oh, let me tell you what a blockchain. That's what I get from here. I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I'm probably know a lot more than the person next door to me. And they was like, oh my God, I didn't know you know so much about it. Yeah, I do. I've been studying for about a year and a half here. I'm a Hexican. And I should get a title like from the Hexican University, something like that. But it never stops. And And I agree with you. Sometimes when you change and when you go from one country to another, or one, um, so you know, I was born in the U.S., but I grew up in Argentina. My family's from Argentina, and Italian and Spanish are mud,
Mhm.
like every Argentinian down there.
Mhm.
And it's so hard to fit in. And I feel like this is what
It was not
this
about
place,
fitting in, it was about, because I always
yeah, it's like
it
adapting.
was so multicultural.
Hmm.
And I can't speak for everywhere else, but where I lived and where I was, it was so multicultural that you lived three types of lives. The one where you
Yeah.
chilled with your race only, one that you were the
Hmm.
odd one in the group of race, or that you were in all of it, because you just group of
Absolutely.
friends was like, well, one guy from Nigeria, one Italian, one Portuguese, one Greek, one
Yeah.
Algerian, one Moroccan, one guy from China, Japanese, like it would everything, like you first generation of
Yeah.
every descendant, and you could find everything, and you would find restaurants of everything, fucking Venezuelan restaurants, fucking got them. You can name any country. There's a restaurant in Montreal. It actually has the most restaurants per capita, and
Yeah.
it's like, but it just didn't feel like home, because it was like, well, how is this all our home if we're all immigrants? It's
Yeah.
just
You want it.
being
You
surrounded
miss
by a
your
bunch of
roots. You're.
immigrants and not being
Hmm.
like, and then going and looking at the world and looking at how other countries, it's like, this is like my blood, like, yo, my family died for this soil, and it's like, I'm looking at it like, well, my
Hmm.
family didn't die for this fucking soil. Did your family die for this soil? And we would all look at each other like,
No.
bro, I don't give a fuck about this soil. I'm just here, man. Who the fuck cares about the soil of Canada? You ask anyone in Quebec who's an immigrant, like, no one gives a fuck about Canada. Like, they're
Hmm.
just like, well, we live here. So it just never was like, oh, I'm gonna rep Canada. Maybe in hockey, but besides that, it was like, if I had the chance to rep Italy
Yeah.
in hockey, I would have repped Italy in hockey. Like, like, when people used to ask me, "What are you?" Like, every Canadian from Montreal is like, "What are you?" People would never say I'm Canadian. They would say, "Oh,
Yeah.
I'm Argentinian. I'm Italian. I'm
Yeah.
Greek."
Yeah.
And then when we go in the world, and then people ask us, "Oh, you're born in Greece?" No, no, no. Oh, you're born in Italy? No, 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 no. I'm born in Canada. Oh, so you're Canadian. And then we look
Yeah.
at them and say,
This.
"Yeah, yeah, but I'm Canadian Italian." And then
Yeah.
it's like,
It's
in our
I
heads,
know what you mean.
and
It's
then
the
we
same
all
with
tell
me.
each other like, "Well, when I say that, it's like, fuck, I don't even consider myself Canadian." So that's why when I'm in Europe now, and like when people ask me, "What are you?" I'm Italian. Yeah, I am Italian now. I
Hmm.
got a fucking passport and everything. And then
That's
when they ask me where
amazing.
I was
That
born,
is
I say it's
amazing.
complicated.
Just tell them that you are where you, to make it easier, guys out there. If you're just questioning, tell them you're from Mexico. I can't wait till I get my
Oh, no,
passport
no, no.
from
Some people
Mexico.
get so
I
mad
don't.
at me. They're like, "What? You're what? What the fuck is that?" They're like, "What the fuck? Where the fuck country is that?"
I know it's gonna be a time. I don't know if I'll qualify if they wanted to do like 28 years old and down, for the age limit or so. You see, everybody's happy down there. Huh. I
Yeah,
knew
but
there's gonna be a
what's
lot
funny
of
with
happy
crypto
people.
is that
But my daughter will. My daughter will. My
the
daughter
the,
will be
the,
like
the thing with
the perfect
the
Mexican.
thing with crypto is that no one, like, it's everyone always says, "Oh, it's down," and then I laugh and I say, "Definitely not." Like, I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, okay, it's a bit down.
You're talking about like
Like
if
crypto in
crypto needs
general,
to
like everyone's
dive,
like, "Oh yeah,
like
it's
oh
going to
Lord.
shit," and I'm like, no, like
Yeah, you
and
know
I'm
what?
like, I've been in it
I
since
wish.
this, and then
Okay.
I'm like, yeah, but I've been in it since this, so like, I'm telling you, it's not. And then they're like, yeah, but I heard, and then I look at them and I say, listen, I go, what's your profession? What do you do? And then they're like, oh, I do, and I go, how long you been doing it? And then I look at them and I say, okay, well, imagine me coming up to you. I got zero experience, and I'm telling you right now, this is how to do your job, and someone told me. what would you tell me, and how would
Yeah.
you look at me? You'd think I'm crazy, no? And the person will usually,
It's the same
and then
thing. It's the
people
same
usually
thing
say
as saying,
yes, and then I usually say, well, that's what you look like right now to me, and then they usually
well,
just
it's the
shut the
same
fuck
thing
up.
as saying, it's the same thing as saying the technology is not going to advance anymore. It's the same
Well,
thing.
no, they
The
but they
other day I
just
was
don't
going through
know
my drawer
anything about crypto. It's like,
because they don't want to accept that they don't know. That's the thing. You reject everything that you don't know. That's nature. You reject things that you don't know
well, but they think they do,
or you don't
because
know
a
how to
lot of
do.
people have this idea that, like, they think they know people that know. So if they think they know, they think they know. Like seriously, and some people think they know, Georgia. Like, we know because we've somehow seen the truth, but fuck, some people think
Well,
they know. They think they're actually right. They're like, yo, there's $300 billion in that bitch. No, like some people think it's like they think they're right, but they're wrong, and then you just have to look at them and say, you're wrong. You just don't. I
and
tell them.
you know how it is so hard that sometimes you just have to walk away. I know it because when I started with Hex and to know to learn about crypto and things like that, I wanted to share that with, obviously I have groups of moms, that the kids went to school with my kids since pre-kindergarten, before kindergarten. And I wanted to share the knowledge. I think, oh my God, we all been going through the same thing. I know how hard this person works. I want to share, and this person is super smart. I want to share with them what I'm learning. And I was like, when I got the response, that's a cult and you're going to lose everything and your life is going to go down. And I'm like, okay, I'm not telling you to give me your money. I'm telling you to study and not invest, even just to learn about what's going on with technology. And it's the same thing as when the guys exchanging the gold bars or the gold that they got at the mines for fiat money. It's the same. No, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Yeah, of course. It's not a good idea to do that. It wasn't a good idea, but it's still, look at now, we're using it. Adoption, that's what I mean. I'm not telling if it's a good or bad, but I'm talking about adoption. It's the same thing. It's going to work. I was going through my drawers and I saw a BlackBerry, the old ones. And then I went through the deeper in the drawer and I found a pager that I used to use. Imagine now I have an iPhone 13 or 14, whatever it is, 13 plus, who can do things for me. It's crazy. So things are changing, and adoption is in how do you say it? It's imminente. Imminente. How do you say that word in English? Imminent. Imminent. Is that a word? I think so. Go ahead, Sean. Hello, Sean.
Hi,
Just
Georgia.
chatting. How are you, honey?
Fine, all right. Georgia, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Okay. How long were you?
Uh-oh. It's not technical. Please don't throw technical balls on me because I'm not. Okay, go ahead. Go for it. How long? Have you been in love with Richard Hart? I don't know.
Just
Almost
see.
365 days.
Georgia, how long were you in our spaces yesterday?
God knows. I don't know. The real me or
5
the fake
minutes?
Georgia? No more than 5 minutes.
Did you hear UFO explaining his name?
No, I did not. I wasn't there. No.
Okay, just because I said something later on when sometimes you have to have, you have to think about everything.
Of course.
Okay, I mean, sometimes you say something and some people indirectly can think that you're actually talking about them. So yesterday, UFO, aka Uwe, talked so much, didn't let anyone to speak like normal. He had an opinion about anything. So he actually silenced everyone. And once you started to speak, I just said something, but I meant UFO. And you suddenly left the space. I was about to send you a DM.
Oh no. No.
Georgia,
No.
Seriously, I'm saying I was about to
Yes.
send you a DM that I didn't mean you. You didn't even say two words. Okay, you said why the space became so quiet, and I said everyone fall asleep because that guy
Oh.
killed everyone. He just explained his name word by word
Oh
for
Lord,
fucking
I
15
know
minutes.
how he talks, and he's like rambles worse than me, guys, which I'm like, no, 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 no. This is one thing you need to know about me. Number one, if I have, it's very hard for people to get to like hurt my feelings because I really, it's up to me. I got a treasure installed on my heart and my feelings. I don't, doesn't, there's many, very little things that could affect me. And no, if I have an issue or something, I will definitely ask you in public, maybe pretty first of all in private. But if I'm part of the group and we're talking as friends, I will definitely say something about it right there and then. I think what you're talking about is the time that it was around 3 o'clock, 3:10 Pacific Standard Time, and I went in and I wanted to say hello and I wanted to talk, but I was picking up my kids, and for some reason I don't get signal, so I DM um, Jay Soleil telling him that I'm picking up my kids, I have no signal, I could connect from home. I will never get offended or leave a room. I will go there and fight. I'm Italian. I don't leave a fight. I go down and I will like you don't understand. I will like even though I will die, I will go there and fight for it. I don't step down. I don't walk away from anything or anyone. The only time I walk away is when something is not worth it. And every one of you is worth to me a lot.
So
Every single one of you.
that's good. I just wanted to,
Oh, thank you, Sean. It
I
means a
was
lot to
feeling
me.
not good, seriously,
Oh
because
no.
I didn't have the chance to explain properly. I mean, finish my sentence. You said why the space suddenly became quiet, and I said everyone fall asleep. 15 minutes. That dude, I'm saying 15 minutes, but it was probably 25 minutes. He explained his name,
Oh, I
where
know.
he was fucking baptized, which fucking church, and
Oh
why he
Lord.
doesn't like his name. I'm just saying 15 minutes. It was about 25 minutes, probably more. So, so
He
that's
was
why
he was
I just wanted to, make it more clear that you left the
and
space.
that's more for the PM. Oh, sorry. I didn't have signal. I live in an area like surrounded by mountains, and unless I'm at home with connected to the internet, sometimes I don't get signal. But no, I will never walk away. I will put you here and like I will like ask you why are you saying that? Why are you saying that? I'm sorry if I'm hurt your feelings. Like the other day, this guy Cleo came and he wrote a bunch of like he created a fake uh, user and account and put like a bad word on my face. It's okay. I have an anti-fan. I have fun. I'm happy about that. He promotes me. But he came to here, and I'm not gonna be like being silent because this guy is harassing everyone. He's probably getting paid for it, so he's doing his job. Most likely is that's the case. I talk about stand-up comedy, but Jay Soleil said it's sit-down comedy, which is right. Probably someone in front of a computer having a lot of time on their hands and getting paid for coming and trolling us. If you think that I'm a Latina living on living in the United States, you think that anything you can do can troll me out of this rooms and things like that? I don't think so. So no, no, I will not. We're gonna have ups and downs. We're gonna fight. I've seen guys here like at each other's throat. And one thing I don't put up with, I can't stand is people coming here being all lovey-dovey and then going to other communities and talking bad about the Mexicans. I do not put up with that. That is a shame. You can go out there and talk about other things. That's fine. You can go to other communities and share your thoughts, your feelings, everything. But come on, guys. That's beyond being a Mexican or not. That's a little bit of having a little bit of class and respect and be respectful. If I have an issue with you, I will come and tell you, Sean, you messed up. Why? Why? And if I made a mistake, I'm gonna say I'm sorry. I made a mistake. That wasn't intended to be. That was not my intention. But anyway, we're gonna be here for a long time, guys. This world is opening to great opportunities, and we are. I don't want to use words that might not be taken the right way because I don't want to say ones, but we are privileged. Let's not say the chosen one. We're privileged to be exposed to so much knowledge. I personally, I'm here to learn as much as I can, and I have to do it fast because I feel like I wasted so many years of my life. Like I said, you know my background. I made a lot of people famous and rich, and I didn't. And I didn't do anything with me. So I think this is the once in a lifetime opportunity. When we watch documentaries about all those people who became rich and famous and who were successful with their businesses, and we say, oh my God, how did they do that? The same way that we're doing it right now, looking at opportunities and working hard to take advantage of it. That's it. So what are you guys doing there? You thank you very much. Vote for me, you traitors. I didn't even get nominated for a freaking Hexia Awards. You know that the guys, I just talked to SJ a couple of days, like yesterday or the day before, and she goes, oh yes, I'm going on the cruise. I'm like, oh, the cruise is about to start pretty soon. I think in a couple of days in April. They're going on the cruise to the Bahamas. Obviously, I have all my money in Hex, so I'm not going anywhere. The only thing I'm going to go is to Santa Monica Pier and look at the boats going by. But yes, everybody's going to the Bahamas. I even voted for myself. I thought maybe if I have 3-4 email accounts and I voted for myself, I might get nominated for something. I don't know. They should have a international category. Let's make it more specific, a Hispanic or a Spanish category, because if not, Jory is going to win all of them. But I did not get nominated for anything. And I think this Westcott guy is going to, if there's any other awards, he's going to beat me in everything. I cannot top his videos. I have my Hollywood productions. Maybe if I put some behind the scenes, or I have an idea. I think I'm going to go do a challenge. I'm going to, because you know I like to broadcast from IKEA because my house is not as pretty as the IKEA houses. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to go into IKEA and hide somewhere and do like the kids do right now, like the TikTok challenges, like the 3 a.m. thing, to stay in there. I'm sure there's parents out there that know what I'm talking about. You stay, you see? Tom Peter Gillespie likes that. Maybe I need to hire your crew, Tom Peter. I need to lock myself down at an IKEA, wait till everybody's gone, and just like broadcast from there and see if I see any ghosts. How about that? I think that would be cool. I need to do something out of the box, guys. These guys are beating me. The creation, we have, SJ doing so many AMSAR, whatever they call that, ASMR. What is it called? Anyone out there help me? They talk very quiet. I can do that. I did one of those, but I was laughing too much, so it was a total. I did not succeed. Then I did I did the ET Reloaded in crypto. I don't know if you saw that production. It was me and ET going home to tell everyone about hex.com. Then I did, obviously, I work with, I'm the only one who can say who work with like celebrities in Hollywood. I work with E.T. I work with Tom Cruise on my Mission Impossible or Possible, when I was a private secret agent for working only for Richard Hart. But these guys are coming up with songs, and Wesley's kicking my ass. Excuse me, my butt, my behind, my tush with these productions. And then Tom Peter Gillespie with this documentary. God, I wish, I don't know. Maybe when they come up with the High Spicy, I know. I wasn't included on that documentary, neither the Highest of Stakes, which I'm very, very, sad about that. But my proposal came after the Highest of Stakes. They could have included me, at the end in the credits or something. Maybe I add on bonus of my interview. I even have a piece of paper to show as proof of the day that I proposed, yeah, no one came to me. No one. I used to get invited to DeFi Sexy Ladies, and that's not only one time. I did that with Papa Boner, and then I don't know. I think there's so much in this, like Hexico Shores. We can do the Desperate Housewife of Hexico, or the Bachelor and the Bachelorette. The Bachelor just finished. I haven't watched this one because I didn't like the guy. You see, we can do the Hexico Bachelor. I can definitely. What about doing a show for like separated people or divorced people? I want one of those. That's gonna be more fun. Or growing up with the Hexicans. Growing up with the Hexicans. There you go, Tom Peter. That's a new investigation word. Investigate the kids in Hexico. I tell them, you know what I do with my kids? I put on, they don't want to know too much about crypto or Hex or anything because I have them like it's too much. I'm obsessed with it. So I put logos of Hex all over the house so they can see it. I have one in the kitchen. I have one, I'm looking around right here, big letters and sparkly, nice letters, so my daughter gets attracted to it. I have a Hex logo on Elvis, next to Elvis Presley, big picture that I have hanging in my living room outside my bathroom. I have, the logo all over the place. It's very important to put that on their mind from since they were little. So if you have a baby, just do some like one of those hanging things with the Hex logo on top and the pulse chain, so it gets into their brain since they're little. And then I play audio of these guys. Hear the spaces like it's, oh my God, I'm gonna turn in the radio, and all of a sudden it's not the radio, it's my phone connected to the Bluetooth, and so they can hear about all of this on the way to school. That is my technique. Then I got, oh my God, when I went to the convention, to the Hex convention, I probably put half of the crowd to sleep right now, right? It's okay. It's okay, guys. Whatever you are, you're tight. Close your eyes and just listen to my voice. Anyway, but what I was telling you is that when I went to Las Vegas, they had a lot of free stuff. And of course, you know me, Mom, one for me, one for my son, one for my daughter, one for my friend. So whatever was leftovers, just like the sandwiches that I got to the Hex conference, Maddie Allen did. I used to wait till the last minute, so everybody had their lunchbox. Then the leftovers, I will take 2 to my room, and that was breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But I did the same with the hats, and I just waited for the table to change, the person who was giving them away, and I will go get another one and another one and another one. So I was able to get a lot of free stuff. And what I did, I had I pay actually my son. I paid him about $20 for him to wear the Pulse Chain hat to school, and he liked it very much. So he's been wearing it since then. It's been like probably 7 months in a row that he's been wearing the same hat to school. He's not into hoodies or things like that. I can't make him wear anything else. My daughter will not. She will absolutely not wear anything. The money in there, $20 won't do it. Maybe if I give her 100, she will like hold the logo somewhere in her hand. But no. And I give it to the kids. Guys, if you have merchandise, the best thing to do is give it to your children to spread and to give to their friends. Go to the park. I have a park close to my house. There's a skating park. Depending the hour that you show up, sometimes it's not very sketchy. I don't like the people there. I might be in danger. But if you go between the hours of maybe 10 o'clock till 6 o'clock, you find some good families. And you just can give them the free stuff. And so if anyone out there has access to t-shirts, hats is what kids wear the most because they don't have to wash them and they keep them forever. T-shirts, they do not work very good, so get them hats and maybe sweatshirts. You see Sean is there. I guess you're listening to me because they're quiet. My goodness. Oh, bonkers. You have a daughter there. Jay Soleil, are you awake?
We're captivated,
You
Georgia.
are captivated by me talking. You've learned a lot
All of
about
us are.
crypto. I'm giving you a one-on-one on
All of us.
promotions for people who is poor, guys. I work all my life for general market for Spanish media on the general market, and we have no budget. So this is how I know so much. I learned doing things on my own. I remember I was promoting an Indian soap opera that was being broadcast in the Spanish station. Don't ask me why, but it was with subtitles. And I hit down the Indian town here in LA. And I went and I put posters and all walking down, just, like myself, walking down and putting posters and talking to all the Indian restaurants so they can put the flyers and things like that. That was a good way. Ratings went out really good. So I think it was all thanks to me and my campaign. Even though Cookie said that my campaigns are totally wrong and I will not reach anyone that will be coming to crypto, I disagree with him. I think one of my next campaigns will be as soon as PULSECHAIN launch, I'm going to make like 2 or 3 banners, and I'm going to stand on top of in the bridge that oversees the highest and most traffic jam freeway, downtown LA, and I'm going to be waving at people with my PULSECHAIN. Yes. So if you see someone with a PULSECHAIN banner on the bridge on top of the freeway, you please wave at her because that will be me, and probably my children if I convince them. My sister, I think she's on it to it. She's on. She I can convince her, but that is my outrageous marketing campaign. I wanted to. One Saturday we were doing a meetup here in Santa Monica. There was a lot of Hexicans, and I wanted to. I had a crazy idea, and SJ is my witness. SJ, while SJ is my witness, and some of the German guys, I don't know who they were, but they were part of the Sparwalk. They're probably back in Germany, but they had the Hex model, the car that is covered with Hex, and it had a huge Hex logo on the top, and PULSECHAIN or something like that. And I'm from LA, you guys. You know what? I say, oh my God, it's almost 5 o'clock. If I steal the car and go down like the Bronco, like, O.J. Simpson's Bronco, down the 5 freeway or the 405, I will definitely get some breaking news and coverage on this. It was a Saturday, so there's nothing going on in town. I will probably make it on the 6 o'clock news and maybe the 8 o'clock news. So yes, my ideas in marketing and PR are completely out of this world. Nothing that no one ever has done before. Come on. It's everything, the wheel has been invented already, but everything has been out there. You just have to take it and make it yours and steal every single idea. Be shamefully steal all the marketing ideas you can find. So I believe word of mouth is the most important marketing campaign that could ever exist. and it's cheap and it's free. It doesn't cost anything.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I've been trying to tell everyone I know about Hex,
Really?
and every time, yeah, yeah, when I go to the gym, everyone I work out with there and know there, they they tell me it's a scam and blah 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 blah, and I'm like, all right, and I'm a semi driver. I own my own semi, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm always driving across the country, so that's why I'm always gone, and I
Do
don't go
you?
see my
I have a
kids except for the
question.
weekends.
I have a question, and I know your work because my ex does the same thing. My ex
Yeah,
does the big trucks.
yeah.
Thank God that. Anyway, do you ever? You know what I do sometimes? I make like I pretend like approach people and hi, do you know about Hex? Do you like crypto? Blah blah blah. So what I do, because people loves to eardrop on you, I
Yeah.
start talking to people. I pretend like I'm talking to someone on the phone and I'm telling them about Hex. Yes. And just do like you're talking to someone so they can eardrop on you. And they will be going for it. I guarantee you that people want what other people have. You see? And he didn't know that one, Peter, huh? Tom Peter didn't know about this one. There's a lot of things that we can do without spending money, because that is I think I'm about to go and stand on the corner here at the Los Angeles crest, not on the corner. I'm going to go to the top, because what I've noticed, a lot of people go walking and they get to the top of the mountain. They go hiking and they don't have much water. So I'm going to put water bottles with the Hex logo and the barcode on it and give it to them. What is it? $5 for a case of 48 bottles of water.
Yep.
I think that's worth. I can afford that kind of PR campaign. I don't have the big bucks, but that's my own. That's all I can afford. There's a
Yeah.
lot of things we
Yeah.
can do. Someone's doing the stickers. I just can't wait till I can drive with my I don't know, my not Bentley. I want the same that Conrad Zen has, the car with the red interiors. I want that
Yeah,
car.
I want a
I'm gonna
Viper ACR Dodge Viper, baby.
I want to stop in that.
Freaking awesome.
I'm gonna stop in the corner. It's like, huh? Do you see this? Do you know how I got this? Go to hex.com. That's what I will say.
Yeah. Yeah, and I see it. I see it on all these YouTubers and guys.
Imagine that.
Georgia,
Sí, señor.
do you know that Richard has one of those?
He does. I haven't been,
Yeah,
I don't know, because I think that I don't know.
he
I've been
has a
looking
white
for
one.
I've been looking for Richard in all the Denny's, all the, International House of Pancakes, and all every to Miami meatball places, but I can't find him. He's not.
Yeah, Richard has it, and I have seen it from really close distance. Yeah, the worst part is that
Oh no! Don't
it
tell me
has.
that. I like him even more now. He has the car that I
Listen,
want. Guys and
listen,
cars.
Georgia, listen. If the driver is sitting and driving, and if you're standing in front of the car and somehow you release a fart, he can actually see it. It has an infrared. It has a
No.
it has an infrared
Oh, I
screen
think I
that
saw the video of that. No way. He
yeah
can see you, like the
e-
gas is releasing. That's
exactly.
terrible.
It is just like just wanted to
Imagine,
mention something as a funny,
imagine.
but
Thank you,
Richard really
Sean.
has it.
You saved me from having a very embarrassing date. Imagine me. Bye, Richard. It was so nice of you, Richard. Thank you so much for picking me up. And I'm walking away, and I've been waiting all day long for that. And all of a sudden, the infrared thing, it starts. Oh no, that would be terrible. That would be terrible.
Yeah, so he has one of those, but I don't know what's called in English. The one that doesn't have a metal roof. It has a leather roof that can be removed.
Oh,
I don't know what it's called. Sedan. I don't know what's called in English.
I
You know
don't
what I
know.
mean? Roofless.
Yes. Oh, like
Convertible.
it's
Convertible.
convertible. Thank
Exactly.
you. Thank you.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't know. I
So
never own a convertible. I think, I've seen some like weird accidents on convertibles. I don't like convertibles, but I
yeah,
would definitely like a Bentley convertible. That's for sure. I would
that's
change.
a Rolls Royce. So he has one of those, and I think he
No,
bought a new
no,
one.
no, that's a Bentley. I'm talking about the
No,
Bentley. Conrad Sen had a Bentley that
no,
was
I think it's a Rolls Royce.
really. I have to check my files, right? Because I took a video of a video that he posted because that car was like, I want that car. It had
Mm,
red leather interiors, and I'm not into red too much, but
exactly. Yeah, Richards is also red.
I barely have my car it doesn't even have pleather, which is a mix with plastic and leather. My car has um, the, the 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 fabric interiors. I'm driving a Matrix 2009, guys. A Matrix 2009, 4 doors, and I think it has 4 cylinders. So you can imagine how fast I can go down the freeway. That's I also have an FJ. I like the FJ, but the FJ, I don't know why. It's safe. I guess I got it when I was going down to Tijuana. I thought it was going to be safe to run over in case that someone tried to abduct me or something. I could run them over. That's what I wanted to do. That's what I got that car. So it's so many things we can do to promote and yes, we're going to get rejected by a lot of people who are non-believers, but just think about the people who were before us making history. And think about, we don't have to go too far away. Think about Richard Hart and when he was trying to introduce hex. It was terrible. Someone was saying on the spaces the other day that they were there when he went into the first kind of interviews to talk about hex, and it was rejected, and it was like, yeah, whatever. And no matter how much they proved that it was what it was supposed to be, it was not a scam. People still don't give him the credit, and that's part of human nature, I guess. Like, oh yeah, every time I have a fight with my sister and she seems to be right, I don't go out to her and say, yeah, you're right, sister, you were right. I was like, F you, I'm not going to tell you you're right. Yeah, you're right, but I was not wrong. We're going to encounter that. It's going to be the rejection and opposition is always going to be there. It's up to us to maintain our ideas and to be loyal to our beliefs and our ideas. Yeah, we're going to get shaken out. Only the weak people is going to be, oh no, I'm talking about in general, not only RH projects or the ecosystem projects. I'm talking about in general. You have to be loyal to your ideas and to your beliefs. And be strong. If not, whatever you do is going to be downhill. You're never going to succeed or feel happy. I don't know. I learned that later on, guys. I learned that when I started this. I read sci-fi, not all of it, but part of it, and I think one of the phrases one of the sci-fi quotes that I read was the one about the light. I can't even say what the quote was, but it was about the light. You just walk into a place and feel like you're shining a light from within of you or something like that. SJ had the quote. That's one of my favorite quotes. And I started doing that and I started feeling better. And then I started listening a little bit more about how to deal with things and how to look at things. It's very important.
So why do people call hex a scam? What are their reasonings that the points that they try to make?
They
I don't
literally,
know.
the
I don't
guys
know
that I
because
know, they
Hex is a
Google it
scam.
and it says a scam. That's what they say. They
Yeah,
Google
Hex is
it
a
and then
scam.
they say,
Definitely.
"Oh, it's a scam." And I'm like, "All right, man. I know a guy who's made millions off of it, and he hasn't said anything about being scammed, so I don't know what you're talking about." You know?
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. The only thing I can tell you is that Richard Carter is the only one who has proven and who's never lied to me. There's a lot of people who have lied to me, and
What are the actual
luckily
points
I didn't
they
follow the
use? There
directions. But
must be some points
I
that they
don't know because I
actually
don't listen. Well, that's the thing.
that
That
they
is the
make,
thing.
right?
You know, you were not, I don't know if you were here earlier when I said, you know what, if someone tells you something you don't like, you know, you confront them. Also applies to things that you believe. I'm not there to prove them wrong. If
There were
something doesn't,
people publishing articles that Hex is a scam before it was launched in 2019. So you should go to those people, search them on Twitter, and ask them for their arguments. And since
yeah,
then, Hex did 10,000x, and it survived all the shit coins that were hacked and all the centralized exchanges that failed and everything around, and it never had a problem. He did a
flawless
5x this
operation,
year.
flawless operation, 10,000x, never had an issue with security. So I can tell you why it's not a scam. What can you tell me why it is? That's what I will ask. Enlighten me. That's all. Because I haven't, you know, I can tell you something. You know, Sean, Sean, I'm going to use it as an example. Sean is a liar, whatever. And you're going to ask me why George is a liar. I don't know. He's just a liar. That's all
Yeah.
I have to say. That's all
So
I have
tell
to
them
say.
to bring receipts.
Yeah, show me. You know what? Educate me. I'm here. I'm welcome. I'm opening for you to tell me, to educate
Does
me.
anybody know? Does
Come on.
anybody know how many of the coins that Richard Hart has? Does he have 50% of the coins? I saw an interview where I think the woman mentioned that he has 50% of the coins. Is that the case?
Let me tell you something. I think I don't know about that, but let me tell you something about that. I was thinking about that. They were saying, but the OA or the owner or whatever has the most coins. You know what? I'd rather give my coins to Richard Hart that I know he's going to protect, because so far his reputation presides it as what he has done with the coin and with the community and his actions.
No,
That
no, he doesn't.
having other people.
Richard Hart doesn't have the coin. What are you talking about? The number one address
No,
of
I know
Hex,
he
the
doesn't
number
have
one
it, but
address of Hex,
if
which is the Pulse X Sacrifice, has 43% of the coins on Etherscan, and number two address has 13%. Therefore, there's 60% of the supply in the first two addresses, which we know where they are because they all came from the same address, which was all our sacrifice for Pulse X. So
there we go.
Richard cannot own it.
And Alpha, let me tell you a thing about centralized tokens. Go on etherscan.io, take the dash tokens, take all the tokens in top 100, and
Yep.
click on
Actually,
holders,
don't even do
and
that.
then
Don't even do that. Just go on my post.
click on the chart and see all those tokens that are much more centralized than Hex,
BNB,
and nobody's
Sushi,
talking about.
Uniswap. I'll name you first the 90% ones. Okay? Uniswap, Sushi, BNB. All these coins, right? Polygon, all top percentage, over 85% top 500 addresses. So I think Hex's
So Alpha,
top 500 is at I think we're under 70%.
63.
We're at 60.
Alpha, you are taking some receipt-less arguments, and you are just coming and throwing them here before substantiating them for yourself. Verify those arguments. Don't come here and say, oh, but this, and oh, but that. These are arguments that they were buried years ago.
Well, I don't have the answers for them, and I'm going to hear those questions. So a good place to come and ask them is the community.
The best thing is the blockchain. You can substantiate those things on the blockchain, looking at the blockchain where there is no lie. You see directly what is happening in reality, not words coming from our mouths.
So he took his hex coins and locked them up into the long-term staking of PulseChain.
No, he didn't do that.
So what was that mention?
So obviously no one knows what Richard's wallet is, right? Doesn't make sense. It's just that I understand your arguments. I'm just saying that like it's just visible on the blockchain. So like
If there's
If
any
nobody knows
discrepancy,
his wallets, then how is it visible on the blockchain?
well, everything that the address did. So like everything you're talking about is not his address. It's called the OA, and the OA address is the OA address. Now you can assume that it's his, which you could be wrong by doing so. It's really up to you to assume. I wouldn't. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Why wouldn't you? Whose else would it be?
The real people who created Hex.
You think it was not Richard that created Hex?
Technically, it wasn't.
Right.
So I can make you go ahead and go really back in time. Okay, so like everyone knows. Well, not everyone, because there's only 8,897 addresses that did this. And the two biggest addresses to have ever done anything on Genesis and Ethereum are still in Hex, and they're still using the same addresses. So the reality and the truth is the people who believe the most in Ethereum since it began are in Hex. So I don't know how much more bullish you want to get. It's probably Gavin Wood and other developers. So yeah, man, 400,000 ETH on Genesis is it's not a small wallet, man. You know what I mean? And that address outpaced the performance of that 400,000 ETH. So it did better than Ethereum. So whoever owns that address did better than Ethereum.
So I think a lot of people are going to be thinking about if what he said is in the interview is the case, that he has 50% or more of the coin. That right, that's the fear of the Bitcoin community. Somebody has 50% or some huge amount, and then they dump it.
Okay.
People are even afraid of Craig Wright getting his
what if I were to
5%
tell
of
you
coin
I have it?
allocation and then dumping that, and then the effect on the price, right? That's a valid argument, right?
I understand, but what if I were to tell you I have Amdioa?
Alpha, you have to understand.
Does that change how Hex performs as an asset?
So Alpha, you have to understand the liquidity size. The liquidity size that Hex has, they could not dump even 0.1% of that before the token price is zero and the community abandons what is a great thing. So it's a total conflict of interest for them, logically speaking, to do so. And apart from this, Richard is already a billionaire. You can see his billions on the sacrifice wallets, which are not represented by the Hex portion, but by the stable coins portion. So why the hell he needs that money in Hex? Why? That's like nothing
Yeah, but
for
not
him.
even that you're assuming. That's not even a good valid argument. Do you understand that Binance right now with 3 wallets can destroy all of Ethereum right now if they want to? Kraken can destroy Ethereum if they want to. The Arbitrum bridge gets broken. It's done. But it never happens. Never happens. Why? It's just that you guys need to understand. Do you go see a carpenter to do plumbing? Do you go to a chiropractor for heart surgery? It's the same thing. You got to go to the people who understand crypto. And the arguments are very valid because you don't understand. I completely hear it. It's okay. But I don't understand, why do you care about how much someone has in the system? Like, it doesn't matter. It's an address. An address is
Well,
an address.
so the point is, I think you missed the point. Obviously, the point is obviously, and how it does matter very simply, is if one party has a huge amount of coin, they can dump it, and it affects everybody else, just one person. one person's decisions,
Like the
and
But
thing
that
is,
doesn't
of
make
course
sense. So
thing
why?
is,
that's
that's
valid. It makes complete sense, and that's
No, it
valid
doesn't.
in every
It does.
single
It
instrument.
that's
doesn't. It doesn't
So
because okay,
it's
if he
valid.
dumps it,
they can tank it, right?
but that's the price. So clearly, just off your argument, all you care about in this argument is the price. Because if someone dumps the coin, does it stop it from working? No. So if someone dumps the price, just able to buy it all back up. Now you're going to ask me, well, if someone has over 50% of the supply, what would be the point of purchasing it? I agree with you. That's a good argument. But why would you buy any other crypto then? Makes no sense. They're all 90% concentrated from the first 500 people. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I was gonna actually say that as well, man. Hey, how's everybody doing? I was like, if that's your only particular gripe with Hex in particular, then you shouldn't buy just about any other cryptocurrency that's out there because centralization is rampant, is wrought wild in every single cryptocurrency that you will ever come across. There is not one single cryptocurrency that doesn't have some form of centralization near the top. And like Famous was saying earlier, all you have to really do is just go to Etherscan and you can see it for yourself. There's stories, and then you could just go ahead and back it up with
But it's not even
blockchain data.
that.
Go on
It's
Etherscan and
it's
you
that
can back
if
it up.
let's say Richard does own 60% of the coins with 4,000 wallets, okay, what does that do? It's 4,000 wallets. Who are the first 500 wallets in every other coin? Who are? You know what I mean? Who are
Under
they?
under
Who is it?
what
That's an
who's
entity.
your what's what the thing is,
No,
it's
no,
like
no, no.
what's
But
your
we
wallet? What's your
relate
wallet?
entities. There's no entity on the blockchain. Your address and my address don't belong to us. It's nothing. It does not have nothing to do with an entity slash number
So
slash you have the right slash.
it's also, but that entity is also a wallet address, so you can't go ahead
Yeah,
and
but
separate the two.
it could be multiple addresses. Like the top 500 addresses can be represented
Exactly.
as an
So
entity. And if the top 500 addresses, just like Richard is in Hex, decide to dump, 90% of the coin is dumped. It wouldn't
what if
work.
what if Walmart decides to take your money and use it for something else? What if McDonald's decides to take your money and use it for something you don't want it to be used for? You can't control the inflow and outflow of money. You can't do that.
Wait, but how do you
You're
feel?
thinking about scenarios that you don't have any visible control over. That's what a free market is meant for. You can't control it all. All you can do is use the data that you see and make a educated decision. It's simple as that. If you don't really want the coin, you don't have to buy it. No one really is holding a gun to your head. It really
How
just
do you
boils
feel
down
about
to that.
Satoshi coins? How do you feel about Satoshi coins?
How do you feel about Vitalik Buterin, who's you've seen his wallet be active and sell the top multiple times in multiple cycles? What about those
Great,
coins? How do you feel about that?
great
Is
point.
Ethereum a scam?
See, we
Do
try
you
not
want to
to,
buy
actually,
Ethereum?
we try not to feel about coins. It's just try and honestly analyze them and not argue about the emotional, devotion we might have to an ecosystem, because a lot of it's really quite redundant, and we're all really trying to do the same thing. So we can fight over like which one is better, yet, it's really just more efficient to analyze performance and try and talk together about what each other are trying to do. So, I mean,
Exactly.
that's my two
Exactly.
cents for the moment.
Exactly. It's you can go back and forth about what if this person does this? What if this person does that? Case in point, it's been nearly 4 years and these things have not occurred. So you can either go off of stories and creating scenarios that's gonna keep you up at night, or you could just go off of straight raw data. I've been going off of straight raw data in regards to Hex for the last 3.5, 4 years. It's right there. It's ultimately at the end of the day, you're gonna have to go on that DEX or whatever exchange and hit that buy button or hit that sell button.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can find articles with Vitalik being interviewed in the last 2 bull runs. he decided the end of the bull run by dumping the price of Ethereum with his wallet and with the Ethereum Wallet Foundation. There is articles with interviews with him saying it. Richard never did this. Never.
It's like it's right then and there. Like when if you really want an indicator on when the bull market is done, take a look at Ethereum Foundation wallets and take a look at Vitalik's wallet. Ethereum Foundation dumps first, and then Vitalik dumps after. It's been ringing true for the last 2 cycles. So no one has a gripe or an issue about Vitalik doing that, but somehow the OA and all these addresses that have acted benevolently over the past 4 years and can be backed up on blockchain data, somehow these are like public enemy number 1, and this is the reason why people will avoid Hex with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, if you want to argue
Like
about
it's
something,
as simple as
I don't know. I mean,
it's
like
as
the
simple as
concept of
checking the
looking at.
data.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead, man. I'm just.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just a simple thing as blockchain data. Like I can go about emotionally, or like I'm not tied by emotions. If the data starts to look, if the data starts to say something else, then I'll consider it. But one thing that really like kind of irks me a little, not what you're saying in general, it's just what irks me a little is when people will make up scenarios and stories for the sake of making up scenarios and stories because they heard somebody else said this, or another person feels this way about feels this way about RH or what he has in place because of his demeanor, his every like me personally, sometimes I don't like the things that he does, but I separate the person from the actual coin itself. The coin itself has been absolutely flawless. The system in place has been absolutely flawless, and it's made me quite a bit of money. So if you have these people who are telling you that, you should stay away from this, but you look at the things they're promoting, you look at the aspects that they're actually putting forth out, and the items that they're putting out and telling you to put your money in, you see them failing hand over fist multiple times over. Yet they're mad at the person with the item and the product that actually hasn't done any of those things. It hasn't failed. It hasn't gone down. The only thing that happened is free market conditions. People buy when they like, when it's euphoric. People sell when they're not so keen on it. That's the only thing that you could see in regards to that. Those wallets that people question, they've never acted ill will against the price. They haven't sold on anybody. They haven't done any of these things. They just hold X. They don't do anything else. So it's just it's a lot of things that it's strange to see the reasons why people won't actually take a closer look into Hex outside of a person told me that this thing is bad, so I'm not going to invest in it.
See, most of these like scam narratives come from people that are kind of ridiculous. So I don't know. It's not much of an argument. They kind of come to argue and just yell scam, scam, scam. But find a scam. Find someone that's been scammed. Anyone, anywhere. By this ecosystem. Find
Has Rich,
find the complaints.
has
Just saying.
Richard talked about, like, obviously he made a lot of money. Has he talked about, or does he? Oh, you said he nobody knows what wallets are his, so probably, I guess, there wouldn't be any transparency to see, okay, where is he cashing out of? Like what wallets is he using?
There is no
Well,
cashing out. There's no. That's not.
But like, where are you
Well,
where are you cashing out of?
That's not the question.
I understand,
So,
but isn't that an invasion of privacy?
Well, not really. I mean, there's projects
Well, is it a public
that are
business?
pretty
Is it?
that are pretty
Okay,
open
well,
about what they're
we
doing,
understand. Project doesn't have someone who.
and there are projects that are not open about what they're doing,
Well,
right?
aren't the projects that are open
Like
about
what?
what they're doing very
For
centralized?
example, I mean,
Because this project, because
Famous,
technically the
famous. He's speaking about those type of
yeah,
projects
other
that
no
have
no
a
no 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 no
token
no no no. Let's talk
allocation for
about
the
this, guys.
developer.
Let's talk about this. No 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 no.
No,
Wait. Let's
tell him
talk
what's the
about this.
difference.
Let me talk about this. I understand. Now, does it bother you, sir, if I were to go tomorrow and completely not talk about Hex in the right way? Does it bother you?
Well, it's a redundant question. It wouldn't bother anybody.
Cool. So then
That's a bit
I
of an
just, you
irrelevant
have to
question.
understand that like
It
Hex, like
doesn't matter
Richard
for
doesn't
anything.
own Hex. Like Richard is just like me.
What?
He owns the coin Hex. He doesn't own Hex.com protocol, nor the.
Sure,
He didn't have the token allocation. So he didn't have the token
okay,
allocation.
so
You have to understand
he
this.
doesn't.
He didn't have the token allocation.
What do you mean he doesn't have a token allocation? He didn't give himself any of the
No,
coins.
he
He was in
didn't.
an
He
No,
interview. He
didn't.
was
no, no,
in
He
an
no,
allowed.
interview.
He allowed.
no.
Okay, so he was in an interview saying that
Okay, but the
he
interview
has
doesn't
over
matter. The
50% of the
interview
coin.
doesn't matter. What the blockchain says was that there.
So are you saying that? So you're saying he
Well,
lied
who cares? But
in the interview?
The
who cares?
contract, wait, the
No, no,
contract doesn't allow
wait,
for a
Adrian,
token
wait.
allocation.
Does he owe you anything in order for? Is he supposed to say the truth?
It doesn't make sense for you to be so aggressively defensive on such a simple topic as this.
I'm
I don't really
overly
understand
aggressive
that.
because I'm
It's a lot of
Italian. I'm overly
a lot
aggressive
of
because I'm
radical
Italian.
a lot of radical fanaticism.
No.
Instead of
You're
just
a radical
answering questions.
fanaticism on trying to figure out something negative on something that could be easily explained is okay. Now,
And the radical
my radical
fanaticism accuses
aggressivity
all
comes
kinds of
from my
false
blood,
accusations
my race,
from people
my
to just
culture.
come in and asking some
I
basic
understand.
simple
I'm sorry if
questions,
I'm racist.
and their basic simple questions are being met with this radical fanaticism and attack.
I understand. I understand. Now, do
Instead
you
of
want to
instead of
continue
professional
being
customer
attacked? Do
service
you want to
that should be
continue being
there.
attacked because this is a free world and this is Twitter and we couldn't give a shit about your feelings? So it's either you either take the explanation we're willing to give you for free because this is our time, or you can shut the fuck up and go back down and try to get your explanations on the web. I'm aggressive because I'm Italian. I'm aggressive because I have no patience. So it's either you insult me some more and I kick you the fuck out, or you could just listen to the excuses we want to give you without putting your emotions, because I don't owe you shit. No one owes you shit. I don't have to be professional with you.
It's you who's emotional
I'm not.
here.
I am
The
emotional. I
question.
am emotional. I'm not denying it. But I'm telling you, it's either you shut the fuck up and you listen, or you could go down and continue listening. It's your choice. I don't care. I don't owe you anything, nor does anyone else. So the way you're asking your questions are very
since you're
expectational.
saying to
They're
listen,
very
at
expectational.
least
Like,
then answer
who
the actual
cares what
questions that
Richard
are being
has?
asked.
Richard doesn't own the protocol. Like, why don't you care about what I
Alpha,
have? I'm a Genesis holder also. Like, who am I?
So that wasn't the question. So again, you're dodging from the question.
But
And
why
Alpha,
do I
moving.
Alpha,
have to answer the
calm down.
question that you're
Your
trying to
problem.
seek for? No one can answer the question.
Is there anybody here that
Alpha,
has a
your
Who
spread?
problem
who can
is
Is there
tell
that you are
anybody?
you?
making
Who can tell you
accusations.
what your wallet is?
No, now you're lying, Pulse. It's him who's making the accusations.
No,
I'm not
let
making
No,
me
any
but
finish.
accusations.
Alpha.
So
You are making
lie.
accusation based on your lack of knowledge. You don't understand stuff, and you are coming here making accusations, and of course people get intense.
Listen, Alpha, don't come here to argue and stir up the room, and don't come here making accusations. If you really want to talk about it, you'd like some answers.
You can't hear you. Your mic's muffled. But listen, at the end of the day, it's okay.
Also, there's really no sense to lie that people come in and ask basic
But we're
simple
not
questions.
lying.
Then lie that they're lying that they're making accusations. It's this guy with the flame here, whatever, he doesn't have a name. It's him who's making the accusations. Now Paul's made accusations. Now H is making accusations that I'm making accusations. I didn't make any accusations. I'm asking basic Basic, simple questions. You got a really bad mic
Yeah,
there,
just
Hex.
Richard.
Nobody
Wait
can
a
hear
minute.
you on that
I
muffled
am
mic
not
there.
making
And
accusations.
yelling over top
I'm
of people. I
telling you
mean,
straight the fuck up. It's either you listen or you don't, because it's like as if you don't want to listen.
well, you're not even willing to. Yeah. So anyway, there's no point to you talking because you're not even willing to be professional
Okay,
enough
but
to answer the actual
but your
questions that people
questions
are asking.
are,
And then
this
you're
aren't
being a
we
massive
scared
drama
that
queen
Richard's
and
gonna
yelling and
sell you
screaming
Alpha,
and
man.
waving your
so
arms
Alpha.
instead
so
of actually
All right,
being
Alpha, are you
professional.
hearing me now?
Yeah, that's
All
better.
right,
Your mic is better now.
I'm sorry, man. Listen, you're coming in here and you're stirring up a lot of controversy, and you're making a very immature argument, and you also come with like needles. You're poking everybody. You're making statements. Do you have
You just said two things that are not
do you
true.
do you,
That's
do you
not true.
have do you all right? Well, let's start from the beginning. You came in. You had some questions, about Hex. We were talking, and now here we are. So, are you unclear about anything? Because we're here on our own volition. Hopefully to provide some information. So let's start over if we can.
Yeah,
may I speak a
that
bit?
would be good.
So, Alpha, allow me a bit. So, I've said that you are accusing because you said that Richard had a token allocation. And I've told you back that the Hex contract doesn't allow for a token allocation like you have seen with other shit tokens. Do you understand this? The contract doesn't give a token allocation for the founder. He had to buy in his coin the same as the rest of the people. And this is very important to understand. That's why I was saying that you are making accusations on the base of not understanding what's real on the blockchain.
Well, there's no accusation. That's false accusation that you're saying that I'm making an accusation. I was just asking a basic, simple question. That's a valid question that the people are going to ask that, and it's perfectly
You didn't allow
fine. It's perfectly
you
fine for
didn't
them to
allow
ask those kind
anyone
of
to
questions.
explain to you.
What's not
You
fine is
didn't allow anyone to
for people
explain.
asking those
You
kind
keep
of basic
poking
questions
people.
is to be attacked. That's what's not okay. Is for
You are
people.
poking everyone
Would you
here,
like
right
would
and
you like
left,
to
and
put
you're
a
not allowing
complaint? Would you
anyone
like
to
to put a
explain you.
complaint with our managers?
Yeah, I'll take a. I think you've shown your level of professionalism there,
All right, all right.
PH fame.
There's
Famous, I
another
guess.
needle.
No point.
All
Further
right. So
talking
so
since
hey,
you're not
try someone
willing
else.
to
Hey,
actually provide any service
Uvex
to
has his hand up.
the community and new people
Oh
coming
yeah,
in.
you
Hey, I would kick this alpha guy out of the room if it were my room. And I know you guys are quite open and forgiving to people, but just dig into this guy. He's in my opinion, he's a scammy
yeah,
ass
man.
scumbag. I posted a link to the top there. Just dig in. He's going to be gaslighting you and dodging you and
He's an
not
idiot.
listening to anything you
He's a
say. So
fucking idiot.
you're just wasting your time. So
A pack,
just kick him and move on.
a pack of liars and cancel culture and block ban and
Oh
hey,
yeah,
Mark Zuckerberg would like.
1000%, motherfucker. You want to also tell me a race so I could be racist with you? You down?
Hex, go apply for a job with Zuckerberg. He'll love you doing the cancel culture, trust and safety, security, blocking and
Look,
banning.
Only
like
Zuckerberg?
you're
Why
like
not
you're making
Fauci?
this
Why not Fauci?
bigger than
I think Fauci's Italian also. I
I
like
think
you're
he'll
use
get
making
some
this
money
bigger than it needs to
nanoparticles
be.
ink
kill
for
some more
energy cells. I
motherfuckers.
don't sell lies to people.
So
Yeah,
look, man, you're look.
guys, I removed him. It's like pointless to be poked to daily by this guy. He doesn't want to understand. He doesn't want to research. I gave him links that will send him towards tens of Hex community websites. He never tried to learn anything. He doesn't understand what's liquidity. He doesn't understand how smart contract works. He knows nothing about Hex smart contract, but he keeps coming here and poking people right and left.
Okay, so now
Yeah,
it
he
makes sense.
disappeared
All
when
right,
we
cool.
talked about energy cells, and now everybody's looking at his coin that he came out with. You can check it out on the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, I know about that shit. Yeah.
Just don't even waste any time with them. You guys have a good day. I'm listening. Buy Hex for
Good
yourself.
stuff. Thank you, Uvex. Fame it.
It's
We try not to.
one thing I do like is that everybody likes to we do our digging. Like that's one thing I could say. We dig and we look and we see. You could see people's MOs, which is kind of cool. I mean, the information is there. I mean, what it boils down to, the information is there. A lot of the concepts that, you know, Joe Blow Crypto tries to come inside here, they don't really get because they've been taught wrong to begin with. So it is what it is, man. Like if you don't even know, if you don't even have the right foundation, then what's left? You create stories and scenarios to talk you out of getting certain things. So that's what people have been doing in relation to hacks. Shit, I've seen it all. I've seen it all since early 2020. I done seen it all, man.
This is what I love my community. You see, I was there, this guy came, and I'm obviously not the most technical person to be talking to. And they came to the rescue. They came, they stood up, and they were able to
Fuck yeah,
confirm
we're cancel
this.
culture.
So
I'm
thank
fucking cancel
all
culture
right.
1000%, bitch. When I go emotional, you guys have to understand it's a red flag. You have to. We try to get something out of them, and then they go ahead. You see how he just didn't give a shit about the questions and went to
Yeah, it was like
attack
a
famous and
I want to
oh
say
look
something
at
to
this
you.
guy.
Famous, I want to say, famous, I want to say something to you. Famous, you are not the father. This sounded just like it was so intense, guys. I'm like, oh, I love this. Thank you so much, Famous. Thank you guys for stepping up and defending your
That makes sense.
Mexican
I
brothers
was
and
saying
sisters.
shit in the world. Every
I was
time
like,
he comes in, every
whatever.
time it's like, bro, he just asks a question, listens, and then just asks another stupid question and listens, and then doesn't say nothing, doesn't answer, lets us fucking attack him, and then he just gaslights us.
Yeah, just like in the Jerry Springer show, guys. This is like, hey, it's 12 o'clock.
Never says
Ready for the
thank
shows
you.
to start. The shows to
Acts like as if we have to answer him, like as if we're the help desk. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here, bitch.
I'm just gonna, you know what? I want to answer in my way to all those people out there who come and tell us why and explain me and this and that. I'm gonna say, do you pay my rent? Do you pay my food when I go to the supermarket? No. So what I do with my money is my own business. So move on. Next. Thank you. Next. So anyway. Ah, my goodness, this is intense. I love my Mexican family. I love this. I love this. Anyone, anyone out there has any questions for this amazing group of people with a lot of knowledge? We have experts in security, we have experts in trading, experts in everything. I'm an expert
It's
in, I don't know, motherhood. It could be, maybe. I don't know.
not Georgia. You're awesome.
Oh, thank you. I love you too.
I
And
was
then
like,
thanks to a random guy, I learned the benefits of coconut oil, guys. Thanks to him, now I not only use coconut oil to cook, but I use it for a lot of things, but nice
beautiful.
things, all positive. So coconut oil can change your life. Get your Costco membership. Another thing that I've learned, hey Hexicans, if you do not want to spend, listen to me, if you do not want to spend the money, the $160 or $60, I think it's now, monthly, the yearly Costco membership, just go buy gift cards and use them at the checkout. Thank you very much. Mic drop. $60 will give me what? How many hex, guys? A lot of them. So save on memberships. Go to the Costco
and make
and buy the gift card.
make your oil virgin. May your oils be
Mayor,
virgin.
and go get those big go get those big 2-for-1 buckets of coconut oil. Don't you have, that's something you have to have at home, coconut oil, always. And what else did I find out? I have tricks to save money. Go to the supermarket on the checkout. If you're in California, it's Vaughn's and Ralph's. I don't know in other states or other countries, but check out the signs in front of you that you never look at. If you go between the hours of 6 and 7 p.m., they should have warm, fresh, baked bread right there. If you look at it and they don't have it, if it's not nice, warm, I usually go about 5 minutes till 7 o'clock, you get it for free. So if you have 2 loaves of bread at $2.69, you can get your bread for free. You laugh at that, but try going every week. They know that I'm going to get free bread. The big ones, the ones that come, like it could be sourdough, or uh, it could be just regular French bread, and $6 invested on my children that I put away every week. Maybe 12. I don't eat much bread. I'm on a diet, so we don't eat much. But those are tips. We have a lot of free things around us that we don't know about it. If they tell you you're going to pay $6 for the bread, 2 loaves of bread, or you want it for free. I want it for free. And that's what PulseChain is for me. A free loaf of bread. Freshly baked. Oh, Lord, you missed the fight. You missed the fight. It was so entertaining. King Daniel, I'm surprised you're not here. Mando, what are you doing down there? I thought you guys were going to be here fighting, and it was a blood sports. Blood
Oh, if
sports.
Mando wants around,
The
Alpha is
winner.
making a request.
Oh, you see, Mando, come
Yeah,
up
you have
here.
some tension you want to work out, have a little fun?
With Mando?
No.
Yeah,
Between
sure, bring it
Alpha,
on.
if Mando wants to take a try.
Oh, Alpha, bring Alpha
We
back.
can bring Alpha back.
It was a good show. I'm telling. By the time I told everyone to come up here to listen to the fight, you guys like take the kid down. I think we should bring him and beat him a little bit more. I'm sure there's someone else coming up. What's up, Tony? How are you doing?
Wow, you guys are the
I love
best.
your dog.
Yeah, that's my little coconuts. She passed away. Crushed me.
Oh, bless her heart, little coconut.
Crushed me.
Bless her heart.
14 years
She was
though.
a Chihuahua.
Yeah.
Well, she lived a good life.
Oh, yes, she did.
Oh, she lived.
My princess.
Oh, I love her. I just had my Maltese just passed away. She was 14 as well.
So hard.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I'm sorry about your loss. We love pets. I love pets. I think they're family members. I feed my pets before I feed my kids. It's not good to say sorry, guys.
I cooked my dog steak and my kids had hot dogs.
That's right. They get the best of the best. I go to Costco every week and I give them a nice chicken. And they eat Costco chicken.
I'm making
lunch, and
dog
dinner.
treats right now as we speak. It's my business. But that's not why
nice.
I'm asking to be up.
Tell us.
First of
Tell us
all,
what's on your mind. Be nice, because I'm not like the bride's Mexican.
First of all,
Just a second. I have a question. John McCoy, you have time to come up.
Should I wait?
Yeah.
I thought it was my turn. I'll hang on.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, other things not related to security crypto, we can take it a little bit later, but it's a question. It's quite late for me, and I have to.
Sean, shut the fuck up. There was
course,
someone
Shane.
asking a question.
Hey, Sean, I'll create a new room and we can hop over there real quick. I'll spin up a room right now.
We can do it here. Just a second.
Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead. I think
Go.
Tony's okay with it. Tony, you're okay, right?
Your mic, Sean, is kind of broke.
100%. Go ahead. I got all day.
Go on, Sean.
I have a question from a new onboard, John McCoy. I recommend that Trezor, and I have never used it, and she mistakenly ordered Trezor without the cable. Okay, so I told her to not buy it from a third party. So when she went back to the Trezor.io, she couldn't find a Trezor cable for Apple products.
They come with the default cable, one per wallet.
Does it come with a cable?
Yes.
Because she probably
The
didn't
iPhone
know that
doesn't
she
come
had...
with a fucking cable.
Yeah, it does.
Trezor.
I know that question. You know what? The box was probably open because the box comes with a cable. It comes with a Trezor. It comes. Yes, they do. I know. It always comes with that. If you don't have the cable in there, that means that was compromised. And tell her to invest another $69 or 200 and something, 79. I think it was for the Model T, right? I know.
Or
because
get
I went
a
through all
Ledger
that.
for 80. Ledgers
A
are way
Ledger
better.
for 80. That's true.
Well,
That's true.
you guys know that. You guys know that we have Papa B in here. He's the residential cold storage
Yeah,
wallet guy.
does the
So
treasure come with a little dingly thing? Or
Can
go ahead and bring them up.
Hex Hangout is
So what's
here.
your question, Sean?
Fuck's sake, come on. I'm asking a one person, 5 people are answering,
What's your
and I didn't
question?
get a fucking answer. So it means I think Jasul, you said that the product comes with a cable.
The answer is
Yeah, if it doesn't come
Sean
with
is
a
wondering.
cable.
okay. So Sean, is the box intact?
I don't know. It is a new onboard, and then it means that it is already open or she has not opened it yet.
Okay. Did she buy it with the understanding that it was a new product from the manufacturer?
Yes, I had sent her treasure.io's link, and I told her several times to not order from a third party.
Very good. Then if she procured it through Trezor.io and it was received by her, then it has a cable with the device in the box. End of story.
There, I
See,
got
I
the
was
answer.
right.
Thank you very
I
much.
was right. I was right. I'm an expert. I've been following Papa Boner and for a long time. You see, dude, I just went up a level. I went a higher level on the Hexagon. I'm an expert in treasures. I know because I just installed mine. So I know everything to know about treasures. What comes in the box, the stickers. It comes with 3 stickers. 1, 2, 3 stickers. 3 stickers.
Okay, great. Then how do you set up Chimera secret sharing with the treasure? Go.
The Trezor Model T has Shamir secret sharing option for the backup. It prompts you for that when you create the new wallet. However, I recommend that you do the 24-word seed phrase on the Model 1 and migrate that through advanced introduction into the advanced recovery into the Model T to, enjoy the 24-word seed phrase plus the passphrase. Shamir secret sharing automated through the device is a nice to have, but I would say it's a trade-off to be able to just simply get your own decoys done through some other random method in your own Shamir secret sharing breakup of those seeds. It's only a nice to have, I think. Hex Hangout can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're taking advantage of the actual entropy in the device if you use the onboard method to do Shamir secret sharing, and the recovery is much more robust. However, I like the 24-word seed phrase plus passphrase on the Model T if I'm paying for that. What do you think, Hex Hangout?
Yeah, I think someone could watch a YouTube on how to do it and figure it out by hand, how to put in decoys or however they want to go with it. And yeah, 24 words is essential. Yeah.
Papa Bona, you were cheating. I know it. You were getting notes from Hex Hangout.
What?
I just made a chat GPT, so.
How dare you? You know what? You were cheating, Gamma, by getting notes on setting up nodes from the actual node provider site in Google search. Yeah.
You got me. I learned everything I know on Google.
Yeah, security is a team sport. Always defer to another practitioner, especially if you respect them highly. And I think that Hex Hangout is a force to be reckoned with. Always, I always want him looking over my shoulder, as any of you should, getting at least 2 points of contact, 2 reference points, 2 data points, at very least, to make your judgment.
You can always
And
ask
Georgia.
me.
Papa.
Yeah, exactly. Thank
Yes.
you, Hangout. Thank you. Thank you.
Papa.
You see, he's acknowledging me.
Yes, Georgia got another point.
Papa
And
Boner.
Georgia. And
I got a
Georgia.
ledger question. I got
I'm
a
not a
ledger question.
practitioner, but I am a witch doctor on treasure. Go ahead. That's Hexdex. This one is yours. I know nothing about ledgers.
Yeah, I'm bigger on ledger, not the
Can I
treasures.
add a 25th seed passphrase word to my ledger?
I've never
even though-
used a treasure. 6 years ago,
Guys,
I got my
Gamma,
treasure
someone's
from
talking.
check.
I don't think people can Gamma, yeah,
Oh,
you can't hear. You can't hear
sorry.
the question. The question was, can I add a 25th word, a passphrase, onto my ledger? And the answer is absolutely you can. And Hex Hangout in his sleep can tell you exactly how.
Well, and it will create a completely new wallet that you'll have to migrate over to. Yes.
Oops. So there's no way to just add the passphrase. I have to redo the whole seed.
Yeah, no. Look, no, you don't have to redo the whole seed, but think of it this way. The passphrase is like a magical incantation. It opens up a brand new set of addresses, right? Of Ethereum addresses. They're unique to the ones that are on the standard wallet with the seed. So they're unique, which means your tokens do not, you can't bolt on a passphrase onto a pre-existing wallet. The addresses are pegged to that seed as standard,
Okay.
or
Okay.
they phase and create brand new addresses if you use a passphrase. It's called a hidden wallet. You can create a hidden wallet underneath a regular standard wallet, but you'll have to send your tokens in liquid form
Right.
to the new hidden wallet.
Guys, if you don't speak, please you drop us a listener because we have a mic request and no open slots.
So what was your question, Sean? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I had misunderstood the question. So when I called her back and I explained everything, she said that she has the cable. The cable was inside the box. The box was completely sealed, but the problem is that she cannot connect it to her Apple product. Should I recommend her to buy one of those adapters from a third party? I mean, from a side?
You should honestly, my recommendation as far as that goes is get it from Ledger. So she bought a Trezor, but get the connector, the little tip connector for the Type C cable connector. The little tip, I would get it from another trusted security vendor, and that would be Ledger.
Is it possible, probably, for you to send me a link? I
I
know I
can
have.
get that. I'll go get it for you, Sean.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So I can solve this problem. It's really late for me to speak too loud and on the phone. I mean, whatever you guys are telling me, I have to now explain the same thing on the phone to somebody
Yeah,
else.
I'll type it and send it to you. And in a DM, just a minute.
Yeah, my question goes like this. Is Richard creating a stable coin for PulseChain?
There is no official stablecoin for PulseChain. There will be bridged-in stablecoins from Ethereum, for sure. There are third parties that are creating stablecoins natively to PulseChain. Richard Hart has no part
No
of them.
blockchain has a native stablecoin. There's no such thing as a blockchain's stablecoin. The last one completely sucked. Completely destroyed crypto.
I'm not getting into a
Well, I was
stablecoin
assuming. I
discussion.
think I'm assuming he's referring to something like BUSD, like how Binance has Binance
No, but that's the
USD and stuff
exchange.
like that.
That's the
That's what
exchange.
he was thinking.
The only stablecoin that's ever been issued by an actual planned out like L1 was USDT, and that one failed horribly.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. So, yeah, you're right.
I would not want them to make a stablecoin. I hate stablecoins. They could go to hell. I don't even know why we still have them.
Yes, that's why I didn't want to go into the
It's
stablecoin
like, oh
discussion.
yeah, but what are you going to use to onboard? Well, how the fuck do you buy Ethereum? It's the same fucking thing. It's like, oh, you could buy a USDC coin. Like, well, what's the difference between buying USDC and Ethereum? Just buy Ethereum. It's cheaper transactions. Like, what the fuck?
Guys, I still need an open slot, so if you don't speak, please remove yourself as a speaker so I can bring Boner for hex.
You could make someone a co-host, famous. Hey, Sean, it's in your DMs.
Put Papa or XI out if they're down.
Papa's going to sleep. I'm still kind of supposed to be working.
It's okay, man.
Yeah, I can go down to make a space for Boner.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
This portal is really good. It gets me aggressive, man.
I'm the only girl. I'm not leaving, guys. You leave. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, Georgia just leveled.
I'm holding the chair for a smart girl to come up here.
First,
KDP,
thanks for making the
I have the
space.
crowd
Much
all ready for
appreciated.
you. Come up here.
Real quick,
Oh Lord, Tony B, you had a question earlier. Did they answer this? Guys, answer your question?
I threw a different. I have a lot of questions, but the one I wanted to ask is about T-shares. I kind of got an overview yesterday, but what happened? So I'm a little confused as to my stakes right now. Let's just say I have 10 T-shares right now. At post launch, I get a duplicate of 10 T-shares on the Pulse chain.
Yep.
Or is it going to still be 10?
Yep.
Or
The
will it
same,
be
exact
more
same,
or less?
exact same system state you had on the Ethereum blockchain. It will be on Pulse chain. So you have to unstake at the same date.
So if I have liquid hex and it goes over and I stake on the Pulse chain, will I get more than 10 T-shares for the same amount of hex?
Depending what's the situation, but at the beginning the situation will be the same because it's the whole system state copied. So whatever is the state on the Ethereum network, the same state it will be on the Pulse chain.
Okay.
Dude,
And I
shut
have
the
a
heck,
question.
hang out on
I
iTunes, you
think
fucking
I know where you're
idiot.
going.
Shut the fuck up.
And generally, it's
Go ahead.
pretty important.
Too bad that guy's back.
Yeah. And just as a general note for the room, it's generally good to not disclose your size of your bags, whether they're big or small or whatever. You might not care, but just like it encourages other people to also not. And it's good if no one knows how much other people have. Like it just generally makes everyone more secure.
If I did that, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find an example.
No problem. Like it's all good.
T-share. I know I've learned over the last year, it's all about my T-shares, man. And thank God Richard Hart's holding all these coins because he made me a lot of money. And if I had those tokens, I would be this place would be underwater. So he's in my best interest at the moment. The point is, I don't understand what happens on the Pulse chain side of Hex with staking and T-share accumulation.
You want to answer that, Georgia?
No, I actually have a question regarding that. I have a follow-up question about that because that was a very good question for us that, we're pretty much not so.
I'll answer it then.
We're new. Anyway, let me tell you, let me ask you the question that it's part of the question that Tony did. Okay, I think what I understood is that when I go right now, I have my stakes and the Ethereum chain, and when Pulse opens, I'm going to get a clone copy of whatever I have, exactly the same with the same due dates or expiration date of my stakes or mints, or how do you call it? I don't know what I call it. Then I understand that, for example, right now for each T-share, we need about 26,000 hex, correct?
Around that, yeah.
Yeah. Around that time. Okay. But right now each hex is X amount of money. So when we move into Pulse chain, I will need the same amount of hex per T-share, right?
The only thing that's going to mirror initially would be just a numerical amount.
No,
So
just listen to my question. Just answer my question.
okay.
When I move over to Pulse chain, the only thing that for each T-share will be the same amount of hex, correct?
Yes, but at a different price.
But the only difference that is going to be between the ETH chain and Pulse chain, is that in Pulse Chain, hex price will be different than the price on ETH.
Yep. Yes.
Correct? So at the beginning, it might be like when hex appear, when hex came, when the original hex, very, very low the price. So we'll be able to acquire a lot more T shares for the same, for a lot less money. That is what my understanding. Potentially, let's pray that happens. So I will be able to acquire. So right now, a T-shirt is what, about $1,000, let's say. When it comes down on Pulse Chain, it might be lower or it might be higher. We don't know. So that's my understanding. Correct?
Yes.
Am I on the right track? Okay, that's all.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Tony, that's part of your question, Tony? It's going to be the same amount of hex, but hex
That
price
is
going
my
to be
exact question. So I could hang on to my liquid. It duplicates hex on Pulse. I could come back to Ethereum, stake what I had liquid here, and then go over there and stake what I have liquid there.
Correct. Correct.
It's worth the wait at this point because it's only weeks, days, minutes away.
2 more weeks. Yeah. 2 more weeks, they say.
Back in the day, I staked all year. I've been staking, but I happen to have a bag of liquid right now that I was thinking rather than stake it, I'd hold it to the duplication side. If
It's not worth
no
it.
financial
Stake
advice,
it
but
now and buy later. Stake it and buy it
So I'm gonna
after.
keep buying, bro.
It's not the
I'm
hex.
keeping on buying.
Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you.
That's what I'm doing.
Hex on Pulse. When you're going to be able to take your $100 bill and purchase P-Hex, P-Hex will not be equal to E-Hex. Therefore, okay, you could buy P-Hex. So just stake it. Because it's no point in holding it. Because right now you're losing on your Hex. Every day.
Yeah, you're losing yield every day.
Every day you wait. Every single Hex you own, you're allowed every day to get the inflation that Hex is allowed to give you, and you're giving it to those who are staking. You could be getting that T-share price right now and getting more in the future. But right now you're thinking about, I'm going to stake on Pulse Chain. You should maybe not do it, because as a newcomer, it is important to be comfortable and do things and learn. But I would stake more. Like, don't be scared. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen?
You get another copy of your stake. That's it.
Yeah. The good thing is that you're going to get what Famous is saying. What I understand for me is better. I will get more benefit out of staking Hex in Ethereum than keeping a liquid copy and getting a copy on Pulse. Because anyway, you're going to get a copy.
No, it's not even that. It's not that. It's that if you're keeping Hex to sell, I get it. But if you're keeping Hex to wait for Pulse Chain to stake, makes no sense. Because one, by the time you do stake, you have a higher T-share price than you do now. And you're not going to magically have more Hex. You're going to have the same amount of Hex. And the T-share price will be the same. Okay, your transaction cost will be $6 cheaper. Okay, it'll cost you $20 cheaper to do the transaction. But the end of the day is you're going to need to buy more Hex to get more T-shares. And if you clutch it now, you get those T-shares copied over. But you're also going to be able to purchase more. So don't, like, this is a really hard way to
That's
explain
exactly what I said.
No, Famous is right, because like you're shortchanging yourself. You're shortchanging yourself daily. Every single time there's a payout, and you're not a part of it. You're not participating in it fully as you should. You're shortchanging yourself.
But there's different scenarios. That's what because that's off of what he said. Now, if the individual is looking at, well, I already have my long-term stakes. I already have profited off of the low T-share price. And currently I'm preparing for my daily, weekly, short-term stakes, then that's something to think and consider. But if you're getting something else than Hex or else than another coin that lets you acquire T-shares for a cheaper price, then I think that you're doing the wrong move.
There's a reason why you can't get
It
Pulse Hex
matters.
or Pulse Chain right now, because the focus is Hex. The focus is the T-shares. The T-shares is going to allow you.
The math works though only when we have the price of PHEX. So if PHEX is going to be pennies compared to
It's going to
dollars,
have to
then
be, man. It's going to have to be,
Yeah.
Tony, because look at what it did on both test nets and both chains. It's not going to be worth more than Hex on Ethereum. It cannot. At first,
Initially.
it's
Yeah, initially.
not for the future. It's initially, and initially that's your plan, is to get the copy and do something with your copy. But the thing is that you might not see the profit now. When those who created a T-share at the beginning of staking, they were getting not even a Hex every day. But the value was in the long-term payout. When you realize that you're getting 25 to 50 Hex per T-share, you're going to wish you locked in the T-share price at 26K and not at 30. You feel me?
yep. The hold on to a few bucks in cash and then dollar cost average on PHEX
Yeah.
on
Like,
the way
don't
up.
go all
Yeah,
in. Like, you
yeah.
shouldn't. DCA is a very, 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 very hard strategy to master, because everyone wants to get the lowest they did. And when you're getting the lowest you've ever did, do you go full in? Do you not? Do you put half? Is it the lowest? It's like the most dilemma. But the DCA is you have a plan. This is how much you're willing to allocate, and you do it constantly. So your DCA into T-shares should be the fact that you're gonna double the lower T-share price. There's no way in hell you can't profit off of getting a lower T-share price. If you were to have 10 stakes of 1 T-share each, you're getting this. You're gonna get the same amount of T-shares as someone with 10 T-shares in 1 stake.
Makes sense.
But
I
it
don't want.
doesn't
I'm
mean
missing.
your principle is the same Hex.
I asked this question yesterday, I think, in a different way. I don't understand the PHEX side of it yet, I guess. Even though it's going to be the same, I don't understand the price.
You
right?
understand that some people, okay? You understand this point though, that some people make 6 Hex a day because they gave 10,000 Hex to the contract. You understand that, right? Or 10,003 compared to us now. You need to give 20.
I'm in that game. I'm in that
Perfect.
game. Just saying.
So that's why, because one, there's 2 strategies that I foreshadow, which is going to be the bridging from Ethereum to Pulse Chain, which is inevitable, but also the bridging from PRC to ERC to Ethereum, where you will be able to purchase. So if you're going to be able to purchase, and I do not think that Hex on Pulse Chain will be greater than Hex on Ethereum. If it does,
Can I take my other ERC20s and trade them for Hex on the other side?
Yeah. There's going to be on PulseX. There's definitely going to be
later on. Yeah,
there's going to be
there's going to be
once it gets
there's going to be a
established.
routing.
Once
There's a routing that's possible, but the thing is that, like, the strategy of what you can do is okay, but what is the best strategy now? Like, how do you maximize your profit, right? Like, let's say Pulse Chain wasn't coming out, the play would be to get Hex, right? Like, would you be buying other coins? And like, when you look at, like, okay, what can go up? Like, I know people say diversify, but like when I look back at certain
I
things,
just want to say Hex is the #1 performing coin this year. No, it's blown everything else away. So why would I want to go anywhere else?
I understand,
don't.
but there's an argument to that I can give, but I don't want to.
I'm not a trader either. I've learned the hard way through you guys that I'm not trading anything because I'm not good
Tony,
at it.
or else I wouldn't help you. I'd tell you can't, man. It's your fault. But the thing is, Tony, like the first 2 days, the first 48 hours,
people will be fucking not looking at the T-shares. And you'll be able to acquire T-shares. And the T-share for me is the go-ahead play, man. Because the price of PHEX is going to be cheap. So there's no way for you to like the only way to, if the best way to do things is the T-share, the best copy is the T-share. Because if HEX is going to be more expensive for a T-share on PHEX, which it will be 100%. Like, forget about it. People are going to be staking every day, compounding daily, every 3 days, every 5 days. You name it, man. Whatever your heart desires. You can do.
So if I bring over T-shares, they benefit from all that
Of
activity.
course, but you have to understand, okay? Like I've always tried to say, you get a payout.
Yeah, zero up.
You understand that your payout.
I got
do you
it.
understand that, like, your payout per
Yeah.
T-share will
Yes,
increase?
it's happening on the other side at the same time, even more because everybody wants it.
Yes.
It's
So when
finally
you look
clicked.
back at it in a year or 2 years from now, when you have a 40,000 hex per T-share and 40,000 P-hex is more expensive, okay, I get you. But right now you're paying for a T-share at 26,000 P-hex. And what's the cheapest way to get it? For free.
Or bring it with me.
But that's it, to get it for free. Don't purchase it because
everybody else is going to be buying it. They're already above me. They're already behind us.
That's
No
exactly
shit.
those who get the T-share copy. Well, those who've already interacted with the contract get that interaction copied, and that
We're
interaction
one
gets you
step
more.
ahead already.
You understand?
Yes. It's kind of like sacrificing for Pulse.
Yeah, we're kind of ahead of the game. So it's
A
like
little.
we're the ones in the driver's seat. If you wanna, that's why those first couple of days of ratio trading, it's gonna be crucial. A lot of people are gonna get thrown out before the game even gets started, just because of it.
My God, this is surreal. How did I get involved in this? Thank you. What? Oh
Good
my
stuff, Tony.
goodness. My life is changing. Freaking out over here. It's so good. Whew. Let's go.
Tony, you sound just like me. I'm happy. You see, that's a feeling that I get every single day when I see all the possibilities and the amazing opportunities that we're getting with this. This is amazing. I'm glad.
And
You like dogs, I like dogs. You feel the same. Thank you guys for explaining that. I've learned so much right now. I didn't know about that. So thank you.
and Tony, you're happy about that. Now you're only talking about the hex side of things. I mean, if you really want to
Like,
go
Tony,
down
think
and
about
like
this.
dig a little deeper, you got Hedron, you got a Cosa that you're getting. It gets
Tony,
better.
Hex is gonna go to 25. Like, you have to understand something, okay? Every day, I know you hear this all the time. Every day, there is more inflation. If you go on Hex Daily Stats and you look at total supply, that is the number that tomorrow will be inflated, and we will have a go at the inflation. Now, the amount that gets inflated gets redistributed to who? The stakers, aka the minters, aka those with T-shares, at a proportion of how much you own. So if there's 10.1, well, if you go look at the T-shares, the T-shares are decreasing, are deflationary. They're deflationary. Well, they're deflating. Let's say it like that. They're deflating, right? So you're technically, if you own the same thing for so much time and it's deflating, you're gonna get more of a piece of the pot. And if the piece of the pot always gets bigger, then you keep getting more of the piece of the pot. So when Hex, right, for one T-share pays out 25 Hex per T-share, you're making almost 9,000 Hex per year on that one T-share. And that T-share could be at $1 per Hex. Now we're talking.
Yeah, man. Can you guys tell me, Hedron, do I have to make any moves once I stake my Hex to own Hedron?
Not at all, man. You get it
I
automatically.
personally think, man, just like you go to a restaurant and you'll pay $20 for your steak, but you'll pay $5 for the dessert. I think you could buy Hex and you could buy Hedron. You could buy you could buy a steak, which is Hex,
and you could buy the dessert, which is Hedron. Because at the end of the day, the dessert does give you nutrients and food, and that's what T-shares is.
It complements the meal. It just complements the meal. It's a sweet,
That's a great
Nah, but
satisfying
like, let's
food.
say
analogy.
you're stuck, man. Let's
Yeah.
talk real shit. I know everyone gets to have a beautiful meal, but if let's say you're fucking starving, a dessert does do the job. An ice cream will do the job, but it's a dessert. It's not. You're not gonna always eat ice cream as a main
It's a
meal,
snack.
right?
Yeah,
But
it's
you
a
could have
snack.
steak,
Yeah,
like, or whatever. You always have a meal, right? And that's what
yeah.
hex is. But you got to go all in on the meal.
Spaghetti and
Yeah, but
meatballs.
that's hex. You understand? That's the meal, the
Yep.
main meal.
Do I have to? Do I have to go to Hedron to stake my hex to get Hedron, or I could stake it on Staker app?
You could do it either. You could do it either
Tony,
way. If you do it on the Hedron app, you get a tradable stake that you can
Tony, get the
use. You
fuck
can
off
actually
your
borrow
phone.
against, but
Tony, get the fuck off your phone.
but don't do it
You're.
on your phone. That
Let's do
too.
it like
Yeah.
this. Let's do it like this. Random.
Yeah, no,
I
no,
want to
no. I'm
stick
not.
it to Tony. Tony's been here
Papa
long enough
Boner,
that I could tell him.
Papa Boner got me early. Don't worry. I have my own computer dedicated. It's never been on any websites
Fuck
that
off your
aren't in.
Staker, bro.
Oh, don't do Staker app anymore.
This is my advice.
Yeah.
You know,
You
Tony.
know,
This is
Tony.
my
I mean,
advice.
Staker app is. I would say this.
I have a question. I have a question.
It's cool. It's cool just because they use Gnosis Safe. I mean, Gnosis Safe is a multi-sig wallet, and they're
Yo, T-Nax, can you mute your mic, please? There's a fucking...
Will there be a stablecoin on PulseChain mainnet?
yeah, there's feedback.
Yo, T-Nax, your mic is wrecked, man. There's a echo. Can you please fix it?
Hey guys,
I
this is Boner
mean,
for Hex. Can you guys hear me?
What's up, Boner?
Hey man, can I just ask you guys a question real quick? Specifically, Papa, be still around?
yeah, he's still here. I think.
I could try now.
This is a. By the way, famous. Nice to finally be in the same room with you at the same time. You feel like my brother from another mother. I listen to these spaces while working all the time, and you are always on here. So I feel like I've known you for 20 years. I know that may sound a little
I
weird,
appreciate
but
you, bro. Don't worry about it.
here's my question. I just went ahead and bought a new laptop per. Man, is my mic wrecked?
No. Tinax,
Okay.
he's
All right, so
unmuting himself and he's creating a feedback.
So I just got my new laptop, approved by Papa B himself. I got a bunch of new treasures. I used to always keep everything in separate wallets. My question gets to the seed phrases. So if I have one wallet with three hidden, excuse me, let me say that better. One treasure with three hidden wallets because they each have a passphrase. God forbid I lose that treasure. That same 24 seed phrase will restore all three hidden wallets,
100%.
correct?
You have to have that passphrase.
I thought
You
so.
need to have that passphrase because each passphrase creates a new let's not get to the details.
Yeah, new ETH
For
address.
you to understand it, once you interact and make a 25th word, it generates you a new seed phrase. It does exactly like a new seed phrase would, which means that it generates you all new private keys in order. So that gives you a whole new seed phrase. So when you lose your treasure, the physical device, you can put back the 24-word seed phrase, and then with your passphrases, you're good. And if someone gets a hold of your 24 words, they cannot access your funds due to the fact that they would need the passphrases.
Yahtzee. Perfect. That's what I thought. I'm still working, so I can't really chat much, guys, but I appreciate it greatly, and I'll be around just listening.
Awesome, man.
I'm going to log out and come back so somebody else can use the mic if they need it.
Tinax, do you have a question? You try to unmute yourself and you're creating an echo, so we're listening to you now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm asking about the stablecoin. Like, will there be a stablecoin on PulseChain mainnet? Like, which stablecoin can I swap my pulse to? I'm just confused about it.
None. There is no states. Well, the way it works, there is no states. Your mic is horrible, man.
Your mic is horrible, man.
So Tinax, every time you finish speaking, mute your microphone because you are creating an echo and everyone that is talking, his voice is double. So there will be no stable coin at the beginning. Famous, if you still
Yeah,
want
it's
to add
simple as
something.
that. There will be no stable coin at the beginning. Because yes,
Yeah.
USDT does get copied, but they're not recognized.
Okay.
They won't be recognized.
They will not be recognized at the beginning.
No, they will not be recognized.
Okay. Now, how do I swap my pulse? What if I decide to swap my pulse? How do I go about it?
You could swap your pulse for USDC. I'm just telling you that USDC is not a dollar.
I'll buy your pulse. I'll buy your pulse.
My pulse is not for sale. I'm just asking. I just want to know.
I understand, man, but you can't. You can trade it for anything you want. You understand? Like, there's no such thing as money in dollars on this thing. It's if there's a liquidity pool for whatever token, which whatever contract exists, you're going to be able to trade it if there is a liquidity. And if there isn't a liquidity, you can't also. It's just there's consequences to anything you do.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
Because I think you're asking for a stable coin to have a dollar.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that doesn't exist. There's no dollars in crypto.
Okay.
Everything there's no value in crypto.
Okay.
Tinax, please do not forget to mute yourself after you speak, please. Hex, do you have a question?
Yes. Hi guys. I have a question about T-shares. In the beginning, I had 3 stakes on different wallets. Then I learned bigger pays better. I wait when the stake finish. I transfer the X from the wallet 1 to the wallet 3 and from wallet 2 to wallet 3. And in the meantime, the wallet 3 is a good wallet because I learned about the treasure. I did everything. When I had the treasure, I sent when the stake finish, I sent all the X there. My question is the first one, I forget it, was 0.23 T-shares. I have the names written on a paper, but I forgot it because I learned also about security, and the first one was one small stake on a phone, and I don't use it. The second one, I was waiting almost 2 years for the stake. I stopped the stake and I sent to the good one with security. I go check there. The T-share is 1.63. But I have I don't do nothing also with that because I have one also every X is in one safe in one good treasure is safe, no problem. My question is the one is 1.63 T-shares. A view or opinion of you guys, because it's a little bit difficult for me T-shirt. What can I think of expect about 5 years? So what is a t-shirt. Oh no, let me explain good before I stop talking.
Do you know the website?
I want to know
Wait a
the
second. Wait a
uh,
second.
uh,
Do you know the
yeah,
website stakehex.today? So you go
yeah.
there, you insert your public address, and you will see a lot of charts, and you have some buttons to see the value in hex or the value in US dollar, to see the current value or the projected value. You play around with those buttons and you'll understand more of what it will happen in the future with what you have there shared, staked. Stakehex.today.
Okay, I have write it down. Thank you for the information.
You're welcome.
Yeah, man. You see, your T-share is representation of your stake. Um, if you have any more specific questions, please try and ask. There might be. Don't worry about the language discrepancy. We can
No,
read through this.
I was more thinking like maybe some opinion, what not financial advice. I understand that, but the second one is also good security, but I never had by the second treasure to do the that one that because I was waiting for the stake finish to I have only one wallet security and wait 5 years and 10 years. That is okay. But my thinking was the first one I forget it because it's bad security was on the phone. But the second one is 1.63 T-shares and I was thinking maybe to buy a treasure and do the security and start a stake for the children on that because is not nothing is 1.63 but I don't know the value and I don't know what I can expect. I just hear the the friends tell about the information. I write it down. I go check about, learn about more about the shirt, but it's more about maybe some people say yes, 1.63 is something you when you have chance of is good idea to buy a treasure, do security,
Mhm.
and start one stake, a new stake. I mean.
That's an excellent idea because every T-share is sacred, so to speak, and should be protected. You know, the fact that it is a T-share is encouraging. That means that you are staked, um, and you should anticipate the end date and prepare yourself in the meantime. As well, in the meantime, you can certainly get another hardware device and create more, generate more seeds, so that you can use them, going forward in the future, and know that you're safe with everything you do.
Yeah, and even with just one hardware wallet, I think you mentioned you have one hardware wallet at this point. You can still have multiple wallets in MetaMask generated out of the same seed phrase, or you can use the 25th word to create additional addresses. So you can use your one hardware wallet for more addresses in two different ways.
I didn't know about that, but I go look for the information. But I think I do a part. I gonna order one, and that one I think I give the children is for the children. but it's good to know. Do
Yeah, it's important. Maybe not to think
to
of the device as something to give, but the seed phrase, to give and to protect, because the device can create many seed phrases. One device, you understand? So that's really the value and the power in the hardware device. But the idea to protect your seeds and be able to have seeds for different people and for different purposes is really important. And you can do that with one or two devices.
Yeah, so basically you can create a new seed phrase with your device. You can send the hex on that new address, stake it for like until your kids get to 18 years or until they finish college. Note the date, and then wipe after you save the seed phrase, you wipe the hardware wallet and you put in again your first seed phrase, the one from which are you currently working daily on. So basically, that seed phrase, even though it's not on a hardware wallet at this moment in time, you have saved it in 2-3 places, and you can transmit it further for your kids.
Can you repeat? Don't. I ask you. Can you repeat that for me? What you was saying about you, and just repeat what you just say, Net.
Okay, so
I
save the seed.
understand, but not good. If you repeat it again, I understand fully. My English is a little bit, I talk more language, Spanish and Dutch and my own language from my own country. But you was a little bit too fast for me.
Okay,
The
I'll
last
be slow.
minute.
I'll say slow. So you save your current seed phrase that you have on your hardware wallet. Be sure you have saved it in 2 places. Then you wipe the hardware wallet, you reset it. You create a new seed phrase. You log into MetaMask and you copy that public address. Then you put back your initial seed phrases in the hardware wallet. You send the hex you want to send to that second address. Then you wipe again your hardware wallet. You put the seed phrases that you generate for your kids, and you go in MetaMask on go.hex.com. You stake. You note the date at which the stake will end, let's say in 5 years. Then you can wipe again the hardware wallet and put again your initial seed phrase. And with the seed phrase that you generated, the second one for your kids, save it in some places on a metal or whatever method you choose to save it. And you can transmit them further the seed phrase. And they can buy a device or use your device at the end of the stake to unstake it and use it for whatever they need.
I had understand perfectly. Perfecto. Prima.
Very good.
Yo, ex, ¿conoce Crypto Profeta?
Sí, yo he oído mucho de él, pero yo trabajo no mucho tiempo en cripto, trabajo.
Sí, amigo. Eu posso compreendo tudo quando habla em espanhol. Sou italiano. Me tem um Telegram chat per Hex. Se tu vai em hex.com links,
Sí,
hex.com links tem Telegram chat solo para hablar em espanhol.
en
Sí,
español, ok,
está en
vale,
español.
vale, vale.
Oh my God.
Yo creo,
I
I
could
think I can,
understand
I think
everything
I
and
can,
I don't speak Spanish.
I could try it, but I
See,
like
see,
he'll
see.
I can,
understand
see,
Italian very
you,
well. Like
you see, guys, I'm here and the shop leader,
but I can't believe you haven't
señor,
shown up. That's why I'm like, okay, if she hasn't shown up by now, it's because she's busy.
estamos, para todos los que hablan español, aquí el viernes estamos transmitiendo en Rolando Criptos, también en el chat de Telegram, que es PULSECHAIN en español. Everybody's welcome, todos son bienvenidos. We try to do that in English and Spanish, lo hacemos en inglés y en español. So, la comunidad en español es muy grande, señor. Bienvenidos todos. Welcome everyone. We do, you know, famous, we do we do a broadcast on Fridays with Rolando Cryptos, which is one of the biggest guys in that supporters of Hex and PulseChain and other projects in the ecosystem. We do that in Spanish Fridays, Pacific Standard Time. I think it's 11 a.m. And we're bringing guests from the general market, and I'm acting as an interpreter for them. So we have the good thing of both worlds for people. That's the first bridge in the community. I think we're talking about many bridges to move coins, but I think we need bridges to unify community, the Hexican community. So we're doing that there. If
Yeah,
anyone needs information there, just I'll post. Just go to my profile and you'll see the information.
yeah. Also, ID Block has 2 Telegram channels. You can see him or find him on Twitter. And I think also
Identity Block is it's amazing.
from
It's part.
Portugal.
Yeah. Fala português. Posso falar italiano?
Fala português.
Fala português. Fala português. Não fala
Eu
português.
falo muito português agora.
Mostra.
Ah, eu
preciso de
preciso de
falar.
tudo.
Eu preciso de falar.
Precisa muito linda.
Bye, guys. Sorry,
Precisa muito linda.
we're the international hour. Welcome
Precisa
to
muito
PulseChain
linda.
Testnet V3.
Meninas.
Grazie.
Grandes bunda.
Grazie, menininha. Oh. I'm not gonna tell you guys. He needs nice girls. He needs to see. He likes nice girls. That's all I have to say. We have an international, the international hour, PulseChain Testnet V3 international hour. If we don't know, we'll Google Translate for you. Just come on down. Come ask any questions you might have. So that's amazing. You see, we're helping, we're reaching out, and we're expanding now our language barrier. So we're just bringing down the language barrier. It's great. I think everybody's having lunch right now. It's lunch hour, so everybody's probably having a cocktail or having lunch or dinner at home. My goodness.
Lunch.
It has been an amazing day, guys. Amazing day. We've learned so much about security. We have learned about T-shares. We have learned about a lot of things. Marketing, PR. You see, this is the good thing. Some people say the spaces don't help, but this is like the 911 line for Hexicans or for the crypto community. We are a 24/7 open space for people who have any questions. Customer service galore. I think that's what this is.
Hex, if you want to join the ID Block Telegram channel, it's PulseChain Militia.
And I'm going to share here. We had RG3 came to our stream 2 weeks ago. Last week we had Crypto Coffee. And this week we're waiting for confirmation from a guest. If not, we're going to look for someone else. But it's amazing. It is amazing. So the communities are so incredible. And you can start. What about you starting in your language? Mixed art NFT Hex. You need to start a stream in your community or a space so you can share with everyone.
I was thinking about it, but I put some family in X, but the people complain too much. I tell you, the people complain too much. Yes, they think about too much about €100, but I tell you, they have money to go do nails. They have money to go shopping. But I keep telling them, they go to the barber shop, they go do that. I tell them, this the time for X, this time for X is 2 cents, this time for X. I keep telling, but some people don't want to listen.
Some people don't want to listen, and you know when they don't listen, but they're gonna see you driving in that sport car, or they're gonna see you traveling around the world or getting the house of your dreams. They're gonna see the change in your life. Yeah, it is sad, and you're absolutely right. I've been doing my hair at home for the last year and a half because I want to make sure that I have every single penny, like saving on that loaf of bread or not getting the Costco membership and things, little things like that, little by little. I saw an account, I saw one of the accounts, and I saw this person starting with Hex. Is one of the people who started with Hex since day one, I think, starting with like $10, $5, $20, $100, just like that, little by little. And it went from that to now the value on their account, on their wallet, it's $2 million. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who have a lot more. They're laughing at $2 million, but I don't know about you, but for me, $100,000 will change my life. Imagine $2 million, what could be done. So a lot of people need to see that no matter how small the amount of money that you wanted to invest in your future, and for me is the future of my kids, no matter what you put in, it could make a difference in a couple years. And we're talking about only 3 years ago that they started doing that. And I'm telling you, I went through every single transaction of that wallet, and they were $100, $36, $40, little by little by little. They had right now, with the price of Hex today, they had over $2 million in that account. If that's not proof of what it could be done, I don't know what you need more proof. Those $60 for my Costco membership and those $150 from my hair, if that could add onto my little pile and in a couple of years become whatever, more than I probably have ever dreamed I will have. So I think it's worth it. It's worth it. Every penny, guys, counts. Every penny. And what they were talking right now about the T-shares and the value of the T-share, what it could be today and what it could be tomorrow, when Pulse launch in the future, it was mind blowing. So I like it. I like it.
I have some happy friends I bought last year, but the most complaint because I some talk but don't do. But is the point I don't like start small with day. I like start for full start by treasure then we go farther. But the buying the treasure bring also the delay and they confuse and see the price. But the most like the most friends are happy, but they don't feel it. They have the money, they put it and see it grow. But the small people I like, I like to help people who have small, but for them is
Yeah.
is deep. You understand my
It's
point?
very, yes,
Uh,
I do understand.
I have some
I'm telling
friends,
you,
they happy, but they don't feel they happy, but not happy. I like one make some small people happy, like they feel it, but to start for them
yeah.
is difficult. You begin start about Trezor, they say yes, the Trezor, the money from Trezor, I buy X. No, start with the security. All those things
Mm-hmm.
bring the delay. But I keep replay, telling them.
Yeah, tell them if Hex is worth investing in, then
Yeah.
it's worth keeping safely. And
Yeah, the same thing that I said earlier. If you were not here earlier, I said, would you put your children in a car without a seatbelt? No. Okay. The same thing with your crypto. Would you let your crypto, be at risk? No. Or little, $100 or $100 million. Doesn't matter. It is yours. I don't want to risk anything that it's mine.
$100 turns into 100 million roughly 9 years.
Exactly. Hey, Jim Rand, how are you, hon? Welcome to the
I'm doing
International Hour of
I'm doing
Pulse Chain
fantastic.
Testnet.
I like what Mixed Art NFT had to say about security. So we're,
Yes,
we're
absolutely.
starting on a good note. We love that security.
Yep. We had Papa Boner, and we have um Hex Hangouts talking, throwing some alpha about treasures, and what was the other one, Papa Boner? I can't remember. Ledgers. I'm just kidding. Ledgers. But it's very important to make sure that we take care of security. Come on, we wear a mask
And
out there.
it goes for everything in your life.
Wait a minute. We were for 2 years wearing a mask so we will not catch a cold, and we are not going to buy a treasure.
Speak for yourself, Georgia. Some of us were fucking.
No,
I mean,
know.
come on. Some of us
You
are
know
just
what I mean?
pureblooded stallions.
You, me, I'm an old lady. You know, I have to take care of myself. No, I'm telling you,
My family, thinking back, my family literally was like, "We're not going to speak to you anymore because you're not getting the vaccine." And now they're like, "Oh, we don't care."
Yeah, it's like, okay.
Yeah, man. Me too,
Like
Jim
to
Rat. It
banish me
was
from the fucking family. Like, what
bro.
the
Me too,
fuck?
Jim Rat. It's crazy.
Oh,
I
you should
haven't seen them in person since then.
You should see the it was a good excuse to, let me tell you something. It was a good excuse to get rid of a lot of family members, that's for sure. And people you don't want to see, you have the excuse right now. Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't wear the mask. Oh, too bad for you. I won't be able to see you ever again. Bye. But you should see the complaints that I got from not vaccinating the kids. That was a big thing, but I'm glad right now. I was brave and I was smart, I think, and hey, maybe that's in the future they will thank me.
Well,
My
you have to
children
be
will thank me for
smart.
that.
You have to be smart these days not to get automatically programmed by the masses. Like, it's like the weirdest thing ever. It's like you have to be
Yes.
smart to like I'm 29 years old. I'm 7.5% body fat, and I literally eat healthy all day. And they're like, "You're gonna drop dead. You're gonna drop dead."
I'm backwards,
Like, and
Zach.
I'm like,
just kidding.
if I drop dead because of this shit, everyone is going to die, like on the entire planet. So you guys, and my grandma's like, "I'm gonna die in 5 years. I don't give a fuck." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm with grandma. Like, she doesn't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Everyone." And then it's like they never told you to eat healthy. They never told you to get some exercise and get some sunlight. It never suggested any of these things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They were just like, jab it up and go eat some Frosted Flakes with Tony the Tiger.
Yeah.
And we all know what happened to Tony the Tiger.
No, I had to be isolated from the world to realize what was going on in the world. So say that I was able to see that when my kids were getting, the kind of education they were getting, I was sending them to school and letting them teach them what to do or what to say or how to be. And then after that, a lot of things changed in my household. So I think it was good at the same time. It was bad, but it was good.
Yeah, it was bad, but
mixed feelings.
the strong got stronger and the weak got more programmed.
Yep.
So
exactly.
which we kind of needed. Like, we need the stronger guys to step up, and then the guys that are just going to just be programmed by everything anyway. Like, they just need to just fall into the dust. Like, because they don't care anyway. Like, people be driving in their car by themselves with their mask on just so they can like feel morally proper. And I'm like, I just can't relate.
The funny part. I see my daughter, and there was a friend of hers that my daughter was telling me, yeah, she still wears a mask, but she doesn't wear it for healthy reasons, safety reasons. She wears it because it's fashionable and she likes to hide.
So I'm in the chat for the next hour or so. If anyone has any PulseChain validator questions or any questions about telereporters, which are the two subjects that I really talk about. FYI. Otherwise, I'm just kind of hanging.
No. Just go ahead and talk to. We're just making. You know me. I can't stand empty air spaces without people talking here. So valuable. So interrupt me anytime. I have a question of the validators about the validators. How is it? The number went up on the validators. Is that true? What I've heard, that the validators are going to get their bags full of money, of coins, whatever. It's really high right now because we have fewer validators. That's what I've heard, the rumor. I don't know if it's a good question. Is that let's say I'm thinking about becoming a validator. Is that a good business right now?
Not if you have to ask that question.
Okay. And I'm asking the question for someone else.
I would say I don't know enough, but probably
I guess it's
not
not a very
your
smart
best
guys.
investment.
Bring the Jim Red Crypto. You're smarter than me. Bring the smart questions for the validators,
Well, I was
guys,
just gonna ask
because
Gamma if Richard has any updates since last night.
He said 2 weeks. Actually, I think yesterday.
What?
Sorry, Gamma. We're really not trying to make a joke of this of the topic. Validation is
I
a crucial.
never had the pleasure of talking to Gamma. I'm so sorry if you were in the room and your precious time is. I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
No, I'm
I didn't know
here. I
you were.
couldn't.
Sorry,
I
Gamma.
left and came back because I think I couldn't hear somebody.
Oh, okay. No, I was talking about would I call it the rewards? What is it called?
Well,
APR?
there's inflation.
AP,
PulseChain has
okay, for the
inflation.
validators.
Validators get inflation for validating.
So right now it's a good thing for people who, not like me that I don't understand anything, but for people who is thinking about becoming a validator, it's a good opportunity this time because they're going to get really good rewards or benefit, right?
The last updates from Richard has been evaluation of the staking validator rewards, inflation, and then adjusting those numbers. We don't know what those numbers are going to be yet, but they will come out soon. And then, like the current numbers for being, like the current inflation you get for being on a validator, which is you validate, you create a block, and then in that block you pay yourself the inflation that you're owed yourself. That sounds very familiar, right? And
Yes.
you do that work, and then you get paid that inflation to yourself, and that inflation is very low right now. It's talking like 0.02%, where it should be higher than that. I can't talk in numbers, but we're gonna get official numbers to share, and everyone's gonna know about it and everything. So just understand that 0.02% is not the actual amount of inflation you'll get. It'll be like a higher amount of some kind that I can't really talk about numbers because we don't have numbers officially published.
And so far we have there will be about 4,000 validators, I understand.
No, the network launches with just shy of 4,100, and then community validators come online. And those are, I'm hoping, tens of thousands of validators will come online on testnet and mainnet. That's a hope of mine. That's just like an assumption that there will be tens of thousands of validators will want to validate for PulseChain. So we'll see what happens.
And if anyone wants to be a validator, I know there's a site that they can go and get all the information, all the details. Someone else was telling me that it's so well done, all the access to the information to become a validator. Where can they go to get that
There's a
information?
published launch pad that has information. I publish a 5 hours of videos of being a validator. I publish a article on how to set up Lighthouse and Geth with copy and paste command line with a little bit of tweaks you need to do. And David Fetter did a YouTube video on being a validator. So there's a bunch of resources that are floating around.
We had David Feder earlier here. He told us about that script to do it with a container, with Docker. So that should help people that are very newbie.
Yeah, there's a guy that has a script that uses Docker that helps you install it. I saw that floating around.
Yeah, David's video yesterday discussed that and highlighted Gamma's work on efforts and his Substack and all the information that he provides, and then this Docker thing that I think he was talking about maybe building something of his own to interact with to make it easier to participate. So it's good.
Yeah, that was
I'm going to try and find David's video from yesterday and post it up top.
That would be great. Maybe I'm not I'm not looking into that, but I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that's probably seeing this as an amazing opportunity to become a validator in PulseChain,
No,
especially when it's about to launch.
it will be profitable to be validator.
Yeah.
People are concerned because right now the numbers are very low. Richard's tweeting about all of this, so follow Richard. Get Richard's updates on the status of testnet and any changes and all that. So that's why I say if you're not following Richard, you don't have Richard's tweets on notification inside of Twitter, then you're missing out.
That's right. It's very important. And also the testnet has a follow Richard, of course, Richard Hart Win here in Twitter Spaces. I think this is like pretty much the most official place where you can find information that comes from straight from the source.
Richard's Twitter is the only official source of information, is the first source of information for PulseChain related news. Everything else is secondary to Richard's Twitter.
Fantastic. You heard it here, guys. Don't go and don't fall for fake accounts. I know there's a lot of fake accounts around going on and other medias like Instagram, TikTok, etc., etc. So come here, Twitter. The Twitter account for Richard is Richard Hart Win on Twitter Spaces. So on Twitter.
Yeah, anybody
so follow it.
Anybody, including myself, that's speaking about PulseChain should be referencing Richard's tweets.
Absolutely. And he has been giving us update every single day. So that's very important.
Yeah.
You can't complain, guys.
Well, Richard tweets and then the actual blockchain, right? So because that's a source of truth too. I mean, you gotta believe the blockchain. So just put that out there.
Of course. And also, you know what? In the blockchain, you have also on the testnet, you have the links. When you go to info, you have the links to the groups, the Telegram groups. I'm not in there right now. I can't remember what's it. Let's see. If you go to info, you have the Twitter, which is, it takes me, let's see, I'm going there to Twitter, and it takes me to the official PulseX. And you also have the link to the Telegram group that you could probably, like Gamma says, Richard Hart Win is the official place where you can go and get information from the source.
And then
and
then I would say also on Telegram at Hex News is Richard Hart posting stuff on Telegram publicly. So you should be like in that channel. And that is literally Richard Hart himself copy and pasting material into that chat, going for 3 years strong.
That's amazing. That is amazing. There's a
and
lot
Richard's
of
calls. It's a double of that. Richard's calls.
Yeah, but Hex News is the one, and then there's Richard's calls. He's got a bunch of other like Telegram accounts, but he posts stuff on Twitter, and then he posts stuff in Hex News, and then he, you know what I mean, and then he goes like to all the different places. I'm saying like those are the two main ones, and then there's a bunch of other ones where the information gets disseminated. Richard's calls is one, obviously, and then there's like Hex, Telegram, PulseX Telegram, you know, and the admins forward all that stuff all throughout the Hex Pulseverse.
And that is important because the closer we get to the day, the more news, fake news and fake information is going to be out there. So it's very important that we keep focused on whatever is the right thing.
What's very important is there are some high-profile people on Twitter that lie constantly about things that they have no ability to know anything about anything on. So don't fall for the fake news. That's all I can say.
Exactly. Guys, there's going to be haters out there attacking, becoming full charge against this. They tried many times in the past. We're moving forward, and be ready, soldiers. Be ready, because they're going to come with everything they have. But we are Richard Hart and Pulse Chain and everything to do with the ecosystem. It's unstoppable, unstoppable, and mutable. And I don't know what other word in my vocabulary. I will have to check Google Translate to get other words, but this is what I'm happy that I'm saying. This is
Yeah.
not stopping.
Yeah, and there's so validators, right? Like awesome. Talked a little bit about validators, and then there's also Teller Oracle Reporters, a native Oracle platform for Pulse Chain, launching. I don't have a name, but it's like another way that you can stake and you can earn revenue by running servers. It's the reason I talk about both of them, because there's validators, right? And then you have these Teller Reporters, which is also a different service that's being pushed by Liquid Loans, because Liquid Loans needs it and Power City is going to need it. And there's a lot of applications inside the Pulse Chain ecosystem they're going to need um, price feeds, right? An Oracle, a native Oracle platform, price feeds.
So you're basically facilitating the Oracle and that price feed, and that is like a different form of validating that
Yes.
part of the network, and that's an
It's
entirely
like,
separate activity.
it is an entirely different activity. It's like a different server, like a lightweight web server. You know, like if say if you're going to run like a blog, right? You don't need a massive computer for that. You need, just like a $5, $10 a month server in the cloud to serve your website. If you want to do it yourself. Well, this is kind of similar to that. It's a server like in the cloud in a data center that's publicly accessible, and then you program it with like a copy and paste basic config file, and then it just gets the price feeds from the different places or whatever, and then aggregates it. And then what you end up doing is whenever Liquid Loans needs a price, whenever Power City needs a price, whenever anybody on PulseChain needs a price, they say, or they send a request out to the network, the Teller technology, name pending. I wish they'd give me a name. And, they send a request out saying, I need a price for that. And then all the Teller reporters, thousands that are on the network, that are on, online, they race to get that price. And then whoever does it the fastest gets, the little fee or whatever, the tip, whatever fees assigned for that. And then that could be, 100 times an hour. That could be once an hour. That could be whatever. And, you stake your tokens, whatever it's called. And then that's another way to earn revenue, running servers on PulseChain to support PulseChain. So it's just like a different way. And the price point is much lower, because being a validator costs 32 million PLS, which, based on sacrifice balance, that's 32, based on say, a first week sacrifice amount, that's like $3,200. Well, this telereporter service is much cheaper. So if you're interested in being like a validator, which is awesome, you should totally be a validator. There's like something with like a lower price point that you can also support the network, and you run a different web server configured in with different program that's basically being forked by like Liquid Loans, basically, for PulseChain. I wish I had a website. I wish I had a name. Wish I had a ticker symbol. But I don't have any of those things. So we will see. I'm just generally saying, that exists. It will exist on PulseChain, testnet. So FYI kind of a situation.
Gamma, are they going to have some kind of space to talk about this? Like a special space like they do with the security? Are you guys going to put together a space just to talk about validators?
Well, I mean, we can. I mean, like I could. Generally, I just generate the PulseChain chats, because that's where everyone is, and I just answer whatever questions there are that come at me. But yeah, I mean, I can totally do Twitter spaces on PulseChain validating, Teller Reporter validating. as we get farther along. Yeah, totally can do that. Plan on it. But right now we're kind of testing it still in the early stages. We're still trying to get a bunch of validators on board. And so just making people aware about that particular, like what I like to talk about in the pulse chain spaces that like everybody comes to seems like the best use of my time.
Fantastic. This is very good. This is very good. Today has been incredible. We have all kinds of questions, security, t-shirts now, validate, about the validators. If anyone wants to come up, it's not my space, but I'm their assistant today. So if anyone wants to come up and talk and have a question for Gamma, that will be a great time to talk, because if you come back later when he's not here, I don't know about the other guys, but I don't know anything about this. I'm not an expert.
Yeah, I'm on for at least another hour. My son has math class, so I'm waiting outside of the building. So he's got math class, so I'm waiting outside the building for him to do math class.
Let's take advantage of this, guys. We have access to someone who knows a lot about this subject, just like when we have Papa Boner and Hex hangouts here, and Famous and all the other amazing Hexicans that know a lot about the subject. So please, if you have any questions, if you are thinking about becoming a validator, or if you're thinking about this, maybe I will tell someone else, or maybe I have, I heard something very, very good, I guess, good in the Hispanic, in the Spanish chat, Telegram, that there was people willing that had, because one of the most important things that people don't have right now is the 32 million PLS to become a validator. They have everything else, but some people were not able to do the sacrifice, so they don't have that amount of PLS. So I've heard that some people is willing to work with other people so they can become validators. For example, Georgia, I could have PLS, but I have no idea how to manage this technical stuff. Did you hear about that? Is there any projects going on?
I would not recommend doing that until there's a way that you would possibly do where you're doing it in a pool where you own that asset still, and you're not giving that asset to the third party. And that doesn't exist right now. Now, Ethereum has pooling. They have centralized staking platforms, which I'm not exist. So it's like a thing. I'm sure it'll happen on PulseChain. So I would say it's not recommended that you give your PLS to a third party.
You see, be very careful, guys. Just make sure whatever you do.
Gamma, I think they were offering something like a virtualization environment, and you have the encrypted VPS basically, and they're handling the hardware and you are handling the software. Maybe this way.
Yeah. So, I mean, hypothetically speaking, if you staked your PLS and you generated a validator key.
We lost you. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. There you are. So I got muted myself. It happens.
You're too much hanging out with me.
No, I just dropped my son off, so it's fine. So so the only way you could possibly do it, and I don't even recommend this, but I'm saying hypothetically speaking, the only way that you could possibly do it is you stake your 32 million PLS yourself on your own computer. You generate validator keys. You have a validator key, like you deposit yourself. You have a validator key that comes with a deposit address, right? So there's a deposit data JSON was what it called, and then you copy that to the website, to the Launchpad, and then you use MetaMask and you deposit your 32 million PLS. You still own your keys, so you can still get that money back. You generate your own withdrawal keys. Doesn't require the server. You can do that all yourself. Now, you could take the validator key that you generated for yourself, and you could give that to, basically somebody else, and they could take that validator key, put it in a validator that they ran, but you're still relying. You still own the 32 million PLS. Now you're just relying on them to not get flashed, and for them to be like a competent like server person, right? So right now, technically, that's the only way you can possibly do it. And I don't even recommend that, but it's technically possible.
Know your keys, know your coins. That's all I can think of. But it's I'm sure that people's going to find a way to do things, and it's an opportunities that we can find with Pulse
Yeah,
Chain.
there's a thing called Rocket Pool for Ethereum, and I know I saw Alex from Hedron talking about like he's looking at that, and then maybe he can provide something like that. But like that's Alex's deal, so we'll see. That's not something that's like live now or you can do. Absolutely,
You muted yourself again.
I did. I always do that. Don't send your PLS to anybody else. Somebody muted me.
Oh, not me.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, you said don't give your PLS to anyone else, and basically, yeah, that's a good strategy. Sort of goes against the grain of self-custody.
Yeah, I mean, it's like people are gonna tell you lots of things. They're gonna spin a tale of a project that's gonna offer infinite returns in exchange for a PLS. Be careful, right? People are gonna say, "Oh, I can run a validator for you. Just give me your 32 million plus. I'll do it for you," and then you don't see them again, right? So you have to be careful.
That's right. Now, I have a question. Do people who become a validator now, who start the process now, is it going to get any better benefits than the ones that come after Pulse
Nope.
launch and people can come? It's the same thing. So
No,
there's
I
always
mean,
time.
so here's the deal. So every validator is equal under the blockchain. So there's no permissions. There's no asking for permission. Like you're not sending a application to Richard. Say, please, Richard, can I be a validator? Like none of that crap is happening. But you have 32 million PLS. You follow the instructions. You deposit your 32 million PLS. Like the permission is having 32 million PLS. That's the hard part. So you have the 32 million PLS, which is the hard part. I understand that. And you want to be a validator. You have the server in your house, a desktop computer, whatever. Follow the instructions, no problem. You are now a validator, and you are equal to every other validator. Now, somebody might have 100 validators, and they're going to make more rewards than you because they have 100 validators. But your validator is just as equal to their validator. Richard runs a validator. His is equal to yours. Like everybody's equal here, right? But
yes,
here's the deal. The lower the amount of validators on the network, like the higher the rewards are, and then as validators like increase the number, then the amount of rewards you get go down. That makes sense, right? It's like, so if there's only 10 validators, then you're going to get a lot of rewards. But if there's like 100,000, you're going to get like a lot less, right? You're going to get like 1,000 less rewards. That makes sense, right? Because you're sharing the
absolutely.
rewards across everybody. So, right now there's
You're going to get a
4,000
bigger piece of the
validators.
pie. You're going to get a
Yeah,
bigger piece of the pie at the beginning. If you're first to the
yeah.
party, the birthday party.
Yeah, so there's 8,000 some number of blocks that can be mined, produced, whatever word you want to use, per day. And then there's like right now there's like 4,000 validators, 4,200 validators competing. So right now you're getting like two a day, right? Because you have 8,000 something
Yes.
blocks, and then there's only like 4,000, like two a day. Now if there were say 16,000 validators, there's only 8,000 blocks, then you're getting what, one every 2 days. And then obviously it scales up from there. So that's the only thing, right? And that's just simple math of like you are
Hmm.
not technically competing against everybody because everybody's the same, and you get randomly assigned a block. But if the more there are, the less likely you are to get a block. But you're not technically competing against them because everyone's equal, right? So it's
That's
not like
right. I guess
hash.
the important part will be if I wanted to become a validator is the timing. If I become a validator before, from the beginning, before anyone else, I will have a bigger piece of the pie than later on.
Yeah. So if you were a validator the second day it goes live, it takes a day for your server to get spun up and you're good. It takes a day for your validator to become active, right? So maybe 2 days after, and so maybe there's only 4,100 validators. The network launches with 4096, and then the community validators get added. So if there's only 4,200 validators, then you're going to get 2 blocks a day, X amount of inflation. You're really happy. And then a month goes by, and now there's 10,000 validators.
Hmm.
You made a lot of money that first month because you were part of the first few people that became validators, and you got increased rewards. And then they trail down as more validators come online, right? So it's pretty
Yeah.
easy to understand that.
And
Gamma,
not only that,
Gamma,
and
allow me a bit. So earlier when David Feder was here, a guy I forgot exactly who came and said that on the Ethereum blockchain you can download an archive of the ledger and it's just 12 gigabytes in size, and it's much easier to use that for the sync, for the spin up, than to download the whole thing, and eventually if you use a regular hard disk to blow the hard disk in the process. Would
Eric,
you do, would
yeah,
you do that?
Aragon has snapshots. So basically, they're like BitTorrent files that you'd like download much faster. So you'd basically, instead of peering with a bunch of nodes, you get it over, like, say, the BitTorrent network, I think. And like that's just not active right now. So that's with Aragon because it's like 2.5 terabytes of data. So Aragon has all these tweaks and these optimizations to make Aragon sync faster because Aragon takes like 3 weeks to 4 weeks to sync up because it's an archive node.
Yeah,
Geth
yeah.
takes like a day.
So please transmit to David Feder exactly how he can make those archives. He didn't know exactly, but
No, no. The
It's
Pulse
like
devs are going to take care of that.
what David was talking about is more like a thing to utilize what the devs are making, more like a GUI almost, to make it easier to interact. Like almost like, I don't know, a drag and drop. I really can't describe it technically, but
Yeah.
it's just to
so for
facilitate.
The closest thing that I think is like to get validators on, like the closest thing to like something that would be super easy would be the the thing Alex is talking about, where he has like a little Raspberry Pi type looking device that is like built up, and then you get it to your house, and then you have like a UI when you plug it to your computer. You plug a keyboard to it, you turn it on. It has like a UI that basically runs you through how to be a validator, create your keys, blah blah blah, all that stuff, right? Like what we have to do now is we have to manually go to the GitHub, download it. You have to like understand the commands. You have to understand like what dependencies your computer needs. I mean, it's not a huge obstacle to overcome, but it takes a little bit of effort on your part. To ease that effort, his little project, right, with the computers is Ethereum, right? Just like how Ethereum has with these validator standalone little one click like validator boxes. There's some scripts running around that help to optimize or make it easier for you to run Docker. Like Prism has to be with Docker. Then you run Geth, and then it spins up the Docker containers for you with the script. It makes it easier for you to like to get started. Great, awesome. That's how I run a map. That's how I run a email server. There's this dude called Mail in a Box that has a script that I just run the server, and then I have my fully fledged email server that's configured with like a dozen different things that are way too complicated and take too long for me to figure out because email is really hard. And like that's what I have, and I have an email server now that I've had to configure a little bit, but this dude has a script that he just configures everything for me, and then I have to do a little bit of optimization. The same thing happens for PulseChain. I know there's a script running around that helps you install Docker, like I said, and then Alex's box is like another way for people to make it a little easier for you to get on later. But since we're like a weekend of this ETH2 fork, we're really Ethereum's been around for 7 years. We've been on testnet for a week, so relative, like the set expectations. You know what I mean?
And also, I have another question. To become a validator, it's going to be easier now to at the beginning to do the 32 million polls than after PulseChain goes opens, because obviously we don't know what the price of PLS is going to be, right?
Well, there's people who sacrificed, like myself. I sacrificed. I
Yes.
PLS for being a validator, and then when you go to the open market, you're gonna have to pay open market prices. So what's that
Exactly.
price? Right? I mean, I'm not going to get into the price discussion for an hour, but
Of course.
we're all aware of we don't know what the price is going to be. Is it going to be
That's right.
lower than what I got? Is it going to be 10 times more than what I got? No, we'll see.
But that's something that's a factor that could be, positive now if in the future the value goes higher.
Yeah, if you want to be if you want to be a validator, then you should be prepared. And then when mainnet goes live, then you should buy PLS at the best rate that you can get, and then be a validator.
There's hope to do. I will, if I knew what I was doing, I will definitely become a validator, guys. I see it as a win-win situation if I ever knew what to do, what I was doing. But this is amazing. Thank you. This is incredible information for all of you guys out there who want to become part of this incredible opportunity. I'm sorry, I sound like a salesman. Sorry, guys, it's not my intention.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Hey, and I went on PulseX just today because I actually didn't even go on V3 yet to play around. And you know what? Everything worked perfectly. I exchanged. I added LP. I added to the farm. Blah blah. I went through every function. It worked flawlessly.
Yes,
There are
it's
people
incredible.
who are saying there's problems, but so far it's been user error. I don't know. It would work great for me. So I don't know what's happening. The one was like a VPN issue with one person. He was trying to use PulseX, and then he had his VPN on or off or something. And so it was messing him up, and he turned that thing off on or whatever he did. And it worked fine. And then I tried it today, and I went through it, and no problem at all.
And it's
super
easy,
super
it's
fast.
user friendly. Yeah, and besides that, it's user friendly too. If I can I've been for the last 3 days, I was telling everyone, playing with the V3. I recommend everyone to go. We have a golden opportunity to know what we're doing before we go live. It's like a test of the road before we go on the race, guys. This is an incredible opportunity we have.
Right. So I know there's people who have their wallet compromised, and maybe they need to race to move their PLS when PulseChain mainnet goes live. You should probably learn how to do that on testnet. If you want to buy something, sell something on the network, then you should learn on PulseX on testnet V3 and know where to go and everything.
Or understand, for me, it's been wonderful because I've been doing swaps all day. So I'm learning how to read the numbers that appear in front of me so I won't make mistakes. So it's great. It's great for all levels of understanding about crypto.
Yep. I need to buy 22 million PLS right now for a validator myself. So we'll see what the price I get for that one. I'm a little shy. I need to get one more validator. You always need one more. You can't whatever you have is not enough. You should get at least one more. And for me, I need 22 million PLS. So I got to get on there the first day and buy some. Hope the price isn't too bad.
It's not going to be bad if we get in, right away. Hopefully.
Well, I mean, I'm buying it and then staking it, so I don't care what the price is. I just wanted, I just don't want the price to be crazy. You know what I mean? I try and get a reasonable price and then stake it, validate it, add it to my validator pool or whatever.
And I'm going to ask a very rookie question. I'm sorry if this is a stupid question. If I become a validator and later on I want to stop being a validator, do I get my 32 million back of Pulse?
You do get it back. After
Okay.
Shanghai update, which is on Ethereum, it's April 12th. Shanghai on Ethereum goes. It has no bearing on Pulse Chain. Pulse Chain, testnet, Pulse Chain mainnet, whatever, we don't care.
You see?
But after Ethereum, as their withdrawals available on April 12th, then Pulse Chain can activate theirs at some point after that period of time. At some point, I don't know. So just say, because we're not waiting on that. Richard's fielded that question so many times that it's like, just believe what he says and don't read too much into it. We're not waiting on that. And you know what I mean? It's happening.
That's wonderful. Go, crypto guy. Take it over. Take
Hey,
it away.
everybody. Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Regarding the people who have got hacked, right, or compromised accounts, they should practice using razor.cash URL, and they can figure out which address has compromised them, and they can revoke that access. I was able to do it to one of my compromised ETH addresses, and I have knocked that person off from my approved list. And also there, you might have, a lot of people might have picked up airdropped assets without knowing, and they have given them unlimited access. So you can knock them off also using this razor.cash
Well, I don't know what
URL.
that is, but
Yeah.
that you're talking about contract permissions. So you should go
Yes.
revoke period cache is on V3. It's on Ethereum. You can go to Etherscan and you can do the same thing on Etherscan. BSC has the same thing on their Etherscan version. So you should absolutely revoke permissions for every contract that you have, and just don't have 100, unlimited permissions for that floating around in your wallet for sure.
Absolutely. So I have only kept X for now, everywhere, and so I did this for my all these various ETH addresses that I have, and I am hoping that I'll be as conscious when we go live, to check these before I actually do any transaction. Thanks, guys. This was just my input. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of these tools are also available directly on Etherscan itself as well. So
yeah, and then I was gonna just reinforce that revoke period cache is supporting Pulse Chain. Apparently, I haven't tested it yet. I need to test it, but I saw a screenshot on Twitter that said that they are supporting V3. That means they'll support that, and revoke period cache is what I use, other than
you're
like
right.
Etherscan version.
I made a mistake in saying as razor.cash. It is revoke.cash. You're right. Sorry about that.
And then obviously the Etherscan website has their own version, so you can go there too. It's fine.
I strongly recommend that everybody should do this exercise on V3, so you get a hang of it. And if you do it on using on V3, it's just not for PulseNet. I mean, it's basically going to revoke it from your ETH addresses. So once you go mainnet, those people, those additional this thing that we have given rights to them is gone now. So you don't have to worry when mainnet goes live.
Yeah, I just want to jump in here. Don't mean to interrupt. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just jumped in. Can somebody repeat what they just said about revoking things in Etherscan? Would you guys mind just repeating that?
I can repeat it, no problem. I will say again. So there's a thing called a contract permission, a spend permission. When you go to, here's an example. When you go to Uniswap and you're swapping one ERC20 token for another ERC20 token, it asks you for a spend limit because Uniswap requests spend permissions to spend one ERC20 token to get another ERC20 token, right? So there's a lot of apps, there's a lot of applications on blockchain that ask for these spend permissions. Some of them could be malicious, and some of them are like Uniswap that are obviously, trusted. You can use them, but for across the board, if a contract doesn't need spend permissions, if you don't use it, then you should revoke spend permissions. So you can go to the website called Revoke Period Cash, or so Revoke Period Cash is going to support PulseChain. So Etherscan doesn't exist for PulseChain, right? But on Ethereum, Revoke Period Cash works for Ethereum, but also Etherscan. You can go to the beta software. There's contract permission, something or other, in one of the drop menus on Etherscan, and then you can do the same thing. You can revoke the permissions for these contracts to spend on your behalf because you don't want. Here's an example of a malicious act. You have an app that you use, you like to use it. Maybe you used it 3 months ago, but they have a proxy contract, meaning that they can proxy like the contract behind the contract that you're interacting with. They can just change that contract at will with an admin key. And when you used it, maybe everything was great, and then you come back 3 months later, and then the dev goes malicious, and they swap out the contract, and then they just drain your wallet because you gave them spend permissions because you trusted them at one point in the past. Well, if you had revoked the permissions of that application, then they couldn't have spent your money, right? So these proxy contracts are bad. You shouldn't trust them as much as, say, contracts that don't have any admin keys. So that's also one thing that we talk about constantly is about admin keys in contract aren't always necessarily bad, but they're an attack vector that you need to be aware of. So this proxy contract thing is a known thing that happens, and you can help mitigate that yourself if you don't use an application any longer. Then you should revoke the permissions for that application.
Okay,
right?
so I go to
Across the board.
Cash, I put in my address, and I see a bunch of. I should just revoke everything, basically, right?
What I do spring cleaning every few months, and I just make sure. And usually, what I have is Uniswap permissions, and I just revoke them. But if you've never done it before, maybe you got some random stuff in there.
Yeah,
so
I
you
do,
probably
yeah.
should revoke everything.
Okay,
revoke
so one last question. I'm sorry. So I do have a
allow me a
hardware
bit.
wallet.
Allow me a bit. So on etherscan.io, you click on menu, you have a sub-menu named More, and then you have a sub-menu named Token Approvals. This is the path. Menu, More, Token Approvals.
Okay. Okay, so just one last question. I do have a hardware wallet. So my understanding is that as long, I'm safe, but
one thing, hardware does not protect you against spend approvals that you've given to apps.
Okay.
Hardware wallets do not protect against that. Hardware wallets protect you against your private key being transmitted over the internet from some malware that's on your computer. It doesn't protect you from giving permissions to another contract and then that malicious contract spending all your money. They're different attack vectors. So it doesn't matter what kind of wallet you have, you shouldn't have random spend approvals for random contracts.
Right. Okay. Hey, Matt, thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Yeah, since we're under security, we should probably talk about front-end contracts as well. So just because you use something every day and it's safe today and the code that it's pointing to on the blockchain is got no admin keys, immutable and all that stuff, that doesn't mean you come back tomorrow and it's the same. If that company is malicious, they could simply point their front-end contracts to a new back-end contract and rinse you. And so for that reason, you should always check which contracts you're interacting with and make sure they're the same contracts every time.
Hey, I got a question, guys. So on the hardware wallet, you still have to approve that before they can take anything out, even though they have
What's that,
What are
Daniel?
you talking about?
on a hardware wallet.
If you've given a in the past yesterday, you've given a malicious contract spin permissions, then you've already given them permission. There is no second permission. You've already given them permission to spend all your money.
Yeah, I understand that though, but obviously it's a code wallet. Whenever you connect it to the internet, right? You still have to approve that
No, if
before they
you've
can
given
do
them
anything.
permissions, you've given them permissions. The end. That's it. You have to revoke the permissions.
On a code wallet?
It doesn't, you've already given them permission.
Any wallet,
Hold on. So
every wallet.
if you go to like matcha.xyz and you want to spend USDC for Hex right now, the first transaction that you make is going to be a permission from your hardware wallet, which you have to sign with the hardware wallet. That is the signature.
Yeah.
That is the signature of you giving them permission. Once you disconnect that hardware wallet, they don't need any more permission from you or your hardware wallet. You've given it away.
Mm-hmm.
Then the second transaction is the actual swap.
Okay.
Yes.
I got you.
Yep.
I'll give an example. One of my hardware wallets was, you all heard about Dodeca, right? Yeah. You know that guy, yeah. And I had given permission on my, connected my hardware wallet and purchased Dodeca through that. But recently, when Revoke.cash came out, I went and checked my hardware wallet, and I ensured that Dodeca does not have permission on my hardware wallet. I'm giving a live example, okay? And I checked if there were permissions from any other CEX or DEX. So other than Uniswap, I didn't find anything. So even for Uniswap, I revoked access for now. Thanks.
Guys, please, if you don't speak, move us as listener because we need to add somebody else.
I have a quick question. And by the way, thank you guys for this space. Is really very informative for the security. But I just have a quick question regarding for the tokenomics of PulseChain. From my understanding, is a copy paste of the Ethereum. But on which moment that it's going to be like deflationary, you know? So I'm trying to get my hand around it because it's like more cheaper than Ethereum, but when that is going to be deflationary, you know?
The more people that use the chain, the more deflationary it can be. It can go both ways.
So the inflation that created PulseChain is currently under review. Richard tweeted about it yesterday. So the inflation is one component of that, and then you have the burn, which is people using the network. EIP 1559 burns, right? If you have everybody using PulseChain, a huge amount of volume, then you're gonna have a lot of burns. Now the expectation is that it'll be net deflationary if there's a lot of people using the network. If there's nobody using the network, then there's gonna be inflation, and we're not gonna, right? The burns are not gonna exceed the inflation, just like Ethereum, right? If Ethereum huge usage of Ethereum, then it's inflation goes down, like this net deflationary, because you have the inflation and you have the burns counteract the inflation. But it's only if Ethereum has a lot of activity. PulseChain is the same. Now the actual numbers of like how much inflation is there and all that, well, wait for Richard to tweet that. But so you were looking for numbers. Well, you're going to get numbers, but we're going to have to wait for Richard to tell you.
Okay, cool. Thanks. It's just that I was trying to understand, and it's a little bit difficult because every time that you watch some or you even watch some video, people are saying like when like those NFT guys are like, you know, the way it's like 100 and something, that's when like the deflationary, like go kick in, you know. So, and for PULSECHAIN, I'm trying to get my hand around it, and it's like, when is it, like when there will be more NFT, like more people. So, but without the numbers, yeah, you're right, Gamma. I think it's going to be more difficult to have an idea when it's going to be deflationary.
Well, it's impossible for sure. Yep. And so, like, look at Ethereum. Like, when is, like, Pulse Chain, in theory, should be easier to be net deflationary, slightly. But what's the actual numbers? Like, how much block space on Pulse Chain needs to be filled up consistently, like every day, day after day, for Pulse Chain to be net deflationary? No idea. Those numbers don't exist. We gotta wait. We gotta wait for that math.
Hey, I got a quick question for the guy who was
Thanks.
just talking about the permissions on Matcha XYZ. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to who was speaking. I was busy doing something else. My question is, I always use a intermediary wallet anyway, so I don't. If this is more of a curiosity question than a panic question. Once you go into MetaMask and actually disconnect or revoke that permission, they can't rinse you at that point, right? Or are you saying that once you've given
No,
it, it's
you're
over?
talking different. Let me explain something. You're talking about connecting MetaMask to the front end of the UI, and that's different. All that does is give MetaMask, or gives that web app, permission to see your public address, permission to communicate to MetaMask, to, like, formulate the transaction and program the transaction.
Okay.
That's that. That has nothing to do with spin permissions. Spin permissions are an actual transaction on the blockchain that's in state on the blockchain that you have to do a transaction to revoke.
Okay, so going back to the example of Matcha.xyz, I do recall those, that initial transaction that's, very low in USDC. For instance, when I put in hex limit orders, you're saying that. So how do you go about revoking that if not through MetaMask?
No, you don't. Okay, so go to revoke period cache, or the gentleman just walk through etherscan.io, the more menu, and then there's the token approval. Either is fine. Then you can connect your MetaMask to that website. It can see your public address, and then, at least on revoke period cache, there's a couple drop downs. There's a couple click marks that says, like, see all, like, see unregistered addresses, or see whatever. So you can see, like, anything that might be. They have, like, a list. They have, like, token list of, like, the big ones. So you want to have a click, like, see everything, and then you can see every asset in your wallet. Basically, like, any token that you were, like, with directly, whether you have any assets in there or not. And then what it should hopefully say is, like, no permissions. But what you're probably gonna get is, you're probably gonna get a long list of unlimited spin permissions for, like, every token you've ever used, which is bad. You don't want that.
Right. Like I said, I use a dummy wallet
it could
anyway
be
that I
bad.
transfer everything out of, after it's been purchased, but I'm still going to check that. That's freaky as hell. A lot of people don't know that. So I'm really glad you told me that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Revoke.cash, you said?
Yeah, that's one, or just go to Etherscan.
Okay, I'm out walking.
They're
So
both fine. Revoke period cache is fine.
Revoke.cash. Cool. I will check that out as soon as I get in. Thank you. Love your, if that was Gamma, love your Substack too, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, great. Thanks. I just published a new video on the websites. So everybody, I just published today, I think it was today, a video on my Substack going over Block Scout, going over the Beacon Chain Explorer, and going over the Launchpad. It's like a 30-minute video or whatever, to kind of overviewing the three main websites for getting started in Pulse Chain. It's on my Substack, Gamma DevOps Substack.com. You can check it out.
Hey man, one more question. Hey, can you hear me?
Sure. Yeah, I can hear you.
So for something like ICOSA or something like that, if I unrevoke it, am I not going to yield? Is that going to affect that, for example?
No,
No. Okay.
you
Never.
can
Okay.
you revoke permissions for everything, and then when you go back to the whatever website, it could be Uniswap, it could be like any whatever, then you just have to give permissions again, which
Okay.
is good because now you're like, oh, okay, well I actually use this app, and it's still good, so I'm gonna give permissions again.
Cool. Thank you.
Because well, here's one thing: just because it says a name doesn't mean that that name is actually the thing that you are referencing. Because people lie on the blockchain constantly, and then people create all these random tokens with names of projects that maybe you interact with. You interact with Hex, and now maybe there's 3 different versions of Hex that are all scams in there. Or you know what I mean? Maybe you want to revoke all of them and make sure you have the correct contract you're interacting with. You know what I mean? There's the Dustin attacks where they airdrop you tokens to get you to interact with their token. You know what I mean? But if you have a suspended permission for those, that's why you're even bad. It's even worse. So that shouldn't be happening anyway. I mean, that's another safety security question, answer, warning. If you see random tokens you don't know that where they came from, don't touch them. When you interact with them, they could maybe steal all your money.
Yep.
FYI.
And Gamma, just follow him, put on the little bell so you know when he tweets, and follow the leaders, guys. Or come back here to find out information if you're not sure about something. At least you're gonna hear from the community directly.
Just to that gentleman before asking about inflation, deflation, if you wanted to get an idea, you can go to Etherscan to charts and go to Ether supply growth chart, and you can see Ethereum's inflation rate every day, and you can see that it's been flattened out since October last year, and there's been days of zero and days of negatives and slight days of positives. So you can actually see a visualization chart, and you can scroll your mouse across it, and you can actually see the inflation versus deflation on a day.
Yeah. So like with PulseChain, obviously the numbers are different because the PLS version there's 1.2 million times more PLS, and so there's like a inflation per year that's like, hey, here's a number of tokens that are created throughout the entire year, and then you're like, okay, great. How many transactions need to happen every day for a year for us to be net deflationary? I don't know. Nobody knows that information. But if you look on Ethereum, like, is it 70% of the blocks need to be filled all day? What's the average? You know what I mean? You can kind of get a guesstimate of how much usage on PulseChain there maybe would need to be for PulseChain to be net deflationary, and then we'll be slightly lower than that anyway.
In order to find those charts, go on etherscan.io menu, and then you have resources, and you'll find them there.
Yeah, there's plenty of charts on there to look at all sorts of stats. Go and knock yourself out.
Yeah, there's a burn website. I forget what the name of it for Ethereum, and I'm really hoping that somebody will like make one of those for PulseChain. You know what I mean? Where you go to the website and it shows you like the inflation, the burns, and then it shows you like a chart of, how much was created per day, blah blah blah, to really demonstrate like the burning. Ethereum has that, and then somebody can make that for PulseChain. There are tons and tons of builders in PulseChain. So there's like all kinds of things will just pop up one day that are going to be some. How I know this is because of them, or, at least a lot of them.
If anyone else has any questions.
Be quiet.
Yeah, it's the first moment of silence in the last 10 hours. Soon I'll pass out. Since I started this space, I could not let the phone alone.
So you're going to sleep, Adrian?
I hope I can still keep it for 2 hours or something.
Hey
Yep.
guys, what's going on?
One question.
Go ahead, Mixer.
When you buy one treasure, you it's new, no? You got new, you get the words and you start. But what what if you will your own words, and what is better? When you start, the treasure give you the words. That is safety, and no, that is the words. I mean, um, it's possible you have your own. You make your when you start. You have new treasure. You have option. You get the words. But is there other option? You can make your own words, and is the what is better the the words you get when you start off is if there is a option that you can make your own words, is that
So you can,
safer?
hey, I think you're saying the same thing. So it's better if you let the treasure give you the 24 words. Now, I think you said something about you had some written down. If you was trying to do that, that's an advanced recovery. But it is better.
Hold on. He might be asking to make up his own brand new wallet. So let's clarify.
Yeah, he's asking like
before we
3
go down
different
that
things.
rabbit
Yeah.
hole.
No,
Yeah.
no,
So
wait, wait, let me explain. When you buy, you start, you get the work. That is
yeah.
safety. But the second question is there a option you can make your own words instead that the tracer gave you the words, and
So
which option is safetier, the one you get of the
I got
one
you.
you
I got you.
self-made?
Yeah.
I got you. So The answer to that is yes, you can make your own, but it's better to let the Trezor give you the random words so that nobody can guess the words that you might have been important to you, right? So it is a little bit safer to let the Trezor do random words for you.
Hold on, you can make your own 24 words, bro.
You could put any 24 words you want off of
But
that
yeah,
list,
let's
and
be
it'll make a
let's
new
be
wallet.
clear. Let's be clear on the verbiage. When you choose your own words, it's still only from the 2,048 words provided in the BIP 39 set. Okay,
Correct.
so let's just be
But,
clear because people are going to get confused.
but do not generate your own seed phrase. Firstly, because the last word is a checkup of the previous words. And secondly, when you generate with the Trezor, it uses a randomization algorithm. If you are trying to make your own, to invent one, you will not randomize them. And they are much
Right.
easier to be guessed. Much
But
more
this is
easier.
the reason why. This is the reason why it's important.
You muted yourself, I think, while talking.
Yeah, I think the consensus is that the best avenue is to use the randomization that's provided with the Trezor
Can
itself.
make that default
Yes,
seed
you
be
should
from
use the
somebody else.
technology given to you that's been developed over years and years and years to do it safely with as best as possible randomization as possible instead of just going off on your own and just doing your own thing and thinking you're smart and you're like, oh, I don't need a Treasure to do a 12-word seed phrase or 21 or 24-word seed phrase. If you do that, you're probably not going to generate a valid seed anyway, and it's not truly random. And you should use the ledger, the treasure, whatever hardware wallet, generate the 24-word seed phrase. Is like in the story, basically.
Understood. Comprendido. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if it was mentioned, but I just want to say real quick, just make sure you're always buying directly from Ledger, because I've been seeing stories nonstop of people who get it from Amazon and it's hacked and they don't know, and then 2 years later when they have a huge balance, it's gone. So even if you make up your own seed on a hacked ledger, it's still going to get stolen. So I would just highly recommend always going through ledger.com or Trezor, whatever your company is, go directly through them. And notice that they may have other sites for their country. Like I ordered through France Ledger just because I guess my VPN brought me there, and it all worked fine, you know. But you just want to make sure that that's the case, because that sucks. You think you're
Yeah.
spending money on
Yeah,
protection, and
I
you
got
actually
mine
just get
from
it ripped
Best
out from
Buy.
you.
Is that
Come
Wow,
on.
seriously?
Seriously?
Can you?
So like
You
on when
really?
you go to Treasure, when you go to treasure.io, you purchase from them. They have their own vendors, Treasure vendors inside the US. So when you get your Treasure, it's from Treasure, but obviously it's not like the president of Treasure giving it to you, right?
gotcha?
If there's a logistics chain, a chain of custody for that Treasure that hits your mailbox, right?
So Kelly, yeah, might need to get another one. Hey, Gamma,
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah,
Telor
what's up?
question. Tellyor, sorry.
Yeah, what's up?
All right. Been trying to catch you in these spaces. So do we? The only thing I don't understand is, um, where do we put the TKB or the Telor token in order to gain the gaining the
Yeah,
fund
how
the
do you
feed
okay.
and
Yep.
for the
Okay,
tips?
so yep. Yeah, so here's so when you configure your server, which is like a lightweight server, like 4 gigabyte computer, right? Server, you configure the Teller technology forked into Pulse Chain, right? To be announced, but like it works on Ethereum, works in Goerli, right? You configure the software. You've chosen a pair, say it's like ETH US dollar or whatever, right? And they have like a repository of the configurations to get, CoinGecko, exchanges, whatever price feeds, right? You have all that to actually stake your tokens to be able to get, like to activate your Tether technology. I'm calling it Tether technology for PulseChain. To get it activated, what you do is you actually like have to import a private key. So you basically would like go generate one and import in because it has to be like they have to sign the transaction just like a blockchain, right? It's still signing the transaction. As part of that, the server, the client on the server you would deposit your Teller token or whatever with your gas fee, right? Either on Ethereum or say PulseChain, right? You have your whatever token for the staking mechanism in that wallet. You have PLS in that wallet. The client, you say you want to, stake, say every 12 hours. Like you can stake one time. If you stake one time, then you can report, say, the PLS USD price once every 12 hours. But if you stake like 10 of them 6 times, then you can report every 2 hours, like that kind of situation, right? Or you can stake 10 of them 12 times and you can stake every, then you report every hour. What I mean? Like that kind of situation. So the client actually does it for you. The client will actually stake the tokens on your behalf with the private key that it uses. So it actually automatically does that for you. So you're effectively using that client as like a wallet with a private key that you supplied, on, so you have to import it in, right?
And that would be with the auto pay function.
Yeah. And then the money would go back into that wallet. And then with that private key, you can just like, move the money out. You know what I mean? Now,
Do you have this on your Substack or
I do
anything
not
like that?
yet. I do not yet. I'm actually hoping for it to be launched and on testnet, PulseChain testnet. But I may be forced to do a go early Ethereum version, and so I will totally do that. And since you're asking, I will make it a priority to do a video on it because I've been talking about it for a while, and you're the first person to actually ask. So I should probably do a video and just do it on a go early and get it all set up and do a walkthrough. So you.
Oh, definitely waiting on that then. Say less because I
Awesome.
definitely need help setting it up. This is a little bit getting a little complicated for me.
Well, Mello,
when we get to this client.
Mello, when Liquid Loans release the Teller technology natively on PulseChain, they will have all the resources as well. So you'll be fine, brother.
Yes. And that's kind of, I'm saying that's kind of what I'm waiting for because I don't have any of that data. I don't have the website. I don't have a name. I would like to have a repository like, hey, we have Go Pulse from the Pulse devs. They released that. I can run a client on my computer. I would really like to have that for the Teller technology. So, but.
And you said it only, 4 gigabytes?
No, for the RAM. So it's like a lightweight web server. So you would run it like say in a deep. So treat it like it's like a website, right? So you wouldn't run a website in your house because it's a lot harder to do, right? You can do it. I could do it technically, but then there's a lot of networking things you have to solve to run a website from your house. But if you did it on say AWS or DigitalOcean Data Center, then the networking part is already done for you for the most part, and it's already connected to the internet. It's already up. The latency, which is a thing with Teller technology, you have to be aware of, is when say Liquid Loans, the app asks for a price feed for PLS USD for whatever reason, to ask for a price feed. That request goes out to the Teller technology network, and then the first Teller reporter that come back with the result gets the feed. So I actually did a overview video of the Teller on my Substack, by the way. So I did one video.
Exactly why I want to set it up right now.
Yes.
So I can get
in. Yeah. So that was a technical video. That was more of an overview video, but it did explain in that video on there that the app on PulseChain does a request to the teller technology, whatever name, network. The first teller and reporter to come back with the correct price or a valid price gets that fee. So you want there to be as little latency as possible, and the way you do that is by having it in a data center on.
I was gonna
So it
ask
has.
you, are you ever gonna make your own data center?
I don't have any need for a data center. Alex is doing a data
I would
center.
say like somebody in our Hex community, we should
Alex
have our own
is
data
building
center.
one.
Alex
Perfect.
from Hedron is building a data center because he actually needs one for whatever reason. I do not need a data center. Although owning
it
my
wouldn't be
own
just for
data
him,
center
though.
would be cool. I mean, I'd
It
love
would
to
be
have
just for
one
him.
for shits and giggles. No, what Alex is creating, he's gonna be hosting services for whoever, PulseChain or whatever. And so like the things that I do, I may plug into his things as a resource.
Exactly. And where is it, by the way?
I don't know. Anyone know?
Why would anyone need to know where it is?
Yeah, it's on the internet. It's in the US somewhere.
In the
I just
cloud. In the
wanted to know the
cloud.
region. Just the region, not the actual.
Yeah,
The
US.
region is planet Earth.
No, but yeah. So I will totally do a technical video. I've been meaning to do one. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
working
saw it
on
when
it.
you introduced them, and I very 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 looking forward to what they got going on.
Yeah. So it's a way to earn revenue running servers, and the price point of doing it is much lower than say being a validator. But also be a validator if you can, because we need validators.
I'm on it already.
So, yeah, I mean, I'll totally be running
I was
reporter
late when I
myself.
found out about the
but
delegating. I was mad. I was ready to not validate this time.
yeah. So I have my validators already, waiting for mainnet and everything like everybody else. And this telereporter network, I'm totally going to run a telereporter myself too. And because that's kind of what I do.
It's now
You
a
know what I
lot
mean?
lower barrier to entry now to be a validator and the pulse you need, as opposed to being in the old DPoS system. You would have need substantially more pulse to delegate to one of the top validators. A lot more. Like it was like 200 million to be on Hodl Dogs.
Yeah. So now you only need 32 million, and then you can run a
Correct.
validator yourself and get that rewards. Especially if you have if you're not buying hardware, but you PLS, you're going to hold the PLS a bull market anyway. Validator and earn some inflation. Now the math, right? You have to do some calculations if you're going to buy a hardware, and like I want to be a validator, and I want to do a really good job, and I'm going to spend $5,000 on a server. Sweet, that's going to be a really great computer, but how many validators do you need to run to make that profitable? I don't know. We have to wait for the math to come out.
I was gonna ask, how many validators can you run?
You can run hundreds on a single server. You can with 64 gigs of RAM, you run 200 validators, 300 validators on one machine, and that's fine. It'll work. Now, if you're running 300 validators, maybe you want to, up the hardware specs a little bit to give yourself a good safety margin of like maxing out your CPUs and giving yourself like 128 gigs of RAM, and because that's a lot of money. You can probably afford to, a little bit extra computer, like not bare bones. 64 is minimum. And if it's 64 gigs is fine for like 10, even like 100 validators. But if you're, say, running like 400, you can probably like upgrade your hardware a little bit and you'll be fine, financially speaking.
What about battery backup, Gamma?
So here's the deal with that. So the penalties for being offline are not there. There are penalties, but you overcome the penalties of being just by turning your computer on. So you don't need to spend a lot of money on redundant backups for power, redundant backups for internet. You know what I mean? So somebody yesterday had a question about like, hey, if I'm remodeling and my power in my house is going to be off for a week, then what do I do? And I'm like, well, you have some options. You could migrate your validator to the cloud for that time. You could pick up your computer and move it to your mom's house, plug it in there. You know, you have some options. You know what I mean? Because you can like, it's hopefully like a desktop. You can just like pick it up and move it, right? So it's down for a few hours, and then now it's running, and so you have options as a validator. It's completely okay for it to be offline for, say, updates. You reboot it, no big deal. If you know you're going to be offline for an extended period of time, you do have options. You can migrate your validator keys. Say like you could boot up a cloud instance of Lighthouse, Prism, or like that's a consensus layer client, and then Geth, and that takes like a day. So within a day, you could be online if you needed to be. So you don't need to have like a backup running right away. We're like, I'm gonna lose like 100 grand if I'm not on right now. No, you're gonna lose a few dollars, right? Say like $1 per validator a day or $5 per validator per day, depending on the price of PLS, right? I'm just saying, like it's not a huge amount, but it's enough that you're like, okay, I need to migrate. I need to move my computer to someplace with internet, with power temporarily, or I need to sign up for an AWS account, sign up for a DigitalOcean account, migrate my validator keys to that cloud instance for a week or whatever, and then shut it down and then turn your computer back on. You know what I mean? You have some options. So it's not a huge problem. And then I will also say that the penalties on the current V3 will be higher because the rewards, the inflation for being a validator, the rewards you pay yourself for being a validator are going to be going up. And then the penalties also go up. They're two sides of the same coin. So you can't take the inflation rewards on V3 right now or the penalties right now because they're going to change. And that's all I can say about that. So just wait for update from Richard. Is a good answer. So if anybody has a final question, I will field a final question, and then I got to get off of here. All right, I don't hear anybody, so I am gonna say bye, and it's been great. And please follow me on Twitter, and then ask me questions there. Okay, later, guys.
See you, Gamma.
Thanks,
See you,
Gamma.
Gamma.
Yeah, easy way out. I try to add you, but I don't know why you switch back to listener. If you have a question, please ask for the mic again.
Everyone's just gonna be quiet.
Famous, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. You guys?
Not too bad.
Just chilling, man. Waiting to go on stream tonight. DeFi Syndicate. Okay.
What time?
Yeah, in an hour and a half, about an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and a half.